Wait, you have a YouTube channel? You didn't tell me you had a YouTube channel, dude.
You didn't ask.
You should have just told me, man.
Oh, but it's not even live though.
Oh, so we're not even live then, hey?
It's only live on Twitch.
Okay.
Wait, let me look myself up. End stream. Oh wait, it is live. So what the frick? How do I refresh? Yeah, research. I gotta look myself up again. I can't find myself live.
On YouTube?
No, I can't. Even though it's telling me I have an excellent connection with 0 viewers.
YouTube is weird with live. Sometimes it happens.
Oh wait, it's hold on. So I usually do this via like restream, but like I'm trying not to do it with restream. Yeah, it's like I'm live, but I can't find myself on mobile live. Hold on, let me look myself up. Hey, Rusted. I'm trying to thing. Captain whatever. The new Street Fighter, oh my god. Things are a little bit awkward because I'm not done setting up my streams. I mean, not my streams, my scenes. Hey Captain whatever, how's it going? I'm gonna do something basic. Yep, I'm live, but under like the wrong title. That needs to change. But for whatever reason, I can't. Oh, wait, there it is. No, not doing retro. There's no reason to do retro. First, new. So I want to get
all the tags, dude.
What's up?
Putting in all the tags.
The tags? I don't even use tags. I mean, I do. I just don't change them, right?
Yeah.
Because
I don't do that myself.
I wouldn't even know what tags to use. I mean, I use a bunch of tags, like. Oh wait. Yeah, they're still there. Dual controller, co-op dexterity, 2 controllers. I don't know what else to. I guess I need to get juggling out of there. Should I keep juggling? Because juggling doesn't make any sense, even though I'm technically...
Yeah, I don't know why you have juggling. Let's go for it. If you like to talk about juggling, then you have every right to have that as your tag. Just to put it blatantly, I have a family member that says that he can go out to eat and use the food for his he can credit the food his job for them to pay for it if he just talks a little bit about his job. He does this all the time.
Oh, that's interesting.
He gets his lunches and everything comped just because, you know, his business will support him and literally feed him if he just talks about his work. And he's done that for years. So...
Can anyone hear the game audio?
I don't.
Sounds scammy.
I don't see the game yet, so...
Oh wait, well, I mean for stream. Okay, he hears the music, but can you see the music?
That's the
Hey
better
guys, this is
question right
Blasticator, and I'm compensating for the lack of music, so I'm just gonna impersonate what I hear. You see nothing? How do I see what I see, but Holy Rusted doesn't see anything?
Let me turn on my other phone.
No audio seen. Oh, okay.
Let me turn on my bad phone and see if I can hear it.
No audio seen. I see title screen. Okay, something is right. I just want to make sure. Yeah, it's pretty low. Oh wait, but he's pretty high. So what I want to do is... Oh wait, I don't want to turn that up. Never mind. Streets of Rage stays as low as it does. Maybe I'll turn Verracitytrigger down. Have him up to like 200.
I'm not that loud.
What? No. You're not. But I turned you up to 200% because that's why.
Well, I should be 200%.
Oh my god. And then that shows up on the... I haven't been live for like... Yeah, but people can still... They can still see that. Hey, Untamed Carrot. Jesus. It's been a while. Untamed Carrot. Feels like ages ago that Veracity streamed Front Mission 2. Okay,
What are you talking about, buddy? I just did it the other week.
should I show chat or should I like not show chat? Because if another bot's gonna show up like that. Hey, Metal Gamer Johnny. Wait, can anyone hear that when I do that? I have no clue. I didn't even do mic check. I usually do that every time. Okay, you can hear it. I don't need a... Sometimes NVIDIA broadcast overcompensates. So like sometimes I just recently updated it, but before it would just not recognize my voice as a voice. Like, do what again, Captain Whatever? Captain Whatever. Captain Whatever. Wait, does my thing still work? If I spell this right. I use what as a background? I'm just... Guys, I'm just so out of it. Veracity, do you have 2 R's?
What do you mean? For my name?
Yeah.
Should be the one.
Yes, it still works.
No more for me.
Actually,
I'm done.
I'm gonna punch
Speaking
you
of
too.
Front Mission,
Have a nice little friendly, cozy talk.
Kill his head 3 again.
Oh my
Kill this guy. Come on.
Thanks, man.
Come on, kill this guy.
How do you even do that?
Yes.
Oh!
1046.
Oh!
Eat that.
Oh, we gotta clip that.
Oh yeah.
Take
I
a
gotta
clip of
clip
one
that.
of my videos and then put it up as a...
I'm testing the shout out thing.
Does that
Okay, it
Take-
works.
does that take Twitch's a clip from Twitch, or did you specifically find a?
Yeah, it takes
video
it
to
from
do it.
Twitch. It takes it from Twitch.
Okay, thanks,
I want to
man.
move something. And then we'll finally start playing this game, guys.
Maybe. We're just
Maybe.
gonna sit here and talk all day. Really, that's what we're gonna do.
Like a podcast. This feels like a podcast, like music. You know. Remember
Yeah,
that
we
last time we had a podcast? You know, I showed you that video, that Brazilian chase on the motorcycle, and then we went on like two to three tangents.
That was like a 5-hour talk, dude.
Hours.
I don't know how much you drank, but I know I had some.
You were drunk.
I wasn't drunk, but I was drinking. That's for sure.
Dude, I haven't had Mountain Dew in like not years, months.
I had Mountain Dew.
I
Mountain
switched
Dew
to
is-
green tea and Pepsi.
Yeah,
Yeah.
green tea and Pepsi. So green tea and Pepsi is now Mountain Dew.
Well, no, I wouldn't. It is not a replacement for Mountain Dew. Maybe one day I'll go back to Mountain Dew. I just won't do it as much. Green tea and Yo, you know what? You make a good point. Because green tea is green, even though it's not necessarily green. And then, yeah, maybe? Yeah? Okay, so the next thing I need to do is I need to, like, turn off low light compensation. Apply.
Do that.
Do the dat?
Green Pepsi tea.
Yeah, there's totally dats that we need to do. I always need. So glad I still need to turn off low light compensation, even though I click apply every time. Okay, now we got 60 freaking. Also, I got a new chair, so this might be more or less comfortable. I gotta scoot closer, and then I gotta bring this to me, because the part of my chair is like the bottom part, it's too long, so it pushes the shoebox back. So I need to get like the lid of the shoebox closer to me, because my arms don't reach that far, in order for me to use like two controllers. Pepsi. That should be a thing. What do you think, bleh. Verracitytrigger?
Pepsi.
Okay.
I'd like to see that actually.
How do I disable? Okay, do you see anything on your end?
See all the stuff.
You see all the stuff.
All the stuff.
Okay, we're gonna go into training real quick.
Training.
Yeah, we gotta make sure everything works.
You think I need training?
We gotta, I mean... No!
Is just
Okay, you're controlling
not
player
right.
1, even though you're player 3. How does this...
You're the one that wanted to do this. Now you move mine around.
You... Oh my god. Can you press X, or whatever X is on your controller?
Well, what's the top or the left button?
You never had a plane station. There we go. Okay,
I
can you...
press- Oh, you mean the PlayStation? Okay.
Plane... Yeah, that's what I
Now
just
you're
said.
mixing it all up on me.
Plane...
Alright.
I didn't mix anything up. That's the
Well-
way you say it. Plane station.
I have a Switch controller with an Xbox and a PlayStation layout.
Okay, so X equals A? Or does A equal X?
The bottom button says B, the right button says A, the top is X, and the left is Y. And then the bottom analog sticks are perfectly symmetrical.
If I ever do a tutorial for this sort of thing,
This
I gotta be all
controller
like
is a weird controller, but it's cool. It's called 8-bit.
8-bit though?
Yeah.
Is it that tiny? Is it tiny?
No, it's a decent sized controller, you know.
Or is it 8-bito?
Could be.
Okay.
Could be. Oh man, we don't have all this stuff set yet.
What do you mean? I beat this game.
No, but I didn't get all the stuff unlocked. Oh my
Because
god.
I'm hosting it. Oh, you're
jeez. Oh, that's
your
right.
special Wing Chun moves. Wait, but then
right.
that's why. See, that's why we're in training. That's not why we're in training.
I'd figure it out. I always do.
That's why we're in training. Back button still work.
Well, all these. Oh, my buttons are all weird, man.
They are?
Oh, there we go. There's a fight.
Okay. Because I know we changed them the last time because one of them wasn't working for Parsec. And you were, I think you were using an 8-bito controller.
Yeah, this one's a nice controller, but it's not really the best for fighting games.
Really? Are
Gotta
the
be
buttons
honest.
all funnily placed? See, this is why we needed to go back into training. Totally not because we're out of shape.
I can do this, but there's sometimes a delay where I don't see what's happening. It kind of pauses.
Okay, so... Oh, wait. Are you looking to pause?
No, it's just the screen kind of pauses for a second when I'm
okay.
playing. So it's like there's like a little glitch in the system.
So are the controls fine? Or do you want to go back to options?
I might want to change the options actually.
Okay.
It's got the punch on the left button and jump on the bottom. I'm used to the punch on the bottom and the jump on the right.
Like Genesis, Game Boy?
Yeah, like the old Sega.
That's right, you had a Sega... Oh, Genesis. Oh, damn it. How do I go back? Oh, there we go.
Back out to options.
Setup.
Keyboard, setup.
Wait, that's mine. You don't want to change mine. Wait, I'm changing yours.
You should change mine and then load it. So attack should be the bottom button X and special should be the left button
Uh-oh.
where.
There we go. I'll just do this like a normal person. So you want...
like a normal person.
So jump equals circle, attack equals
yeah.
X. What do you want special to be?
Special should be square.
Okay.
Triangle should be star.
Triangle. Oh, wait. Okay. I had to think about it for a sec.
Pickup. I like pickup for the L1.
Okay. Oh, wait. Your L1 is my X. Unless... Wait. Oh, no! Wait, how about we activate Legacy mode? Does that work? You want Legacy mode?
Jump is circle. Attack is...
And special, you want it to be square, right?
Well, the star move, I wouldn't get... Well, let's see.
But then star move, you have to press 2 buttons. Unless you want Legacy mode off and then... Oh, damn it.
You know, I could do pickup with R1. That'd be fine.
Okay. And then back attack, you okay with...
You could do L1, I guess.
But my L1
Or
is...
R2.
RTLE power. Okay. I need to tab out. Let me just tab out real quick. so I have to do a couple things behind the scenes. You are Xbox 360 controller. Left bumper is left bumper. Coca coffee? I feel like Coke
That
is
would-
coffee.
That would give me a heart attack. I don't think I'm gonna do anything like that.
Really?
No.
Is Coke really that bad for you, or is it the coffee?
I think it's coffee, really. I like some caffeine, but I can't. I gotta be careful. That's. Yeah.
Okay, so this is saved already, right? So what I want to do is... Hold up. This is... Left hand 3. That's right. I made 4 controller configurations so I could play as 4 different characters simultaneously. That's how much of a madman I am.
You are a nutty kind of player. You're a mad scientist when it comes to controllers, my friend.
4, left hand 3. So I need to switch back to 4, left hand 3. 4 being Streets of Rage 4.
But you know what? I totally understand because I used to do that when I played Final Fantasy.
Really?
Yeah, I have 2 to 3 different combo set controls for different key setups
Layout.
to do different macros. And I had it so intricate that I had to do it a certain way, otherwise I might sort of crash my character because just too much input I was putting in.
It just worked for your muscle memory?
Yeah, I had 14 different combo combinations on a controller. I didn't even use the keyboard. Yeah.
Alright, so you wanted pickup to be L2?
L1 if you can. I don't know
Okay.
if it's gonna let you, but
No, yeah, I just had to switch back to normal person controls. Okay, back attack. What do you want that as?
R1,
Okay.
and that'll do it.
Okay. Do you still want the other combinations on?
No. You can knock all that out.
Off? Like... Oh, wait. One of these has to be on.
Yeah, why do they do that? Star moves already. Yeah, that's
Oh,
good.
wait. These are optional. You don't have to, like... Wait, but then...
Those are extra ways to do it.
You don't want the extra ways?
No.
Okay. So we're gonna back out. And then we're gonna go back into training.
Sure.
Axel Stone.
I'm gonna select... Oh, wait. Did I just quit out?
You kicked me, bud.
Oh, no. Now I'm player 3!
Blaze Fielding.
Okay, you can still play as Sherry, though, right?
I'm no daddy's girl.
Yeah, but my controller is gonna be different.
Back
Yeah, it will be. Do they feel different?
Yeah, it's the same as it was before.
All right. You wanna? All right. Let's back out.
Do you
Exit.
have to kick me out, or do you
Back
have
into.
to-
I don't even know how to kick you out. Wait. Can you kick yourself out?
I could leave.
Okay.
Bring it on.
And then. Say you. Okay. That's me.
Axel Stone.
Oh,
Okay.
there we go.
Cherry Hunter.
All right. Try
I just
now.
leave then. Okay. Nope. Same control system.
So wait, my changes meant nothing? Oh wait, I could have gone to options there. I'm such an idiot. No, don't go to keyboard.
Oh yeah.
Wait, those are my controls.
I'm set on yours.
Why is this so complicated?
Oh, cause you. We got to get out of this all together and then come back and see.
Okay. Right, good point. And then
Retry.
let me switch back to my Madman control. Left. 4 left hand.
if
3.
if
There
we
we
got to
go.
do it your way, that'd be fine. I just got to figure out what the combos are.
It's the game. It's like it can't make up its mind on whether or not you're gonna be 3-player or 1-player.
Blaze fielding.
All right, go.
I'm no daddy's girl.
Nope.
No.
You have what you try out my. You probably have my control now.
Get out of here. I do. I'm tabbing out. I mean,
So what you'd have to do is you have to change your controller for whatever that one is to the one that I want, and then change the third one to what you want, and it'll be like, oh, we crossed the wires.
but
You know?
you're clearly.
You'd like to think that, but it's not true because technically speaking, I should be player number 2. So I'm either
Restore
going to
the
be considered
defaults.
player number 1 or player number 2, but because
It wants to make me 2 and 3, even though you're the third wheel.
because okay, just think about it like this. It's either 1 or 2 players, right?
Yeah, but in this
And-
case, we're 3-player.
And seeing how there's extra players added along, one player's always got to be in one solid controller. The same thing happens with Brigandine when I played. Other people try to play with me are like, oh, we can get all these extra controllers. No, you can't. When it's a one-player controller game, it will not allow another controller to hook up to it. So player one, I'm thinking should be a standalone no matter what. 2 might have an add-on for 3. The 3 might have an add-on for 4, but the other controllers adding on, they're sort of tag-alongs. They're not the main set controller. So there's got to be something in the coding that kind of works like that.
Yeah,
That's really all I can think
precisely.
of, you know? And
Okay, send an input
which one?
on your controller. Okay,
Oh, yeah, I'm set to 1.
change the controls from there.
Okay.
Why is this is the only game that just overcomplicates this? Like, it messes me up, right? Because I'm used to being both players 1 and 2, not 2 and 3. But then when I go back to this on my own, and like I gotta change this myself. I gotta remember to change this myself.
Okay. All right, I'm good. All right, I'm good. Oh, did you? I don't know if they have the update for this, but you can customize the survival mode, and you can make it to almost to the point that we could just go all the way to level 100 or more.
They updated survival mode.
With the Switch, I know they
Bring it
did.
on.
I don't know if they did it for. I don't know if they did it for this version. I know with Brigandine, they were like, "Oh, we're just updating the Brigandine mode for the Steam version, but we're not updating it for Switch."
Select your character real quick.
Which everybody was
Cherry
like,
Hunter.
"Why would you do that?"
They didn't update. Maybe it's coming late.
No, but I mean, it's the same game. It's just that if the thing is, the reason they did it is so that you'd have to buy the Steam version. So you have to buy the game again, which I had to buy the game again, and it's...
Yeah?
I don't want to say it's a waste of money, but it is kind of trying to, like, rip you off of money, like, oh, you gotta buy the game again. I have the game on Switch. No, you gotta buy it for the PC version.
You know what it is? They got one team that they gotta pay to get the job done. And so it might not have been ready at the time.
All they have to do is put the coding in for the game and do an update.
Yes. But sometimes you might have to change like a line of code or two before something works, and then you gotta make sure it works by testing it.
But they're making money off of it. Maybe they figured they weren't making much money and they wanted to try to garnish a little bit more money.
You mean like a
I don't
profitable
know.
problem?
Yeah, I feel like it was a way to get some extra money out of it, because the newer game that came out, I don't think it did that well because it's been on like discount sale. They had a few art pieces they put out last year, but this year for Christmas and holidays and stuff, they didn't really do anything. And I think it's just been in a discount.
That's totally a sign. Oh, damn, I can't use fucking markers because...
That's why.
No, I use markers to like... Okay, whatever. We can still play this game. It's just that I gotta get my laptop on. Just for a dedicated button. Because I can't do it on mobile. They didn't update it. You can kind of use... Actually, I can't even see chat, so I need chat to be on mobile. So I need... For the sake of having a third screen dedicated to having a button for, like...
Yeah, I can see the chat, though. If you want me to tell you what they're saying.
No, that's not the issue. The issue is I don't have access to a dedicated markers button. Unless I get it on screen, right? Wait, unless...
Oh.
No, but then I'd have to, like, tab out.
Yeah, I guess you'd have to do that. Well, didn't you do that last time? Can we take a break sometimes? You tabbed out.
On 83%. Am I still hearing me?
Kind of. Sort of lost in the background somewhere.
Alright, I had to unplug my mobile device. Got 83% on it.
Okay. Alright, well, while Blasticator's on break, I will entertain you with an interesting story.
Listen, I have like the most bootlegged PC setup ever. Okay?
Bootlegged PC setup.
Kind of.
You're a what now? You're drinking Tang?
Oh, I'm not drinking. Oh yeah, that's an old one.
I don't know why you drink Tang. That's disgusting. Are you an astronaut?
It's just very sour.
Sour? I would imagine. It's old.
Never,
This stuff hasn't been around since 1960?
unless they change like everybody changes. Company changes their. We gotta change your formula. We gotta change your flavor. We gotta keep them interested. We can't keep selling them the same thing over and over.
The Tang
They-
is
They decreased Sunkiss sugar, and then they increased it, and I think they're putting a little bit of caffeine in it now. Uh-oh. Did anyone hear me twice? There's no echoes.
I was checking my my phone here to see if we're still there, which we are.
Veracity, you scared me. You know how scary that is?
Just to hear yourself.
There only needs to be one blasticator.
You know the funniest thing, dude? You're afraid of hearing yourself again, even though you play two different controllers all the time. That, my friend, is a bit of a surreal hypocrisy.
Wait, what? No.
Yes.
What do you mean, surreal hypocrisy?
It's what it is. It's exactly what it is. Surreal hypocrisy. You play two different characters all the time, being one person. Imagine there's another person out there just like you playing two characters. Now there's 4 people in total.
What,
Who's
you
the
think I'm gonna have a
who's the
crisis
original?
now? Because
You're gonna have a before midlife crisis because of this. Yes. A double midlife crisis.
Hey, this is the blasticator. Hey, this is the blasticator. No, I'm the blasticator. Don't listen to him because I'm the blasticator.
Can the real blasticator please stand up?
Real talk, I was playing Helldivers and I accidentally hit a key on my keyboard and there were 3 blasticators and it was, oh my god, I was playing with this other dude, right? And he was like, too many blasticators. Okay, something's working. You want to do survival or what?
I want to check out, see if there's a custom mode for the survival. See if there's a way to change some stuff. I don't know. Maybe they updated it here.
Custom survival? I
Yeah,
think
just
it's been there for like a while though now, right? I just haven't like...
Let's just check out survival and see what you can do in there.
Okay.
Because I know with the Switch version you can actually set it up. Custom sim. Yes.
Okay.
Oh my god. Yes. Perks. Let's not do default. Oh, wait, let's see what the other options are here.
None?
No.
1?
Perks. Oh, crank it up.
3?
More.
Wait, it goes from 1 to 3. I can't
3,
I can't have
yes.
2?
Yeah, 3. Because it'll always give you 3 perks instead of 2.
Okay,
4,
so you want 3?
4.
Wait, 4?
Yeah, 4. Elemental perks, yes. Elemental stacking, yes. Apply perk to all players.
You want to do
Dude,
that?
we're going to... Yes. You'll get all the same stuff I do.
Okay.
Let's do the starting level. I don't mind that.
Okay.
We could do weekly seed if you want.
Level
I don't really
0.
care. Enemy scaling. You could, if we want to go along all night, we could turn this off.
They don't explain enemy scale. Okay, well,
Enemy scaling is they get harder as you go forward.
yeah, progressively. I get it.
You could turn it on or turn it off. It's up to you. Hazards, turn off the hazards.
You want to turn off the hazards?
Because I don't want to blow up and die randomly.
Oh yeah, this game has friendly fire, right?
I want... no. But I want a fair fight. I don't want to be dying because a random explosive barrel just blew up.
Is friendly fire still on?
No, it's never been on for this.
Okay.
Destroyables... Yeah, I believe that.
Destroy your balls.
Yeah, let's start. This is good. Dude, we're gonna go extremely far with this.
Okay.
The total cheese mode.
He's master. I'm still players 1 and 2, even though this game wants to act like I'm player 3.
Yeah, I think it's a control. Okay. Awesome. Oh my gosh. What do you want? Fire? Or do you want the ground level where you don't jump?
I mean, I want to be able to jump. So,
Okay, we'll do the fire attack. That's the best one.
Because weapons are like, you said something about the weapons, right? Like, they're like
Okay,
not
but-
worth it.
What I found out from playing a lot, from the way I play, electric is not that good to have.
Really?
No. Just fire. Fire and poison are the ones to do.
Fire and poison.
That's it. That's all you want. And if you get the attack up, just go for attack up. And also, one of the best ones to have is when you're at full hit point, you do more damage. And then you just stay at full hit point, and you pretty much just almost kill everything in like one try. There's food for you there. Glass cannon just sucks. It just sucks as you go forward. I don't know. What do you think? Toxic or points?
You said the poison was good, right? So
Yeah, this is the last attack combo, and what is it? To
poison on
charged
last attack.
Last attack combo or the charge attack.
And the other one's for weapons, right?
This is for weapons. This one's good if you're using the weapons. Points are really good though. I'll let you pick it though. But
We'll go with
how about we just alternate each board? You pick one, I pick one.
Okay, so you pick one, and then I pick one, and then I pick one, and then goes back to you pick one.
No. Just because you have two controllers doesn't mean you're two people. Unless you are two people, and you're just showing different camera angles there. And you've got it.
Yeah, it's you, me, and then you.
Are you a twin? And you got your other twin there. Is that what this has been the whole time?
All these ears. Imagine.
I could believe it.
Oh darn! How do I select?
I dated a twin before. You gotta hit the L1.
Oh no!
You have to hit the L1 button. Or whatever your pickup button is.
Oh, oh my god! I wasted a star.
Oh, that's hilarious.
You totally wasted.
That was cool. All right, I need some of that. Ooh, the power up is well. Okay, power up is kind of hard to find, but also special.
Damage up.
I think the damage up might be more.
Sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, go for that one there. This is mine. This is mine. That is mine. That's. You want something or what?
Verracitytrigger is all about. Oh, this is mine. This is all mine. Yeah.
This is mine. I did that to Raging Paul a lot. Every time we're playing a game, like, this is mine, that is mine. He's like, hey, I'm supposed to get something. No, not anymore.
Yeah, the turkey is mine. Who says it's over? Every day is
Cool.
Thanksgiving. You should be
I thought we
thankful
got
every
rid of
day.
Destructibles. I guess not.
Imagine just turkey every day. Oh no! That was my bad.
I thought they didn't take off the Destructibles though.
They don't
Surprised you
count as
didn't.
hazards.
They don't count as what?
They don't count as hazards. These apples.
Applicious.
I'm eating apples right now. In real life.
Well, you did it.
Yep.
Ooh. Okay, this is you. Can I get a second here? I need to
Okay.
charge up my.
Wait, but you said this is me, right? I can choose to just.
Just what? What happened there?
Did you pause?
Oh, my controller was charging.
Okay.
To charge up my headset. Where'd that go?
Your headset?
Yeah, I don't have to, but I might as well. It's asking to. So what do you want to get?
Okay, so we got speed up, electric special, survival instinct,
We got what?
survival instinct, electricity, and walk speed up 15%. And then there's like this golden boomerang.
Yeah, survival one is best.
Okay.
Unless you want to walk faster, which I never... Well, I don't have to, because...
Power walking speed. Oh wait, I think it's in my best interest to eat the apples anyway, because it ups the score, right?
Yeah, you're going to need to eat everything. Get all the...
Okay.
It gives you a little score.
Right, so we're ready?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You know, it's funny, this is the only way we can play 3 players like this, right?
That or Parsec.
Oh, I hate these guys.
Oh wait, I don't know how that happened.
This guy will just get out of the attack.
Escape artist?
If we can juggle him,
Like off the ground, like Tekken style?
if we juggle him while he's falling,
Damn it. Damn, I took a lot of damage.
oh boy, you guys need health. Ooh, the fire one. Yes.
The fire.
I might need a little health here.
Good thing there's a lot of apples here.
Oh, I need one more health.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Damn, there's a lot of boomerangs here.
Yeah, I'm gonna take one.
I thought you said the... Alright, fine, I'll take one. I'll take 2.
Yeah. Take
I'll
the
take
shiny
one also.
You take one too, man.
We'll be the Boomerang Brothers. We're gonna boomerang this game.
Yeah, you can.
It's a boom,
I just
boom.
threw the damn thing.
And you lost. I think I can catch it, right? I don't have to press
Yeah,
a button
you
to
can
catch
catch
it.
him in there.
Oh, yeah.
I can pick up yours and throw it too.
Oh, I have to press. I have to press the pickup button.
Yeah. It sucks as they kind of sort of go through you sometimes. Oh, didn't get me.
Oh, nice.
I threw it from where you threw it. You know, chuck it again. Dang it! I didn't get a double.
just take
Oh,
turns.
a buddy! A buddy! We all get a buddy, dude.
Oh, but
We all get a buddy.
Dude.
We all get a buddy. What is it all gonna be? Are we gonna say one or is it a different one? What do you think?
Oh, wait, we got a elemental star and then fire weapon. We got spawns random ally.
We all get a guy.
Dude, we got 3 buddies.
Oh man. You might need some money. I'm pretty high.
Yeah.
We all get a cut, dude. I don't know how we're gonna lose this. We're gonna be here all night, dude. Oh, this is awesome.
E. back you up with boomerangs.
We're gonna need it.
Oh, what? That boomerang lingered for like so long and then it exploded something.
I could blaze some food. This is just nuts. They'll never be able to make it. It's like pure domination mode here.
Yeah.
Alright, I think we'll get more fire. Get the cash, bro.
I just gotta do some money. Some math money here. Alright, is there anything else? Okay. We keeping the boomerangs?
They don't break. Take
They
them with
don't
you all the
break,
way.
really?
If they don't break.
They're unbreakable.
Do you know what the lifespan on the weapons are?
They break at some point, right? Like,
Yeah, if they're flashing, they're shiny, then they're new. If they
Okay.
don't flash, they're medium used, and if they're flashing red, then they're about to break.
okay, gotcha.
That's pretty much all you know. You have no idea what the actual hit points are, but that's all they tell you.
Damn, I missed that.
Oh my gosh, she takes abuse. Holy cow. Dang, dude. Oh, another buddy!
Really?
Let's get a better buddy. Yeah, it's on the
Re-
left.
Is it this one? Wait, I can't. That's a
Let-
boomerang.
Let me move out of the way, because your guys are like...
It is. Your ally is a stronger type. It's just gonna make it stronger.
Yeah.
Dude, we got gun buddies.
Oh my gosh.
We got freaking government agents on our side. DJ Kawashi.
He's just gonna shoot him every time.
We keep breaking his barrier thing.
He didn't even survive this. Another.
Dude!
But there's also the punch through heal. I don't know if you want that one.
We got Bloodthirst and then Toxic Bliss, Electricity. Dude. Let's
Up to you,
amplify the buddy.
Okay. There's only 4 we can get. Oh my gosh, this is like one of the best
Dude, we
ones to
got-
have.
Robotic buddies.
Oh, this is gonna be crazy. They pick up and telekinesis all that stuff on the board.
Dude, for sure.
Blaze needs some help.
I want to do like a buddy buddy run.
This is insane, dude.
Okay.
We will need the vampire mode at some point because
Vampire.
you know the hurt through heal one that we
Yeah.
skipped here, and it comes up pretty rarely.
What's the side work like? Okay,
But
that's
we will
pretty
need
quick.
that when we get past level 50 or 60 or something. I want to say I got to level 70 or close to 100 when I tried this.
Okay, this is pretty decent. You're gonna go with that?
Yeah, I like the bonsai tree.
So we just leveled up our buddies.
3 times, yeah.
We're building like a gang army.
It is a little small pocket army, yeah.
Dude, they're gonna do like orbital landing.
I know! And they're gonna telekinesis all this stuff eventually.
Dude, this place is Pipesville. This is littered with pipes.
There's no way he's gonna survive any of this stuff. That was insanely fast, we killed everything!
There's just so many pipes. Alright, so we got toxic special, electric heavy attacks, defense up. Wait, who's choosing this time?
I think it's you.
Toxic special, electric heavy attacks. You want to get like, oh wait, you want to go for
Electric-
offense or defense?
Electric I don't like as much, because it kind of stuns the enemy and they don't fly off the board if there's a big drop. But defense is good, offense is also good.
You said
on what
we
you want.
were gonna need vampirism at some point, right?
Yeah, that'll come later though, since the pickup was just a little bit earlier, so it's going to take a while for that to redo,
No,
you know.
this is just sharp weapon durability up 30%. Alright, we could get because we already have toxic, right? But this is
We have
toxic
that-
special.
Not the special one, but we do have the end attack.
Let's get defense up, right? And then we'll just take less damage.
Okay,
It'll increase our survivability.
alright. Grab all the cash and let's go. Surprised I'm so much higher with points than you are. Probably because most of the things at the beginning of the game were mine, so...
I'm like evenly distributing my control of like of both these. So take both of my scores and add them up together.
Oh yeah, because you're playing. Oh, I see. So then that means.
Yeah, my score is higher than yours. It's just divided into 2.
So that means I should take all this stuff.
What? No.
Yeah. Makes sense to me.
Hey, Vesper. Yes, I came back from the other dimension. I still gotta fix some of my scenes though. Vesper, the mode 7 scene, I gotta fix it. It's messed up. The clouds don't mode 7 like how they used to. All because I updated my OBS and then things stopped working.
Okay, so walk speed, special, fire special. We don't have a fire special. Let's do this one here.
Do we? Okay. So that's this fire, right? This special.
The basic special, yeah.
Okay.
Or the forward special or jump forward special.
This apple. Let's grab one of these things. Oh, wait, is this a spear? It is a spear.
That's a
Okay.
glaive.
Glaive spear. Yeah, you're right, glaive. Or halberd. Alright, we all go?
Yep.
So Vesper, I gotta replace it, or like, I have to recreate the effect for the clouds to do the mode 7 thing again. I didn't even show the scene. Damn, everything's all slippery here. Joker wannabes. Got 63 hits, 70. 80. Oh no!
Oh, that's my place. Holy cow. I figured I'd go with old Rusty.
There's no turkeys here?
Just a bunch of apples. You're gonna need
Turkeys.
at least
Okay.
one.
Dang, you were off screen for like... They must have updated it. Remember when that would like teleport you?
Kind of. Let's go on Vesper.
Yeah.
What do you want? Do you want damage up when you're low, or do you want extra fire forward? Or do you want to do an extra jump? There's a double jump option.
Last hurrah. Airmaster. Wait, last hurrah works when we're below 50%. We'll get that
Yeah.
plus 15.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These ones are good when you're low.
Fire blitz. Don't we have fire? Oh no, wait, we don't have fire blitz. We have a different blitz, like. Okay. We'll get the last hurrah,
Okay.
and then
Do you know you can glitch behind it like that?
let's the. Oh, dude, we got 2 glaives.
Yeah.
So you can wait.
Do you want one?
Wait,
I can
how
give
do
you
do-
mine if you want.
So wait, I could have like two glaives, or
Yeah, I don't mind.
yeah, I
take
could
mine.
be. Oh wait, that's a pipe. I could be glaive master. I'm dual wielding
Glaive
glaives.
Master Cater. Glaive Cater.
Glaive cater. That doesn't. That's too cumbersome. The
Glaive
glaive cater. That doesn't even make any sense.
Nope, not really. Well, let's do it anyway. Hey, Vesper.
Glaive Master.
Uh-oh. It's so intense that I'm glitching out.
Oh no, this is gonna be confusing.
Where am I?
It's confusing. The only difference is the color. That and like the sprite model. But like a lot of characters are like neon holographic. Dude, we're almost done with this boss. Like,
Oh man, I was gonna try throwing everything at her. There was all this just giant amount of inventory.
dude, she was about to be down in like a couple hits.
I know.
Got like the most
Let's
OP
see.
team right now.
Special
No turkeys. I usually
health reduce.
prioritize turkeys.
Wait, do I need health? I think I do. I need one more health.
Dude, I need health. Did you pick one?
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do the costless.
Okay.
I like to do a couple of those, because then you barely use your health at all. But there are definitely better options out there.
Okay. So you ready?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Touchdown.
Level 13, going on 50.
This is 50
You won't
already?
believe how high we'll go with this, man. I think I got up to level 70 playing it like this. But now with
70.
like 2 extra guys too.
70 floors.
Chuck, 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 chuck. No, I didn't even see him spawn a knife. He just appeared with it.
This cop is holding a glaive. Wow, I thought I'd never see... the day. Shaolin cop.
Wow, that literally came out of nowhere. I did not.
It's like so many pipes to throw.
Trying to throw him to get rid of it. No! Blaze, get an apple. Dude, just chucking this stuff everywhere. It's just this massive litter of stuff. Holy cow. Well, what do you want to do, man?
Okay, so we got Toxic Blitz.
That could be
Toxic
a new
Special.
one. Crank up the attack.
Oh, dude, we can bring up our 10% to 20%.
It's not a bad call.
Oh, the electricity propagates 10% damage
Yeah,
to nearby.
it does.
Yeah, that's what it does.
It does a little damage, but it's not as much as fire or poison does. Then it slows you down to... Well, it slows them from moving in the air, so they don't fly as far and they don't bounce off each other as much.
Okay, so
You can have it if you want. I just never pick electric anymore. Electric
Alright.
works in a lot of games. This one,
it works in during it seems to be good at like when you're facing up with groups.
Well, it's your call, man. You pick whatever one you want.
Wait, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna like BRB, get some like something to drink.
Okay.
I'm gonna come back with some tea.
You're gonna come back with the tea.
Yeah, with the tea. Tea. Oh wait, I know. I should put on the BRB scene. That still works. Oh no! Forget the BRB. Oh my God, it's ugly. No, no, no. Not today. Veracity. Entertain these guys.
Why? Why do I have to entertain people? Do you think I'm an entertainer or something like that? I can't believe you. I cannot believe you brought me along just to entertain people the whole time. Cannot believe that. You know, Blasticator, next time you come on my channel, I'm gonna do the same thing to you. Just ever so more intensely. And maybe a little nice, but not as nice. But kind of nice. I don't know. We'll see about that. Well, I don't do juggling like Blasticator does, so I can't perform in that sense. What I can do is I can tell you stories. Tell you a story about a potato that grew up and it became a radish. It's a really weird story. I don't know. I don't know if I want to tell you that story. It's just... I don't think you'd get it. I don't think you'd get it. I don't think you'd understand. Yeah, I don't really have any stories to tell you, honestly. Just don't. Oh, man. So, yeah. We're going to do this tonight. I don't know how long we're going to go for, because with this custom mode, the way it is, you can pretty much go all night. The last time I played it, I kind of wanted to die at like level 50 or something, but I think I got to 70, and at that point, you literally just start fighting red enemies the whole time. And the red crystal enemies, they're so fast. It'll end your stream ridiculously quickly. You just can't survive after a certain amount of time. I don't know how people did it. I think maybe people did it. They got to the 100 at the beginning, before there were any updates, because every time they do an update, things do change. And the only way to do it to get past 100 initially was just Shiva. You have to play Shiva single-handed, and Shiva can get through everything pretty much. He's kind of he's sort of a cheat character for this. He's not the best with every boss. He's kind of a crowd control character. And, you know, there are different characters. I'm trying to play Rue, but the thing is, like, what I want to try to figure out for this game is, like, which characters are the best for what? What I know is that Shiva is the best for something like this. Crowd control. You can do fairly well on some bosses. I think the original Shiva can do a little better for a boss fight than the newer Shiva because of the moves and how the moves work out. And I know you can customize moves and everything, but Shiva's a crowd control guy. He's for this. Some other characters, like Max, is also a crowd control guy. He's slower, but he is. Rue can kind of do it, but I think Rue's more for bosses, single-handed fights. He seems to do pretty well in that, and I think that's why he was kind of hard to play against when you played Streets of Rage 3. I think that's why he was pretty hard to fight, because you could, well, also, yeah, the trainer, yeah, it was kind of single-handed, but yeah, I'm trying to figure out, like, what would be the best combo to do if you were to play two-player for this. To play either the story mode or the simulation mode. But personally, I think that if you were going to play one or the other, I think you'd have to come down to somewhat of a balance. One person would have to be crowd control, one person would have to be a single fighter. And I think that's why it kind of works when I play with my friend Raging Paul. He plays Max and I play Axel. Axel can kind of do... Well, he's kind of in between, but... yeah, I'm just trying to figure out who's better for single-handed fighting. I think Axel's kind of geared towards that. I want to say, well, yeah, Skate kind of is too. I don't know. The thing I've been trying to figure out is like, what is the best combination for this game? And I keep trying different combos, but I don't really know what the best one is. But it just feels like if I'm playing with somebody that likes crowd control, like Blasticator played Shiva a lot before, and he crowd controls. But if I play a character that focuses more like Rue, it seems to work really, really well. Because the one person's taking up somebody else's sort of lack, you know? So that's what I've been trying to figure out. This game in particular. And that's really something and I've played this game a lot. I really do like this game in particular. I've liked Streets of Rage 2 a lot. I played the third one a few times. I never really had it. My friend had it. And that was fun, but it just never felt as fun as 2. And then when they brought out 4 to add on to it to actually play as a 2 character, or even 1, if you like 1, which the first one's kind of fun. Although the bosses are a little cheap. But 1 is so old that you can have fun with it because of nostalgia, but there's not a lot of combos you can do. I mean, I know there's not a lot of combos in this one because it's a beat 'em up game, but the first one combos is literally just the same button over and over again 3 times, and then you switch it up. You can't do a lot of other stuff. They did add in some new stuff here, which makes it a little better, but 2 had the best moves. Streets of Rage 2 had the best story, and probably the best art. I think 3, it looks better in some ways, but it's just not as fun as 2. And 4 is kind of an improvement from 2, but 4 is a newer version of the game. I really can't compare 2 to 4 because it's kind of going forward in a timeline. I mean, it is going forward in a timeline, but it's so many years later now that I think they just kind of took a lot of the elements from the other games and put it into it, but also kind of changed. So I don't know. They kind of amalgamated 2 into 4. That's why when you see the first set of scenes, when you see okay, so if I had to pick between 2 and 4, it's kind of hard because the 4 is a little different, but they amalgamated different scenes from the other ones into 4. The very first fight scene in the street is the fight scene from Streets of Rage 2. So when you're walking to the right, and then you come down, and then you go to the right, and the car blows up there, it's the exact same scene from Streets of Rage 2. It's no different. It's just a newer look to it. It's the exact same thing. The car drives up into the wall and cracks and blows up. And you got to be careful. You got to get out of the way. The Donovan's coming out of the sewers. Same thing. All the same scene from Streets of Rage 2 is the exact same thing in Streets of Rage 4. And there's no difference. So 4 isn't so like they kind of have a nice twist on the story, you know, to not make it exactly like that. It's kind of like coming back to the origins of what Streets of Rage 2 is, but now that Mr. X is dead, now you got to fight Mr. Y or Miss, you know, the Y twins. And that's kind of cool. But I'd still have to say, if I were to play, if I had to choose one, I would pick Streets of Rage 2 all the time.
Really?
Yeah. Every time. Although, this one has way more stuff to it.
I think Streets of Rage 2 has better music than 3. I don't hate 3. Is that 3's music was a little bit wild. Like...
Yeah, they were trying to do a lot of stuff with 3. And it was a time, it was that time that they were trying to, everybody was in a Ninja Gaiden mode, and
Ninja Gaiden.
Gaiden mode, I don't know what to say, but they were in that kind of mode that they were just, they wanted this wild and crazy
Oh yeah,
stuff.
is Veracity too loud? I can never... Wait, keep talking.
Yeah, but yeah, I'd have to pick 2 over the other ones because they did pseudo copy some of 2 into 4, and they kind of brought back some stuff. They tried to be a little nostalgic, you know.
2
but I guess
into
just
4.
Well, like,
oh, you mean like from 2 into... Yeah, they sort of did.
Yeah, because the very first board is Streets of Rage 2. Everything in it's the same.
3 has inputs and combinations that you didn't execute in 2 or 1. And we don't even have them in 4. Like, remember those special moves that you did before, like, even getting the upgrades for them? You could just press the special button and then execute the directional combination.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 3
That's
got
how
a
I
little
beat
strange
Shiva.
with some stuff. Like, I think, was it forward?
It was more than just forward.
Punch? Was it like 3 forwards to do a special?
It was like 2 quarter, not 2 quarter, like, yeah, 2 quarter circles combined to make a longer, like, curve. So it's a half circle turn. You press special, then half circle turn, and then you get like Blaze's like backflip into slide special before without like getting the upgrades for it. So if you manually executed it, you would be able to like execute that special move without getting the stars for it.
Yeah, that was kind of hard to do. I think it was from my friend's controller. It was just bad.
I think it was on the Genesis controller.
Yeah, because I had to press like forward to do the grab the power move from Axel or Grasshopper, or Bare Knuckle, whatever it's called.
I'm gonna set up another break timer, or rather, yeah, because I want to take another break after the next hour.
Okay.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, but like I'd have to choose 2 because it's probably because of nostalgia. But
Yeah, I guess that's fair. I mean,
you know,
you're
I
indoctrinated.
I understand like the 4th one is like, hey, we're coming back to the streets, you know, so we got to go back to the same route again, you know. They didn't necessarily have to do the exact same walkthrough scene. It could have been like one way or another. you could have like gotten two different directions to get to the same point. Like, oh, we're gonna go through the streets, the original, or like, are we gonna go? They could have done like a retro thing, you know. Instead of like opening the arcade to do just one retro boss fight, they could have done like.
But this is a retro thing.
No, I'm just saying, like they could have done some other street or some other thing, like a rooftop patio or something like that, or we go through the streets to get there. You know, going through the original game being like an extra mode.
I gotta reconnect my controllers because they went off. And then okay. Hopefully I don't have to plug them in. So the thing to note though is that when these games came out, they weren't even retro at the time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Things sort of become retro after like a couple years when you haven't visited, and then you feel the nostalgia. Because it's like, oh snap, I remember when I used to do this thing, or I used to play this.
Yeah.
Wait, why am I Sherry?
Hold on. Uh-oh.
Why are you Blaze?
Oh, my controller timed out.
Your controller timed out also?
Yep. Oh, man.
Wait, I can fix this. There's a fix for this.
Can you now?
Yeah. Oh, wait. Okay.
we good? Are we gonna have different controllers now?
Just reorder the controllers. Get you back up to...
Yeah, I'm just saying. I still like 2 better, but this one is pretty amazing with all the extra stuff they put into it. It's honestly a really good game.
Okay, stop reordering.
I honestly don't know if they're gonna even make a 5. They put too much stuff into this. I don't know if they're gonna.
Did you see the trailer?
Did they make a trailer? Are they gonna make a 5?
All right, try and... Oh no, I'm still...
I'm Axel.
Okay, I gotta reorder it again. Thought I had this right. Okay, so... Reorder... Get you... Okay, try now.
All right.
Are your controls still the same?
Yep.
Okay. So now we can continue. Oh, the glaives. I can continue to be glaive master. Oh wait, but I gotta choose a power up, right? Is that where we left off?
Yep. Yep. You get to choose that one, I think.
Okay, so we're gonna go with... Damn, I did not think about this at all. And I was out grabbing some... some tea. Oh yeah, I gotta show the green tea. Even though I don't have... I mean, I have cameras for a reason, but... I gotta be careful not to spill this. Don't spill the green tea. I gotta do that. Oh no, I can't. You can't read it. I need to do the upside down thing. But if I do, the tea's gonna leak into whatever. It's extra
You're gonna
sweet.
drop the tea on your pants.
Yeah, cause my, not even. Oh my god, it is.
You know, that'd be hilarious if you spill the tea on your crotch.
It's green tea.
Because you'd have two different video pictures of you doing it.
It's pure leaf, extra sweet green tea with like almost as much caffeine as Mountain Dew,
Oh yeah, I like that stuff.
and almost as much sugar as Mountain Dew.
Yeah, that stuff's pretty good.
It might as well be the healthier alternative to Mountain Dew.
You picked the right one, man. That's what I get.
Okay, so
I get that.
Slave Master. We got Electric Special. Let's get, because 10 to 20%, that's a good deal right there.
Yeah. Dude, how many bars do you think are there?
How many bars? Like steel pipes? You know what? Not once have I ever used this. It drops my weapon though. Oh no,
20
now I'm in
there's-
green health because I did that. I'm such an idiot.
Oh no, you just gotta punch something. That's all you gotta do.
All right, so we good?
If you punch a box, it will heal up your health too. So just find a bunch of boxes and have them punch all the boxes.
Okay.
There are about 27 to 28 bars there.
28 bars. Wow, you counted them all.
Probably most of them.
We just push them into the pit. Oh wait, can you?
Try to. See if that happens.
I'm too far from the camera. But then you can't see yourself. Oh, that's a hazard.
He's gone.
You want to just stick to the middle?
Oh gee, I need help. Well, we gotta stick to one side or the other. If
Yeah,
we're
but
in the middle,
sometimes
one
they
of us will
spawn
start
on
sliding.
like the other side. So like
Well,
that doesn't
let's stick to
necessarily
the-
help for long.
Let's stick to the right or the left, whatever side you want to be on.
Did you grab the turkey?
I was hungry. I needed something.
Okay, that's
toxic.
fine. Let me just feed Blaze an apple.
Yeah, I need a lot of health. I think we'll get this one here. I don't think we even have the electric slide yet.
The electric slide. You want that grenade? More money.
Money,
More-
money, money!
Wait, dude, you have like 17,000.
Hey, you said that you have more points than I do. So, therefore, I need more points.
Oh no! I was just joking.
Oh, watch out! The Galsas will do a flying elbow on you.
The
They'll
Galcios.
come at an angle. They'll do a flying elbow hit on you.
I wonder if that was like a translation error. Because whose name is
Gal's
actually
supposed to be?
Galcia? Dude, I can barely see the ninja because there's so many like holographic buddies. They just blend in with the holographic buddies, and it's like,
Yeah, I know that gets a little hard, you know. Chuck. Oh man. All right, whatever you think, man.
Let me grab this apple real quick.
Blaze needs an apple.
Is there another one? And there's like littered of landfill of.
I
Okay.
don't know. No.
All right, we got electric heavy attacks, and then this one right here is like a little
Score earned plus 40. That's a good one.
40%. I finally got like 1 star with Axel.
Yeah, because you wasted the other one.
I know. And then we could get 15% walking speed or electric attacks. Electric heavy attacks. Do you want to walk faster or?
I really never notice it because she's the fastest runner.
Yeah, I know. Axel
Walker.
was a little bit slow, but they increased his walk speed in a patch. And that's
I
just
don't know why they
golden pipe.
should though. I think you should walk kind of a normal speed.
Well, what's normal speed?
Whatever's in between the fastest and the slowest. That would be the normal.
But that could be like up to like anyone's standard of like.
Yeah, I hear you. But I did some tests though. The old Max, I think he walks a little faster than the new one. Both Maxes don't walk as fast as the new. What's that other guy? The other bigger guy.
Lloyd?
Lloyd. Lloyd walks a little bit faster than Max does.
We'll get the
Skate.
stars.
Skate and Cherry both kind of go about the same pace.
Skate and Cherry. Oh yeah, they're like similar.
Yeah, they're kind of the same actually. It just, you know.
There's that katana. This freaking 16-bit katana. All right, ready?
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. I like it though. I like the 16-bit, but it for me watching it here, it's a little. If it's glitchy, it's a little too blocky.
It's because they upscaled for like the 1080p like resolution and whatnot. Oh, speak of the devil. Freaking big guy. That's just like the consequences of like when you try to get something like that's designed for like a smaller resolution onto a larger resolution, you're gonna get like some blocky edges, right? Because the pixels are being like scaled up.
Easy.
They're sort of. Oh, this is a. Were there 2 of them? So, yeah, it just gets like stretched out or scaled up. You can. It's like, you know, you're able to see what we couldn't notice before.
Damn, dude.
This guy, he's just throwing it and catching it. What's up with
We
this guy?
glitched him out, dude. We glitched him out.
Oh my god.
He's stuck in a corner and he's trying to pick it up.
He's still trying. He's in like a programming paradox or some mess.
I know. He's like, wait, do I want this one? Do I want that one? I don't know which one I want. Just pick one,
This guy's
dude.
like trying so hard to like, I guess, throw it or whatnot, and he's like, it's too repeated. I don't know if he's throwing it and catching it like really fast. Actually, that used to happen to me. I couldn't throw like anything because for whatever reason my character was like catching it so quick. I don't know if that was because of like the controller or a glitchy thing.
That's a glitch right there.
Oh, 2 turkeys. Sweet. 2
Sweet potato
turkeys.
pie.
Okay, is there any more money? No more money. Damn,
I
there's
think
a
he took it
bunch
all.
of pipes. Everywhere we go, there's just more pipes.
We need to get another buddy because this might glitch the game.
What? No, I think... Okay. Oh, wait, are you choosing, or...
I think you do this one.
You sure?
Or maybe it's mine. Yeah. Always defense.
Okay.
Oh, we only get... Wait, how much defense do we have?
There's more money.
2.
right
So we
here.
only got 2 more to go. So...
There's a
once you get-
maximum amount.
Yeah, once you get 4, if you get the 5th one, it doesn't count. Or else, if it does count, it doesn't say it counts.
So it stacks up to like 40%? 50?
Yeah. I think it's just 40. The basic defenses, I think they only go to 40. And then the only good thing is the last hurrah. That'll go up beyond 50, I think. So attack and defense.
Because it's like 15% for each one, right? No, we can't stop him. He's just perpetual. He's in that perpetual paradox.
Is he gonna come with us?
There's only one way to find out.
All right. Threat level rising.
Okay, he's fixed. He still has the pipe.
They just start with pipes, dude.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. They're pipe masters. No.
He'll just go right through you. You gotta.
That poisonous corner.
Dude, you can get the great sword if you want. Smoke them all.
Become a Highlander. Dude, this thing's like a surfboard. It's hard to like precisely pick up like.
You know how to juggle the throws?
There's just so much, like so many pipes. Oh no!
Dude, they're levitating this stuff. Oh wait, no, that's the enemy. Never mind.
Just
What if
more
it
ammo.
Oh, I need some health. You need some health too.
I always wait for the last possible minute.
He's picking up everything I'm throwing, but he can't do anything with it. Oh crap. Don't let any of that stuff hit you. Placing some health. Get Blaze some health.
I got that.
There's health on the top.
Oh, these guys are blocking. Okay. Okay, there we go.
Nice.
That snake is still here, and all the other pipes that like keep.
We need a new buddy to get all this crap off the screen.
Oh, what happened to our buddies?
They all died.
They fell in battle.
Yeah,
They made
did.
the sacrifice so that we could continue.
Sacrificial buddy.
Okay, so
Oops. I did not mean to do that.
now I need to. You and your snake, eel.
This is so awesome, man. I love the freaking snake. It shoots through the air and does a little electric, and
That thing is your buddy for life.
it is.
I guess that's the run. That's the end of our like buddy run.
No, they'll come back.
Oh yo, you think we should get toxic weapon?
You can. If you want
Since,
to throw
like-
it, it'll poison the hell out of everybody.
Because these
Toxic
pipes
weapons.
just keep coming like everywhere we go.
We're gonna have so much inventory on the screen, you won't know what to do with it when we get to past level 40.
It's gonna overload the game's limit of items on screen.
If you want a toxic weapon, go for it. You know, that'll kill him fast too, because I'll just keep throwing stuff. I like to throw stuff because if we get those guys on the screen, that's why they all died. He'll levitate everything on a screen that's near him, which you can only levitate, I think, 5 or 6 weapons. But if there's 2 or 3 of them, everything on the screen is going to be levitated, and we're just going to get hurt. Survival's great. The forward's great. Toxics could be pretty good too. The extra sharpening durability of the weapon, when you get end game, you don't even have to worry about that. There'll be too many things on screen for you to even care about sharpened weapon.
Yeah, you mentioned it because like if a pipe breaks, you just pick up another one.
Pretty much.
Like, all right, so we'll get toxic weapon.
Okay.
And then grab this boomerang. Or anything else? Oh no, wait. I should switch with. There we go. Axel, he takes like a bit to like get the boomerang out and flying. So
yeah, Axel's not that great.
Yeah, Blaze throws it faster.
Blaze, if you have the little dagger or the scythe, she can actually use that as a real weapon. Like, she's the only one.
What do you mean as a real weapon?
Well, like, she can fling it around and use it like she's trying to fight somebody with it, instead of just stabbing all the time.
Oops. Okay. Dude, I could be zone commander with this boomerang. Oh, I got a freaking trident! But she swings it awkwardly.
He's good with that too. You want her with the trident. That's one of her. That is her only good long range weapon, I think. Well, maybe the glaive, but I want to say the trident is kind of that.
It's because she's got like that reverse grip. Like she's trying to be like a Jedi or some.
Yeah, pretty much.
Our buddies came back.
I just kept throwing this stuff. I don't know why it fascinates me so much. It just does. Like, you give me like a million things to throw at you, I'm gonna do it. It's your own detriment. Go, Axel, grab an apple. Apple.
Oh, fuck. I'm like not even looking at like the top of the screen. I might be too close.
Oh, jeez.
Pipe finish.
I
Poison
need
pipe
one
finish.
apple, and you need one. And I get to pick.
Oh, darn.
Okay.
The apple's right by the item. Like these power-ups.
I'm gonna get the special move here, so then we don't lose a whole bunch of health.
And then we'll get.
I'm like 10,000 ahead. You need the cash for your guys. I'm
Okay,
fine.
so we got. I'm just doing some math here. Boomerang Chan. And then. Wait, is that a cane? What is this?
See if there's health over here.
Oh my god. Okay, so if I press pick up like really quick, he throws it.
Yeah, look at this. Press forward and throw real fast. You can juggle and throw. That's what I've been doing the whole time.
If I hold attack and then press pick up, he'll throw it. So if I otherwise he'll just drop it.
If you had Shiva, it's the easiest because Shiva, he'll just kick it.
Yeah.
Pick it up and he'll just kick it away, so you can keep
Automatic
pressing
kick.
And I don't think the old one does, but the new one does kick it away.
Turkey.
Oh shit, I need some help.
You're gonna grab a turkey? Oh, dude,
Oh,
the
I'm
turkey.
dead. Well,
I gotta avenge Verracitytrigger.
I can't believe I died. I don't think I was paying attention.
This is like the most chaos, like...
It is. It's beautiful to watch.
Oh yeah, you love this chaos?
Yeah. There's a certain kind of art that's in war.
You love RTS games, right?
Yeah, I do some.
Dude, if you want...
He's juggling over in a corner again.
Oh yeah, that's right. I hear it.
Can you bring me back?
Oh
wait,
yeah,
he's-
that's right. I gotta revive Verracitytrigger like Dragon Ball Z. Okay, I guess the
Yay.
turkey is mine, since you're already full. You're already at full's health. Alright,
You gotta decide. Cash flow.
there's a mace! There's a freaking mace.
Somebody's juggling something.
Unless it's
You
just
really
like
need a
constantly
buddy.
flipping. It's an item and it's constantly flipping, but we can't see it because it's out of like the frame.
I guess it's on the left side?
You hear it louder from here?
I think so.
It's not reachable. It might have spawned awkwardly in like a weird way.
Yeah.
This is... Oh, dude, I could have 2 maces. I could be Mace Master. Mace Master.
The Master Mason?
Yeah.
Is that what you're gonna be?
I'll just mace around. Oh wait, but then I'd have to let go of the boomerang. Because I like to zone with the boomerang. You know? Otherwise, it's just me doing this all the time, right? Double macing it, boom, 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 boom.
Yep.
I guess I gotta say goodbye to the boomerang Chan.
I think technically that's a morning star.
Mm-hmm. For sure. But like,
But it is in a classification.
did they call them morning stars in like medieval Europe?
Yep.
Oh, really? I thought it was a Chinese thing.
It's just because it looks like the sun.
Oh wait, Chinese called it a star or something, right? Morning star or morning...
I never understand how they go for their special move, like a star move, but they don't actually do anything. You know what
Wow,
I'm saying?
one of the Y twins takes a lot of hits while laughing. He's like the freaking Joker.
I know, it's weird fighting this guy.
He's got like not iframes, but like super armor for days. We'll just laugh it up. Shoujo. Uh-oh. I remember that move.
No, you didn't get me.
I think I'm more or less familiar with her pattern. Yes! Punch finish.
Okay, it's my turn or your turn?
Yikes. Chat, who was the last person to fit? Imagine. If you want, we could flip for it. There's Air Master. I had 2 of these, and I made like 3 jumps.
I
was
think
so-
I picked the last one actually.
So 30%
Give me the
delta.
electric eels, man.
40% becomes 70%.
The stars one is amazing, actually. That one goes up probably the most.
That's a huge jump.
I know.
Like,
And then we're only at what, 2?
oh wait, but it's not 80 though. So it's
No, it'll go over 100 eventually, I think.
really.
Yeah.
Master, and then we'll just have like so much ammo for stars.
Pretty much.
Okay, we'll get this the star ones, right? And then we'll pick up I need apples.
Alright.
Oh wait. Oh no wait, that was you. Okay, never mind.
I need the other apple though.
Alright. Okay.
Alright, now we're good. This electric eel's been with me for a while. Holy cow.
It's your lifelong buddy.
It is.
It's like what do they call it? A life dep or something that Chewbacca's have?
Chewbacca's what?
He's a Wookiee. So the Wookiees have this thing where if they are indebted to you, they commit themselves to you for like the rest of their lives. And it's the reason
Really?
why it's the reason why Chewbacca stayed with Han Solo for so long.
Really?
Yes, it's because he had a life debt with him. I couldn't tell you why. But once they commit, they are fully committed. I used to play Knights of the Old Republic, right? And there was a Wookiee character. I believe I saved him, and then after that he decided to commit his life to being as like my companion. And so they explain in the game that when Wookiees do that, they commit, like, you know, they full on commit to you as like, you know, for life, like as your ride or die partner, to put it simply, for lack of a better term. Yeah, are you like
Yeah, I had
versed
no
in Star
idea.
Wars, or are you a Star Wars fan?
I've watched them. I haven't really been a huge... I've only liked some space things, and I think the movies were decent.
You're not a sci-fi kind of guy?
No, I've liked Firefly is one of my favorites, and a few others, but I'm more into kind of a rustic kind of sci-fi. You know, something like Borderlands. Everybody told me I'd like. I probably would. You know?
Okay, there's something I need to do. I don't know if it'll work though. Are you live?
What?
Are you live? Oh, it does work. So all I gotta do is just... I spell it right. There you are. I should have done that like from the beginning of... Okay.
Then what?
No, put your name on my stream channel thing,
Oh, okay.
because that's been a thing. Actually, I need to change mine on the other side, right? I don't know if it'll work with...
Do you export some of the videos?
I used to, but now I don't do that so much anymore, right? What I do export are maybe the highlights.
Oh, okay.
Why?
Well, I'm just saying, if you got any highlights you think are good, let me know.
For this stream?
Yeah, yeah.
I'll
I'm-
check back, because I put markers for a reason, right? So that later on I can like it makes it easier to find stuff.
Mhm.
Right? And then I don't have to like skimming through like 2 hours. It makes my job so much easier. because when you have like 6 hours of footage and you're trying to like narrow it down to like just the specific parts, right? It's like almost an all-day thing, right? Not quite, but you get what I mean. And so markers make it faster to like find the stuff that you're looking for. Or what's even better is writing down notes with those markers.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because I put together a huge 10-minute video of different multiplayer things. You're in one of them.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, I think it was something you were doing, and I was just commentating, but I just put in a video. It's just for like I don't know, an in-between thing. But I'm trying to put together a few videos, one for just, you know, mostly me, and then one for like multiplayer.
Damn, it's a good thing I have 64 gigabytes of RAM.
64 of RAM?
Yeah.
How'd you get that?
I installed it.
I didn't know they had 64 of RAM.
Yeah, you could. I mean, you get 4. You do the math. You know, 16 by 16 by 16 by 16.
Oh,
and then you get
mine's
but don't buy 16, right? That's not what you wanted.
Actually probably 10 years old, so I think I could only get up to 32.
Mine's like 5 years old at this point. So even 32 is like pretty decent, actually. 32 gigabytes of RAM.
Yeah, it works out pretty good. What I figured out is I just have to play with some res.
Res?
Yeah. Because I just, you know, some people, they have 2 different monitors, one for the game and one for other
resolution.
stuff. Yeah. So I just have a 60-inch, and I just put different windows up. But I've noticed if I have too many big windows, it does mess with the hard drive.
Too many windows and messes up with the hard drive?
Like, if the windows are really big.
Wait, you're on Windows 10, right?
No, not Windows. The program, the windows, the size of the windows on the screen itself.
It messes with your computer if it's too big?
Yeah. Depending upon how much res it has to put out, depends on how hard it has to push the system.
Your monitor's resolution should be a constant.
I don't know. I lowered the res. Well, not the res, but I guess the res, yeah, is the size of it. And the thing's not overheating.
Okay. What resolution was it on before?
Well, it was close to full screen.
Well, what's full screen?
I don't know. It's like 3,000 or 4,000 by.
Oh wait, do you mean the resolution of whatever you're running on the computer, like the software resolution?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because the higher the resolution, the more work the GPU has to do.
Yeah.
I don't go higher than 1080 because I don't need 4K. Even though 4K is like, oh wow, so much clearer. Like 1080p is like good enough for me. I don't need to do 4K.
Well, plus is too. I don't know if Twitch can really truly give you 4K unless you.
4K streaming.
I guess you can, but
I don't think so.
I don't know if they really can. I think you can only really do 4K if you're making an uploaded video for YouTube.
Or I've seen 4K on like YouTube, but on Twitch, I don't think they it's not there yet. I think they're working on it.
I don't think they can really. Honestly, they might
because I
get there,
heard talk about.
I think it's just going to be for the high-end streamers that have like a ton of people, because that is a lot of information
In the beginning,
process,
maybe.
you know,
Before it eventually becomes more available to like more people.
Well, they're going to have to buy like 1 million servers to do.
No,
that.
not 1 million. Maybe
Probably. I mean,
maybe upgrade what they already have.
sure,
know.
but you know, then they're going to have to just change all that out because, you know, it's like old parts and stuff.
You want to continue?
Yeah. Are you getting tired?
No. Actually, what I was gonna say is, but the threat level is rising, so I'm not gonna say it. I mean, I'll wait till after. Oh yeah, have you thought about... I might as well just tell you. Have you thought about Helldivers?
I didn't really get a chance to look at it, honestly. I think I saw you play it, and you just like... It's kind of like a top-down shooter, right?
It is. But it's more things you have to worry about besides top-downing.
Those kind of games, I'm very good at.
Top-downing?
Yeah.
So you're a top-downer.
No, I can just do that very well.
Okay. Because...
I don't do it all, like, I don't...
What top-down games have you played?
There was a zombies mode in Call of Duty that we played.
That's top-down?
Blaze.
Wait,
Blaze.
Call of Duty has a top-downer?
It was,
Wait, not Blaze.
I
Damn,
would say it was
Axel needs
Black
help.
Ops game, but I don't think it was Black Ops. They had a zombies mode where most of the fighting was like you're playing this, you know, you just turn in a circle. Plus Super C.
Super C? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I
Wait,
played Super C when I was a
Oh
kid a
yeah,
lot.
Super C had like on the Super Nintendo, right?
Yeah, you're either going with Super C, you're either going left to right, or you're doing top down.
Yeah, some levels had like top-downing. Where's Axel?
Yeah, those were
might
the
have to use a
hardest
star.
boards to play.
I'm gonna use a
Not
star.
the left or right, but the top down was.
Axel's dangerously low on health. If I could just bench him in a corner and then just play with, you know, like a normal person. I'm taking some big risks here. Damn it.
What you do when you're throwing that stuff, you just move down.
Oh no!
Oh shit.
They killed one of me.
We almost died, dude.
Oh
We
my
almost
god.
died. Alright, I'll bring you back to life.
Oh my god.
Yay.
But now it's just like...
I gotta
Oh, wait, there's
save
an
you
apple.
again. Oh, I need that help.
Okay, that's fine. And then I gotta be careful with Blaze. These
Yeah, you
pipes
do.
are just everywhere.
Yeah. Honestly, the top-down from... Some top-down games are really, really hard. I want to say Super C was the hardest to play top-down. But that was a long time ago. And I can't say for certain if I'm remembering that correctly.
Darn, I got a window in my way. Don't advance the room yet, because I gotta close a window. Okay. One of my
In the draft?
mouses is
In the
wireless, and it brings up a window whenever I move it, because it hasn't been moved for a while, so it just shuts down. It just shuts down, and then it asks me if I want to, like, if I want to switch mouses.
Okay.
So I'm gonna pick up the money, right? And then... Oh, there's more money.
You know what I thought I figured out? And it's kind of a good guess, but I don't know if it's for certain. You want to know?
Yeah?
The frame of the portal we're going into might dictate which next board we're going to hit.
Like it's not been decided yet?
No, you see how it's like futuristic looking?
I think that's just... It's just animating.
You can kind of see... I think you can kind of see into the next level through the portal too, but I think the frame mostly dictates what probably we'll go to. I'm thinking we're going to Mr. X's board.
So wait, do you think you can manipulate the RNG by timing it by going through?
No, I don't think you can do that, but I think you are gonna get a... You kind of have an idea where you're going next, based on the frame, mostly the frame. I heard somebody said that if you can kind of see through the portal, you can see what the next board is, but I can almost never really make out
I
what...
can't make heads or tails with all those colors and those pixels. It's just rainbow pixels to me.
Yeah, I have no idea about that. I think the guy was just making stuff up. But the frame, I think, does sort of dictate. So I think we're going to the robot factory, or something like that, some futuristic thing here.
Oh, nice. I got nice timing.
That you did. Oh, 2 healths right there.
The apples.
Oh, I need.
Oh
an
wait,
apple.
I should have grabbed the turkey. All right, I'll grab the next apple and then save the
Oh,
turkey.
there's a turkey.
You want me to grab the turkey when there's an apple? You sure?
Okay, I'll get the turkey then.
All right, fine. Oh wait, what happened to the apple? Oh wait, it's right there.
Oh, jeez.
It's a lot. Should I use a star? Oh, there's a fish. Oh wait, this guy's kind of pretty hectic. They're not even boss. They're just like really tough enemies. Darn. Axel's low on health. I don't know what I just picked up.
Oh, you should have the Bowie knife, dude.
The Bowie knife?
Bowie knife? Yeah, this Bowie knife is really good for her.
If I can like find it. Okay.
It's right there. Right up here.
Bowie as in David Bowie?
Yeah, the Bowie knife.
Oh, Bowie.
Right up at the top here. That's it.
Wait, this is
You
a
gotta
pipe.
You gotta keep clicking. It's right there.
Oh my god, I gotta find it. Pipe.
It's one of the
Pipe.
50 ones
Pipe.
over there.
Pipe.
Stop picking up the pipe.
I'm trying to pick up what you're talking about.
It's right here, man. It's right there.
This night, this thing.
Bowie knife? It's not a Bowie knife. Yeah, it is. It's a big ass knife.
Oh, you said
That ain't a
Bowie, Bowie.
This is a knife.
Who's choosing?
I think you do.
Fire weapon,
This is my
toxic weapon, lasts 3 to 4 seconds longer. Then we got heavy fire attacks. You want to extend poison? Or do you want to add fire to like weapons?
Fire
Could we-
weapons would be insane.
You think
They'll
so?
bounce. Yeah. If I start throwing stuff, they'll bounce all over the place, dude.
Fire is
Stuff's gonna-
knockback, right?
Yes. So once they bounce into each other after they bounce off of my throwing weapon, they'll bounce into each other so much it'll. You wanted to juggle? I can help you with that.
If I was 2 Shivas, I could like juggle without needing all of this like extra bonus buffs that just.
You know, seeing an Axel with that big fish just. It's kind of funny.
Okay, I'm thinking because we can. Oh, but we already have like so much fire, right?
What are
We have
at?
fire heavy attacks,
That's only the second one.
fire blitz. This is gonna extend it from like 200 to like 350,
Yeah, that would be the second one we get of that one.
and then toxic is gonna like extend the poison that we already have to like from 3 to. Oh, it's just 1 second longer. Yeah, it's
I know.
1 second longer.
Sometimes that's important, but it's at this point it's. What do you think? I don't know. It's situational right now.
Got so many. Okay.
Boomerang just sucks because I mean it's great. I really
think
do
so?
like the golden boomerang because it's very powerful. But
I like
'cause
to,
it
like-
lasts
Yeah,
but
but you
fire-
said.
fire
Because the
weapon would make
boomerang,
you-
I could zone with it, right? I can do some zoning. But you said there's just so much crap, and you're right. There's it like it just it's not. It doesn't even matter. Because if,
when those guys teleport jump in the fight, it's so easy to die. The thing that I end up dying to a lot is a bunch of signals or those the bar guys with the teleport. I don't even know what their name is.
busy signals.
Or gunners. A bunch of guys with guns. That's the cheap way that you die in this game.
Those guys that slide, right?
Yeah. Yeah, the signals are the ones that slide kick you on and backhand you and throw you.
Okay,
Fire weapon could be really useful.
yeah, because we have so many, there's just so many weapons, and I'm barely doing, like, normal punch combos, because there's just so much stuff that's just lying around.
Yeah, pretty much. Oh, let me get a grenade.
You're gonna get that grenade? Okay.
Yep.
So the
It's now
grenade becomes poison? Like,
poison and fire.
oh, dude, so they get knocked back and they get that DPS for like 3 seconds.
Yep.
Okay, ready?
Yep. I don't know if it works for our guys, though. It could. Oh, this stuff.
Oh, darn.
Oh, these
I'm gonna use
guys.
a star before I lose it.
I just have to slide. Oh, there's an apple in the middle. Right in the middle.
Got it.
Just in time.
This is like really hectic because the room is small, right? And like all this is happening.
Oh, apple's on the right. All the way on the right, 2 apples over there.
I see him.
There's an apple or turk. I don't know.
Yikes. I'm sorry, I got pause.
Are you losing your mind? Because it's about that
Somebody's
time.
calling me.
Really?
Yeah, like
What?
wait, hold on.
Mom, I'm in the middle of a game. That it is. That it is. This is actually my favorite fight scene right here. I really like the one with our bear, but this background, this alien fight here against the Zamza dude. I think his name is Zamza, the guy with the claws and the weird mask. This is my favorite fight scene from 2. I'm glad they put this one in here. All right, I need to move something around here, so I guess whenever Blasticator comes back, we'll get to playing. But I will be... I guess this will be our little break time, I suppose.
Alright, I'm back.
Okay. Give me a second here. All right, can you hear me still?
Yeah.
All right, good. Okay. I'm set to go.
Yeah, a friend of mine was calling me because he was asking for, like, you know, he was having technical difficulties and whatnot.
Oh. Yeah, that can happen.
So, anyway. Oh, damn, the Ultimate Warrior's here.
Oh boy, that sucks. As soon as I start, I'm already getting knife. I'm just like chuck.
Okay, we survived that.
Oh, okay. Blaze needs health a little more than I do at the moment.
Apple.
Is there another apple somewhere?
It's hard to even tell, because, like...
Well, okay. I'll pick the thing on the screen here, and then we'll try to look for it.
Okay.
Last hurrah. 3 stars is only good if you have, like, no stars. Last hurrah will make you fight better. Check that one there.
We get that extra 30%. Alright, there's nothing else to pick up here? Besides these pipes.
Besides a set katana blade, I can't see any apples. I have no idea.
I don't think there is any.
We need to get rid. We need a new buddy so that it's not so cluttered.
A new buddy? Dude, we got 3 buddies.
Yeah, but he creates all these extra ones too, besides them.
Is that the reason why we have all these pipes all around?
Yes, that's why. It is going to get worse because there'll be more of those guys coming, and they'll just keep dropping stuff everywhere.
Oh my god, it's a pipe factory.
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, let's move on.
Well, it's not so much a sausage fest as it is a rod fest.
Oh, hold on, I forgot to... Oh wow, my controllers won't stop rumbling. Okay, and they stop. I forgot to turn back on my camera. I was about to do this with, like, no cameras on. Oh my god. I hate when that happens.
No camera blast indicator.
Yeah, like, you know how you forget to turn on your mic?
I've done that a few times.
It's now it's like, it's the camera version.
Okay, I'll need a health pretty quickly here.
Yo, Carrot, I hope you're not getting a seizure. I know it's a lot of neon lights. Dude, it's a rave party with these 2.
Yeah, it is. Oh boy, half of them are invisible here. Oh jeez, apple on the... An apple over there. Did you stop walking away from me? It's kind of funny, I'm beating up my dad.
Dude, we're dealing with 3 bosses. This is crazy.
We'll get to 4 soon enough, man. The divas that do the extra jump kick moves, those ones are really annoying.
We just got unlimited pipe ammo.
I know. I'll pipe it up.
This is a pipe stream.
Dude, can you lose this way? I don't know if you can. Okay, I might need that one. Is there another one? We gotta search the field. Oh,
This-
all the way on the left.
Pipe at battlefield. Okay, we all get apples in. Did you pause?
No. That was you.
I think my controller's dying.
Uh-oh.
Okay,
Is
if it
this as far
happens
as we-
again,
Is this
I
as
gotta
far
plug
as
it
we
in.
go?
alright, so who's choosing this time?
I think I picked last time.
Yep, my controller is dying. I gotta plug it in. So, dude, what I was gonna say is, if you're like not sure about Helldivers, we can parsec or even remote play it,
Oh,
and
okay.
then you can try it for free.
Yeah. Why don't we
And
do that?
it'll be, but like you're trying like my copy for free.
I'm trying to what?
Yeah.
Did you
But then
say
you're gonna
mine?
be like the third blasticator.
Oh. Yeah, we can do that.
And so that's me, you, and then one more human player can join in, because not only can you do local co-op, but it also supports local co-op and then going into like an online connection.
You know what I think would be fun to do? Is the Legends game with you. Because I haven't played that in a while.
Can you still hear me? Can you still hear me? Okay, I gotta switch audios because I can't hear you, Veracity. Don't do anything. I just gotta get into my user settings. If I can go into voice and mic check. I have it set to default. It's because I plugged in the controller. Mic check, 1 2 1 2. It automatically switches. Okay, say something.
Oh, what?
Okay, now I can hear you.
You can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you now because I had to switch it back. Yeah, it's whenever I plug in the PlayStation 4 controllers, it switches audio.
It switches the audio?
Yeah, it does that all the time because it assumes that if you plug it in through USB, right? It assumes that you want to use like the audio from the controller because it has a microphone. But that also like it also has a port for headset. But it gets like problematic when you don't really use it and you're just, you know, you're just playing a game, but you have like no intentions of using a headset through a controller. Xbox controllers also have them also, but I don't know if they get the same problem.
Okay.
So, wait. One last thing I want to check. Okay.
Oh, did you hear what I said about the Legends, though?
Yeah, you want to play, which Legends?
You know, remember the Gauntlet Legends game?
Oh.
Or is it just called Gauntlet?
It's Dark Legacy, actually.
It's Dark Legacy. Okay. I thought it
Dark
was-
Dark Legacy. Legends was on N64. Actually, there was an Arcade Legends, and then
Yeah,
Dark Legacy is
I,
like the expansion.
I played that one quite a good amount. Okay, so, you know, there's a lot of good ones here. Attack up when you're low, basic attack up, fire punch. A lot of good ones to choose from.
Spear golden pipe. Oh my god. We have all the pipes in the world because we got three pipe factories just pooping out pipes.
You know, it's like we smoke so much weed here that we just keep creating all these extra pipes. And now they want to give us a golden pipe? It's like our achievement in life for having so many pipes.
That's what it is. We're too high.
Cheech and
And
Chong
these-
would be proud of us here.
We are just way too high.
Totally
These-
agree.
These
My
pipes are
friend
all
would be
just
jealous.
an illusion of pipes. Okay, we can up our 20 to 30% damage dealt.
That's a good one.
We can increase 30 to 40% damage dealt. Heavy attacks. Heavy fire attacks increase from 200% to 300%. But if we get damage up, that's a constant 30% upgrade. We don't have to wait for our health to like go below 50 to get that bonus.
Yes.
So then we're just gonna go with damage up.
That's what I would pick. But also the other one, when you're low, is tantalizing because it's up to 40.
Yeah.
And we will get low.
Do
Should
you
I
want to
pick
pick up?
this pipe or that pipe?
Wait, what's up?
This
This
pipe?
has a red tip. It's because of all the lighting. The RTX lighting.
A?
That
B?
ray tracing, calculating like light interaction on surfaces.
D? Or C?
I mean, it's all you.
A? Or B? A? I like B better.
Are you checking for durability?
It's the eye exam, man. D? Or C?
It all looks the same to me.
Yes. Alright, you ready?
Yeah.
Let's do this. Wonderful. Oh, man.
Well, that fire has a lot of spread.
These stilettos have so much health. I just wanted to do it. I haven't done a single star move since I started.
I've used like 2 of them, or 3 actually, technically.
Oh, get an apple. There's one on each side.
You don't think it's too early? Oh, damn it, never mind.
You need it. No, if you're getting that low, if you're at a quarter health, get it. Don't wait. Micromanaging is cool and all, but you can't afford it in the high-paced game. Oh, I was gonna slam her. Oh, I didn't get the slammer.
Sorry, bro.
She was so hot, I wanted to slam her, man.
Next time I'll let you slam.
Okay. Rockets.
You want rockets for the stars?
That's super, super good. It's really helpful, because if we go vampire mode, the rockets give us back health if they hit.
Okay, let me grab...
We do
Wait.
need stars, but if we don't have any rockets, it's kind of useful for special. It's a little useless for star modes for that.
Okay.
Do you
So-
want to go clubbing?
I thought that was a morning star.
There's two other morning stars if you want it.
Dude, we could be triple morning star. We're like the 3 musketeers of morning stars right now.
3 Morniteers,
Yeah,
Maceketeers.
for sure.
You know, we should make a movie called Basketball.
Basketball.
I know they kind of did it before, but it wasn't done that well. We could make it better. You know. But
Wait,
with
actually,
mace,
can I step out real quick? I want to grab a snack.
I guess so. Wait, are there rules against that?
Rules against snacking?
Uh-oh. Here, bring me back in. Something happened there.
Yeah, it's because I tabbed out. Well,
Oh. You did something spooky.
with the controller tabbed out awkwardly in a timing. All right, I'm gonna be right back.
Oh, okay. All right. You know, that's actually a good idea. I'm gonna get some. Somebody get some. Well, while we're waiting, might as well get some popcorn.
All right, I'm back.
All right.
Got myself a king size caramel nougat bars. That's not going to be clear enough unless I like.
I almost thought you were going to say a caramel apple.
Camera, what?
I thought you were going to say you had giant nougat caramel apples.
No, it's a chocolate bar from Great Value. Like, you can get these at like a Walmart.
Mm.
They're pretty good. What the heck is going on my phone? Freaking notifications for deals or whatnot.
I still have one of those holiday tubs of popcorns. You know, you get the caramel popcorn and the cheesy one too, and the other kind.
Caramel popcorn? I've never had that's new to me.
It's like a holiday thing you get for some people sometimes. It's got half of it's caramel and like a little quarter of it's cheese, and the other one's like some kind of salted butter. And it's a massive tin. It's like 10 inches tall and about 12 inches in diameter.
You know what I haven't realized? The light on my camera is just too bright. A little. Maybe this is better. Oh no, wait, it's because the LED on the PS4 controllers is like pretty bright. I don't want to make it too dark though.
You know, if you wrap some Christmas lighting around your legs, you know, make it festive.
I kind of I have one controller that's just like LEDs
Yeah.
because I modded it. I don't know if you want to see it real quick.
Sure.
It's been a while since I charged it though. I think the last time I had it like plugged into like someone else's computer. Right, so if you look at my stream, he's like, it's trying to connect. It's not going to do it though, but this is my LED controller. This is like the most LEDs that I have. My first modded controller.
Holy cow. That's kind of cool.
If we turn it off, right?
Yeah.
It's like you can't even tell what button I'm pressing. Like the whole thing is just one light. It's just
That's
lighted
pretty cool.
energy. You cannot tell. You can barely tell what I'm pressing. Just by your only clue is like the position of my thumb.
I didn't know they sold see-through plates for the PlayStation control.
Extreme sells them. You can get them on Amazon.
Oh, okay.
Right, and then the LEDs are separate though.
How did you string that in there?
I opened up the case, right? And
Yeah.
so there's something else you got to replace though in there, because to make room for the chips. The chipset is on the membrane where the LEDs light up. And so
Oh, okay.
the strip, the LED strip is like just underneath the shell. But the problem is it compromises some functionality from the touchpad. So I can't really press on it because the chips are directly underneath the touchpad, right? And then you just
You don't really use a touchpad.
you don't?
Not really.
I use it, but then they updated it, and so like now it doesn't even work the same way like it used to. It's gonna make playing Helldivers a bit trickier.
Hmm. Yeah, that's cool, man.
Because I like to access like I use one side of the trackpad as like an extra button, but now it doesn't work anymore.
Hmm.
So my idea was get 2 controllers with LEDs, and I'll never have to use a light for my camera. So we all set?
Actually, yeah, that's a really good idea.
You were gonna say something?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I was just saying that's a good idea. All right. $26. Oh, Lacey's at. Maybe. Oh jeez, I'm almost dead. I kind of need that now. Ooh, maybe help. Oh, on the bottom.
Are you good on health?
Lacey's dead. Oh, somebody ate it.
I'm too close to the screen. That's the reason why
health
I'm
over here
barely
on the left.
noticing it.
Health on the left over here.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
Oh crap. I'm out.
The grenade. You gotta be kidding me.
Look at the health, buddy. No!
Oh my god.
We couldn't make it past 26. Oh, that was the weirdest board ever.
An hour and
I got 57 points, man. Yes.
an hour and 27. I can't believe I botched that.
It was only an hour 27?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
We started at 8.
First of all, started in quotes. We did not start at 8. 8:30.
Well, I thought we started at 8.
No, we started like after 8:30, and then I didn't go live until like I had to set this all up, and that was like at least 15 to 20 minutes of just looking for stuff to like that I needed to update.
Okay.
Like yeah, all right. So what do you want to do?
Do you want to do a boss fight, or do you want to do a story mode, or?
A boss fight? Like, oh, you mean boss rush?
Yeah.
You want to try the boss rush?
Yeah. Unless you want to do story mode.
Let's do the boss rush.
All right.
Cause like, I've had it unlocked since I finally beat this.
Yeah, this is pretty fun actually.
Bring it on! Cherry Hunter.
Oh, I don't get the. I thought with doing the thing, I'd be able to unlock more.
You didn't?
No.
You did 26 levels. I didn't unlock anything.
No. Wait, you didn't unlock anything, did you?
Did I?
fully unlocked. Why am I not unlocked?
I'm no
Two,
daddy.
two, like one alt for like each one of these categories. Right, you ready?
Yep. I was born ready, dude. I did it special this time.
You know what I miss? Vertical dodging or rolling from like Streets of Rage 3.
I'm getting a little too aggressive with her. I need to back off.
Damn, I can't get out of that reach. Electricity. Oh, that was
Oh my
pretty
gosh.
wide.
That was wide.
Okay, that works.
Oh jeez. Sorry, need that.
Can't believe she got a kick in.
Yeah, there.
I'm not bouncing far enough away from that.
Oh, come on, I did a jump hit. I don't think she hit me back.
Turkey.
Alright, Axel needs that. It's only one health? Wow.
Are there any checkpoints?
Oh man, I couldn't see anything, dude. Just paused out. I'm still alive? How am I still
Yeah.
alive? Oh, I'm out.
Can't believe I'm
I
out
think if you
too.
beat him, we
Like,
come back. If you beat him, we come back, right?
I don't even know. I'm in that survival mode.
If we come back full health, it'd be good. I also take the cash. I think it'll put a life up.
Missed that one. Okay, so he's gonna go. And he's gonna retaliate. Go horizontal. Horizontal rush. Right again. I don't think he angles that, does he? Yes, I did it. Oh, what?
Oh, we don't come back?
No, we don't.
I thought we did. Oh, wow. Just do it again?
I guess, yeah.
Okay, I'll be extra careful now.
This is true survival.
Okay, I can't get hit at all then. I thought we came back though. But then again, it's been a while.
I don't think
since
there's
I
any
played this.
checkpoints.
You know the best thing to do? Someone just grab her, hold her, and then everybody else can just pile on.
And then we just take turns slamming her.
Juggle, corner juggle, and not lose. Oh jeez. Okay.
It's the boss checkpoint.
Get a corner.
It's just automatic. They're gonna get out of there. Guaranteed escape. Oh, there's an apple.
Axel needs it now.
Thank God for that back attack.
Figure that one. That
Alright,
one.
he's getting the
would do.
turkey. Okay, we'll save the
Be
turkey.
careful with that. Yeah, I'll be careful with that one. I think if we get enough points, we'll actually get extra lives. I think that's how this one works, actually. Oh, keep doing it, trying to. He always does a get up hit. That's why this one takes a long time. He's annoying with that.
It's the iframes and the super armor. I mean, not necessarily the iframe, but like it's just sometimes it's just not worth attacking him because he's gonna retaliate.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. Oh, he got it. I went the wrong way.
The guy's like a train.
Pretty much, yeah.
Power slam. Power slam Sundays. At UP at 9.
I think I gotta be extra careful here because sometimes the game pauses and I don't see where he is.
Like you mean lag?
Yeah.
Oh
it's a
man,
little
I need that
lag.
turkey. Gotta go horizontal. Damn it! I just
He
grabbed
just
the
went
turkey.
the other way.
Yeah, totally tricked me.
I never saw him do that before, honestly.
Yeah, he's changing directions.
Yeah, he was moving that way and then he just instant switches.
We time our combos, we can like get him. Okay, a lot of his attacks give him super armor. So we need to get him when he doesn't have the super armor.
Whoa!
Gotta tap him real quick and go. Wow, that wake up uppercut. You gonna grab the star? Or should I take it?
Sure. I'll take the health if you want the star, actually.
Alright, grab it.
Okay, I'll get it when I can.
Or better yet, you leave it there and then you can use it and then grab it to replenish, or whichever one uses the star, right?
Oh, she's the boss. I was like, oh, she's not that hard. She's actually not that hard though. As long as you just keep juggling her and you don't let her fight yet or hit the other ones.
Oh, darn, that wasn't a good idea. Freaking Glacio.
Oh, Blaze's help.
Where's Turkey? I'm using the star now. Just cause. Uh-oh. I guess I gotta play like a normal person.
Might have to.
Alright, Veracity, avenge me and me.
Well, you can't come back, so I guess I'll get that.
Yeah, you might as well pick it up.
Oh my gosh, what? How did she didn't have the angle.
Backup requested.
No, I... Oh my gosh. Shouldn't be having this many problems, honestly.
Backup requested. Backup requested.
Great. Oh, I had to jump into her. Holy cow.
Freddie Mercury. Let's go. Chat, are
Can
you
I juggle
enjoying
this?
you enjoying this normal gameplay right now? I'm just twiddling my thumbs here, like.
Oh, come on. Need that help. No, 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 no! I had him! I had him! That's not fair. What? How did you do that? No, 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 no. Oh. Gotcha.
You got this, man.
Oh. How did he get out of that?
These bosses get about, they get out of pretty much anything. It's like their trade secret.
Oh, that's right there. I did my special. Come on! He got hit by that. You saw that, right?
Yeah. At least these. I don't think these guys ever have like iframes. Just super armor, right? So it's like you're at least doing some damage.
Did you see that? It went through him, dude.
Hey, Starly
He's
Q.
blocking attacks now. He's just blocking throws.
I'm finally freaking live and I'm not even playing. Oh no wait, I screwed that up. No wait, guys, I am playing, but just with my mind. With my
There you are.
with my mind. I'm gonna totally take this all the credit.
Oh my god! Stop that!
That's like. Yeah, Starly, I'm playing with another with Verracitytrigger. And so I was doing like 2 controllers and we were like three characters. But I got knocked out during the boss rush.
Bye.
Oh my god, this is true survival.
Ugh. Does she really block the attacks too?
I mean, if she does, it's just like a foul, like it's gonna be followed up with a retaliation of some sort.
Backup requested.
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, and you gotta fight the commissioner too. Damn. How you doing, Starly Q? I still gotta fix my scenes. Should I do like a fixing stream? Fixing scene stream. That's gonna reveal how I do the mode 7 effect on some of my scenes. But then I can also talk about the effects and plugins that I use.
Oh, I just cheese it. I gotta cheese it.
become cheese master. You got two turkeys, man.
Wait. Oh, I gotta pause. Oh
What's
my
wrong?
gosh. Oh, my microphone's tilting too low.
Your microphone,
And getting in
dude.
the way
I
of my
thought
controller.
I thought you had a headset.
No, I mean, no, I use a basic microphone for all this stuff. All right. All right.
Should I be like a Bob Ross when I
no.
decide to like stream the changes I make over my scenes? Put like a mode 7 here, and then we're gonna put another mode 7 there, and then oop, we don't have mistakes here, just happy little accidents.
Happy little accidents. Yes.
You remember that episode? Dude, such a positive guy. Like,
Yeah. They just changed the whole. Wow, she went fast on that one.
there's like 2 of these divas you gotta fight. Just
Oh
be
boy.
mindful of like their AoE.
Fire one's the only one I have to worry about. No, I jumped!
But I feel like the electricity knocks you back too. Like,
You stay in one damn place for a second. Ooh! That was close. They made the poison one a little bit harder to fight. But she was just so easy to kill initially, because now she's like jumping all over the place.
oh yeah, that's right. There's 3 of these girls, right?
3?
Yeah,
have
electricity,
electric one that's
poison,
like-
and fire.
Like a normal one.
The trifecta of like these freaking elemental divas.
Once you get it down to 1, they're kind of simple to fight. Goodbye.
Oh, here he is. WWE. Monday Night Super Slam.
I didn't even see that!
You didn't see the drop kick?
No, it just, I saw him doing it in the game pause.
I need to like step away from the screen because like that's why I couldn't see the life bar.
No, the game pauses sometimes. It's not a lot, but it does happen.
Oh, it's lagging. Starly, I'm playing this with Steam's remote play.
Yeah,
Which, like-
I'm Verracitytrigger, I'm the one who's still so.
But it's like this is how I get away with having friends over without having friends over.
Is he saying F off when he does that, or is he saying something else?
Sounds like riffraff to me.
Ah.
Star.
Oh.
It's a star.
No, 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 no! I hit the button!
That's like a turnaround suplex, right?
No, but I hit the button to stop. That back slam is the strongest move he's got.
I think remote play might be holding you back.
Maybe a little bit. There's a certain way I gotta play against him, and I gotta be
Yep.
very careful. I can't let him touch me even one time.
Alright, you got 2 apples and 2 turkeys.
Oh,
I feel like all I'm doing is just spotting you. Oh wait, since I'm host, I have the better connection, right? So like I can tell you more or less whatever you miss.
Hey,
Yeah,
good.
he might just beat this Starly. The rumor come out. Does Verracitytrigger better than Blasticator?
Stop doing that!
Veracity, the game's not gonna hear you.
I don't care. I'm yelling at it. I'm in my moment.
Especially when I'm streaming it from like miles away.
Yeah, that too. He's got to show me his special colors here. These are my colors.
Dude, how do we know that isn't Yoshiro secretly, like, that he just secretly implanted into this game? Since he was such a DJ with the Sega Genesis synth. I think it was a Yamaha.
We'll never know.
Yoshiro secretly put himself in this game and he just cleverly disguised. Alright, you got 3 turkeys and 1 apple. Oh, watch out for that gun.
I think they made an update the last time that you couldn't pick them up as readily, but in this version I still can, so...
Mr. Y?
Yeah.
You can totally
There
suplex Mr. Y.
No, I'm just saying, like, in the plain mode, when you play the story mode, I don't know what happened, but I wasn't able to. So
Like, you
I don't know
can't-
if it was an update for...
I mean, for throwing the guy?
What? How the hell did he do that?
He launched the RPG, man.
Oh! I'm getting a little... some glitches here and there.
Yeah, I think Mr. Y would totally fit into a Fortnite game.
Probably.
There needs to be a Mr. Y skin for Fortnite.
That makes sense.
Okay, you got like 1 vial of electricity. Ah, what a waste. Damn it.
No, I threw it! I know I did.
Yeah, I saw you. It didn't... He jumped out of the way, though, so far.
Stop doing that!
Veracity, the game can't hear you.
Well, it's gonna hear me. No!
Veracity's gonna get
Jumped
so
on your
mad.
head, buddy.
It's like... He's just gonna go, like, crank it to 11, and the only person that's... It's just gonna break my ears one of these days.
Okay, now time for the real fight. Oh no. One of those. Hey, you're playing Streets of Rage by yourself now?
The rumor come out. Does Blasticator play like a normal person?
Wow, I can't see. I see her jumping.
How does the stream not the stream, that's misleading. How does the game look on your end?
Like it's just flickering sometimes.
Oh, okay. You still have one more turkey and a mace.
Yeah, I know.
But you were whiffing on the punches earlier.
I'm gonna have to cheese some if it's gonna be this flickery. Which honestly, I kind of have to cheese a lot for her anyway.
Is it like really lagging?
It was for a while. Now it's kind of coming clear.
Okay. You're gonna play it safe? Alright, you're doing like small chunks of damage here. Oh, the mace broke. Okay.
Oh, jeez, that was the wrong move. What am I doing? No, 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 no. Oh, she got me.
Alright, you're at like, what, 45% health? You still have one more turkey.
Two.
Okay, now this is the real fight. And then after this, there's supposed to be a Gundam.
Yep.
Hey Starly, I'm sorry I'm not using my two controllers for this match. Oh my god. I'm just spotting for the sake of like the somewhat okay connection. You go?
Yeah,
Okay. Why did you pause?
I didn't.
Oh. My controller died. Okay, can you... Are you able to unpause?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay. Because I don't want to mess you up. It's possible that, either... My blue controller probably shut down, like, after 15 minutes. Or the battery's dead. Like, maybe I'll give it, like, until you beat this. I just hope the battery doesn't degrade in the time, like, you beat this. Right, so... Because it is, like, I think around... Oh, wait, it's...
Got
I think it... Okay. It's more than 5 years old. My blue controller that I still use to this day.
Oh, jeez. I need that help.
Do you remember the pattern?
I think they changed the pattern, actually.
From like an update or some mess?
Yeah, they changed it so you can't just kind of win.
I gotta remember to like readjust my camera because like I'm moving back away from the monitor, and so I need to compensate that. Darlie, you play any of these games? Like any beat 'em ups? type of games like similar. Do the cheese run.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I have no help.
I mean, you got like 42%. Okay, 30. I'm gonna say 30%. Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna say 2%.
As soon as you're telling me that you got this much percent, I'm like, wait, do I? And then I'm like,
I cursed the run. Oh wait, that's right. I gotta pause the. I need to plug in the controller, cause.
oh man.
Wait.
I think I might have to be done, man.
You sure?
Yeah.
You're getting tired?
No, my wrist is getting a little worn out.
Carpal tunnel?
No, it just, I play a lot of games. I'm getting. Plus, I'm kind of tired too.
Okay, so well, we've been at this live for like 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
So. Damn.
Almost got it. Oh my gosh, it was so close.
So how do you feel about the connection on remote play so far?
It's kind of okay, but I mean, if it was like perfect, I would have probably dodged probably almost half of all those other attacks. Probably wouldn't been able to beat.
You think Parsec would be better?
I don't know. I have no idea. No idea. I don't know. We'd have to like actually test them out to see which one's better.
Because we've done Parsec before, but your controller was like funny last time. Do you remember?
Well, it was this controller. It was kind of new, but it
His controller or this controller?
This controller, but this controller was just brand new. I didn't really break it in. It feels better, but last time the buttons are pretty stuck when I was using it. Now they're kind of a little bit more limber. So I don't know if I just had to break it in a little bit, or what was the case. It was probably that.
Because I know you had that issue with one of your buttons when we did Parsec the last time.
Oh, well, that other controller, yeah, some of those buttons just get stuck.
Oh, you changed controller, so it's not the same 8-bito?
No, it is that one. Maybe breaking it in. I don't know if
I wouldn't say breaking it in. I would just like check with Parsec directly.
It could have, yeah, maybe it was a Parsec thing, maybe.
Because Parsec will try to translate the inputs, and then you just get recognized as an Xbox 360 controller or not, or PS4 controller, depending on the settings, right?
Yeah. I mean, I have to say maybe this was a little better in a sense that when we were playing before but then again, that was a while ago.
Connection wise,
maybe, but when we got near the end of that fight with her, Ms. Y specifically, there were times that she's just like, wait a second, she wasn't that. And then, she's half a second later, she's a little bit closer than she was before. And I'm just trying to compensate. I just played a lot of compensation with what I thought she might do with where she was going. So I had to try to predict. A lot of that was just me trying to predict what was happening when things were flashing.
right?
But the thing is, like with the robot, they did do a small update on the robot to make him a little bit better to hit you at different angles. but that bottom left corner he can't really hit you too well from. So I was trying to hide there, but then
You think it's like absolute safe or just somewhat?
it's almost safe, but trying to hide from her or trying to figure out what she's gonna do, it's like you saw how I was just kind of gaming her and
Yeah.
sort of drawing her in when she was far away. Well, I can only play just that back left corner. If I try to go to the middle and then he shoots out his arm to the left and the right, all the way to the end, then he hits me there, and I can't see that sometimes. If the game pauses or if it glitches a little bit. So, yeah, if I had like a pinch more health, I might have been able to make it. Oh man.
I think at this point we're just comparing like Steam's servers for remote play and Parsec servers for what they do.
Well, Parsec servers you can actually adjust the bandwidth, and I know you can do that, so you can make it more blocky for me to see, but the bandwidth would be super smooth. Like you
yeah,
go
but
down
if
to,
it's
like,
blocky, that's gonna blur up your. Would you be able to like tell the difference between anything at that point?
well, if it was really blocky, no. But if it was just kind of blocky and just a slight blur, then I probably could still play. I think simulation mode is probably a toss up because there's so much stuff going on simulation mode. You're just kind of seeing where you're jumping into, and then a second later you're like, oh, just keep fighting. Like you're just kind of guesstimating it because there's so, especially when I'm playing with you, there's way more going on than usual. You know.
Yeah. Three
But,
of us with 3 buddies and all those pipes.
That was a pipe dream, man.
The game handles it pretty well though, from my end at least.
I'm surprised. I'm happy, but I'm surprised. But it did get to the point where it started to glitch a bit with the guy in the corner with the spinning the pipe, or you know.
Oh
The
yeah,
one
I think that's the game's fault. Not like
Oh, dude.
necessarily with like. Okay, so I have mine set to like automatic quality. I could set it to fast, balanced, beautiful, and then there's automatic.
You probably want fast.
Yeah, maybe.
I think if we do this again, you probably want fast. I don't know if the Helldivers thing needs that, or the other Gauntlets game would need that, but this game in particular, I think, needs fast.
Well, if we're gonna compare Helldivers with Gauntlet Dark Legacy, because I think it doesn't even run like at full. It doesn't even run at full 60, just like at 30 frames at most, right? Because there's a bunch of enemies on screen. So, and plus it's like a game from like the GameCube years.
Mhm.
GameCube, Xbox, and PlayStation 2. And then with Helldivers, you got to worry about aiming, reloading, and then aiming, reloading, and then friendly fire. And then there's and you gotta hit like Mortal Kombat inputs to call down the ordinances. Or if you want like, because it's like they give you this like walkie-talkie and you gotta dial up like the arrow keys to get specifically what you want called down onto the battlefield. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if you watch the gameplay, you'll understand. So I think Helldivers might be like a bit more hectic, but we could try remote play or Parsec to see what's better. I
guess we have to probably do a test streamer just to test, with me and you with that.
We can.
And, figure that out.
I think Dark Legacy would be like easier in a sense because like we might get surrounded by enemies, but it's not like it's pretty much simplified compared to like Helldivers where there's like more stuff you have to worry about, right? Like you're not in Gauntlet, you're not putting in like Mortal Kombat codes to call down a nuke in like on the spot, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they tried, that was the weird thing about 3. They tried to turn Streets of Rage 3 into a Mortal Kombat game in a sense with some of those other types of moves, which, I mean, I get it
Forward
for like,
attack.
no, I mean, I thought there were some other moves you had to do.
Oh wait, you
like,
mean Streets of Rage 3?
yeah, like forward, down, around, back.
Yeah.
I know that's like a normal move, but they're like I don't know. You're trying. It's like a amalgamation of 2 different games. Then
The
at that
weird
point.
part is pressing special and then doing the motion because then that means you're stationary for a moment before the special comes out.
Yeah.
Which means you really have to think about the timing of when you do that. Whereas the forward special is just instantaneous. So you could just walk up a dude and do it like right off of walking. And like the difference is like, it's going to be night and day.
Yeah, this one game I played, it was a front mission game. It's an action front mission game. And
Gun Hazard?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, that's Gun Hazard.
Or
And
was it
sometimes you have
Evolve?
to just stop and shoot, and then you can move. But I couldn't just walk and shoot. And it's a left and right scroller, but I have to stop and shoot, position, stop and shoot.
It depends on how you do it. You can like what you call it? You can skate or dash while shooting.
Oh, I guess I didn't pick up on that.
Like I've done it before. But like aiming is like you gotta like it's either one or the other because you only have like one control pad, right?
I guess
and it's the same one for aiming and moving.
I'm just not that great at, man.
And then like eventually you get like a jetpack for vertical altitude controlling, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
So so like you can press jump and jetpack, increase altitude while changing like the orientation of your gun or where you're aiming at. Let's say, right?
Yeah. I guess like a biathlon, triathlon where you got to ski and shoot at the same time. I don't know.
Yeah, whereas in Gauntlet, right, you're not doing like so many combinations, right? Like there's one button for attack, one button for a strong attack, one button for magic, and there's like a turbo button, right? And then to do your special attack, you're pressing 2 buttons at the same time. And because it's such a top-downer, your stick is just used for like aiming and moving. And it's not even a twin stick shooter.
I guess the combination games they try to fuse. They try to fuse the 2 together. I don't know. It feels strange to me.
Like the controls in Gauntlet are way simple compared to Helldivers. I'll tell you that much. Helldivers uses a lot of freaking buttons, and like when I first did it, my friend the one we played with, he caught me playing Helldivers, and he was like, "What were you thinking? This is a twin stick shooter." So I had to come up with like, I had to learn like some pretty tricky stuff in order to be able to do everything or most of the things that you're required to do in Helldivers.
Yeah. Yeah,
I think
I never got used to that.
Wait, you've never even played Helldivers though, have you?
No, I'm just saying like if it's got I don't know, I'd have to try it out, but like got used to fighter games. The first fighter game I really played a lot of was Tekken.
Yeah.
Long ago when I was a teen. and I just played it with some other friends, and it was like one main game I played at school. That was a lot of fun, and we'd always like compete against each other, and I got really good at that. And then I played a little Mortal Kombat and that kind of thing. But then when it came to the beat 'em up games, I just liked it. It feels like if you got to walk for a long, long distance, I don't really want to do a whole bunch of button combos. I just want to, you know, it- something a little easier to do. But if I'm just in one area, button combos make sense because you're only going like 5 feet or 10 feet, at most.
You mean in terms of like just moving from like one spot to another while doing a combo?
Yeah, for like a Mortal Kombat game or Tekken game, or just a
Fighting
side
games,
scroller game.
fighting games usually have like more complex, like because Tekken, we're talking about like a 4-button fighter game, right? Left punch, right
Yeah.
punch, left kick, right kick.
Yeah, I'm just saying for like a fighting game, I like a bunch of button combos, but for like a game where you got to move through the whole board for a long period of time, combo buttons, it just doesn't feel right. A lot of different combo buttons.
I'd say one, maybe no more than two. One for light and one for heavy, right?
Mhm.
Because
Yeah.
I believe what's the name of that game?
I think this game kind of perfects it.
Because it's just one button, right?
Yeah.
And then
I think if they did any more in this game, it'd just be too much. It'd be
game uses a button for, or actually, you could use less buttons in this game, right?
If you play the original characters, yeah.
Or not even like the options. If you use the legacy controls, you got like the original controls for like. Because remember, Streets of Rage 2, you just press attack to pick up an item or pick up anything.
Yeah, pretty much.
Whereas here, now we have an option to just attack without having to worry about picking up something on accident and not like doing something out of context or the game missing the context of what we want to do.
Yeah.
Whereas, wait, you know what's a good example? Have you played Battle Circuit?
No.
Okay, so Battle Circuit is an arcade beat 'em up from Capcom. It uses 2 buttons, but there's a whole bunch of like of special moves and attacks you can execute with your characters, and you get more as you upgrade them.
Hmm.
And it only uses like a stick for moving around and 2 buttons, jump and attack. And if you use them in like by pressing them in different ways, right, you'll get access to like a variety of attacks, anti-airs, knockbacks, chargeable attacks that can like create a beam, even like running attacks,
Yeah.
jumping running attacks, right?
Yeah. I guess what I'm saying is like the flow has to be good for the fighting. And
The
what you're saying,
flow?
it sounds like there's like a flow to that would make sense. The battle flow.
Like you talking about like a constant consistency of something.
Yeah, different kind of moves that lead into something. That
It's
can help
got
you
that.
move through. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That sounds like it has a fighting battle flow to it that probably would make sense.
Battle Circuit can let you like do a combo with one button, right? Mind you, you can do a combo and do an anti-air, and then from there you can do an air combo.
Hmm.
And you have control over like how you want to do that, right? Like you don't even need to do like an air combo if you don't want to. You could just stay grounded all with one button. Or you can take it to the air all with one button.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, whereas Helldivers just gives you a bunch of buttons. But that's a twin stick shooter, so.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll have to try one of those, you know. But yeah, I want to thank you for having me, man.
Sure. It was great playing with you again, Veracity.
Yeah, it's always fun to play with you too, man. It's interesting that you're the only person I know that can do two controllers like you do.
Really? Am I the only person that just flies two airplanes?
Yeah, you're the only person in the world that does it. Now, mind you, I could have played Final Fantasy that way, but I never got that complicated, and I never wanted to pay for two subscriptions. So, yeah.
Final Fantasy has multiplayer?
Well, 14 does.
14?
Yeah.
But that's online multiplayer.
Yeah.
So you'd have to get like two computers, two monitors,
Two
and that's
PCs, two monitors. I'd have to play DPS and stand in the same spot and do the same moves, probably Archer, so I don't have to like run around too much.
Can I
do the exact same thing from two controllers.
sworn you had two R's. Be too many R's.
You can do that.
Damn it!
You
I can't.
play. You can't play two tanks and you can't play two healers. Well, you can, but not in a party or like a team thing.
DPS and DPS and magic. Actually, I'm experimenting with another game where I play like a tank and a mage. And so what I'll do is
Hey, you could be like a mage and an archer, or maybe two tanks.
Yeah, that's a simple way of doing it. Or you could have a mage that aggroes.
Yeah, you change the aggro.
You bait with the mage, right? Because cast magic from afar.
Yeah.
And then once they get close enough, you get the tank in position. Then ambush
or you get
them.
the other mage to aggro from the other position, and he's like, "Oh wait, I don't want to fight you." And he turns around and he just keeps going back and forth in a circle until he's dead.
Like monkey in the middle.
Yep, monkey in the middle.
Here we go. I finally did it.
I think
It's another front mission clip.
I don't think 360 no scope me, you jackass. This guy 360 no scope me.
Oh.
Can you hear that?
Oh, man. I don't.
Oh.
Can you hear it?
Holy cow, this is an old one. Oh yeah, he did 360 shot.
I think I clipped that one like way back when.
That was a really old one, yeah.
Oh my god, the amount of times I try to shout you out and then misspelled you.
Thanks, bro.
The rumor come out. Does Blasticator even spell?
He can do two controllers, but he can't spell the lick.
Oh my god, that'd be so dumb. I guess there's a compromise for something.
That's nuts. Well, hey, you got to play in your strengths. Not everybody's strength is grammar. I know plenty of people, myself included. I get plenty of stuff wrong. I used to be amazing at grammar when I was a teenager, and then ever since they brought out spell check, that all went downhill.
Oh yeah, you adapt to having spell check, and now it's just like your brain just goes, "Oh well, we don't need this anymore because we got spell check to do it for us." It just throws it out the window.
Exactly. Yeah, I remember in high school I had to do everything without a calculator, and now being in college, when I do college sometimes, there's nobody that doesn't use a calculator. Even the teachers do. It's like, where have we gone as a society? I don't know if we're going forward sometimes.
Like it's the solutions we come up with, right? I mean,
hmm
we're trying to solve a problem, but unknowingly we also like inadvertently create another problem.
Yeah. Our solution to the problem is a problem. And that becomes the problem. It's funny. I saw a meme the other day. It was in the 90s, we played video games to escape reality. And now we now we go into nature so we can escape the internet. I was thinking, yeah, that's kind of true.
Playing video games to escape the internet. Wow, it's got to say something right there. Even though there's
Mm.
video games have evolved to like required internet, but there's still like a bunch you can play without internet.
Yeah. There's times that I feel that that's going to be a detriment in the future. Because I think that you're going to get to a point you're going to play this game, and then either their main server crashes or your server crashes and goes down, and then you're like, well, I can't play it even though I downloaded the game because it's required to play it through a server because they want to log everything I'm doing.
Friggin' DRMs.
And then you just can't play that game, and then you're gonna see another bootleg rush like it was when Nintendo was trying to take down all those old Nintendo games. And I can understand that's why they're kind of doing that stuff with all these retro games, bringing them back out because you can't play those old games otherwise unless you have an MU or you got the old system. And some people have the old systems, but those old systems break down. The soft core info, the not the hardware but the software, that stuff almost never breaks down unless it's glitched initially. That stuff almost never breaks down. You can always get the code. You can always play the game with an MU. But yeah,
Like we can't even trust them to like preserve what they make.
I know.
We got to get it from like from like other sources, and even they got to get they got to do it sometimes, right? Like the Mario Brothers that was sold on the Wii actually came from coolroms.com. Someone checked the file, and then they were able to they found out the origin of that file, which is really funny.
They just did a torrent on it.
I mean, who knows? Probably you got to cover your tracks somehow. But then when
that's a pure file error.
When a hacker checks the files of what you're trying to sell, and then they find coolroms.com, that's a clue right there.
Yeah, that's true.
And then Nintendo tries to like push so hard against piracy, whatnot, to try to like sell us this service that requires us to be online.
Yeah, but
It's
with
like,
the old stuff, it's like it's old, and but it's like anything but dude, it's like anything that's old and used or nearly broken. Now, there's a bunch of chairs. You have an old chair. You want to get rid of it. You got to sell it by person. You can't go to a store and sell your old chairs there anymore. You got to sell it in person. You have to tell someone, "Hey, I got this. Do you want to buy it?" And they'd say, "Yeah." They got to come over and buy it. It's just like that with an old game. You got an
that's
old
a
game,
case
an old
of
cartridge system, and you're like, "Hey, I could sell this to you. I don't have the system to work it. I don't have a working system." Most people don't have the working system anymore, but they have the game cartridge. So if it's
I'm never letting go of my game cartridges.
And I've got a lot of that myself too, but some of the systems themselves, the color doesn't come out right anymore, or it might just stop working.
I think that's a monitor issue.
It could be a cord issue. It could be something inside the system. You know, have to
I got
open up and
myself a
fix it.
clone console just in case. Like, if my Super Nintendo ever stopped working, I still have a means to play my old cartridges.
Hmm.
You know, it's like
I'm
in
just
a
saying,
box.
it's like an old car. After a while, you're gonna have collectors wanting to collect those cars, but you're only gonna have so many frames left. You're gonna only have so many types of the
Frames
engines
of.
left.
Oh, you
Like a
mean like car
19,
frames, like underneath
yeah,
the
like for
chassis?
cars, like yeah, you're gonna have the only so many frames are gonna be left that aren't totally rusted out, and you're gonna be able to Frankenstein stuff back together. But not everybody might have it. It might cost too much, and at that point, everybody just gives up at a certain time. Like you don't see any Model Ts driving around hardly anymore because
Oh my
there's
God!
not.
Speaking of cost, I've seen like Game Boy Advance games for like $150 on Book Off.
Yeah, and it's too
Remember when those
expensive.
were like $30 to $40?
Yeah, the price is it's just going so high. I looked at a Brigandine game, and some people are selling those for $150.
I mean,
Just a
there's
game.
rarity and keeping something in condition, but we got to watch out for like artificial inflation.
I know it happens even with books too. There's some
It's like,
book series and book novels I look at. They come out $14, and on Amazon, someone will buy up most of the copies and sell them for like $120 a piece.
so it's like, and then when enough people do that, it like it sort of fools the customer base. I think, in my opinion, first person to bring it up on a high price, and someone else sees that, and then they go, well, if he's putting it at that price, I can undercut him, and then make even more money. Because even
Yeah.
though it's not like the first that people are gonna buy,
Mhm.
it starts to open up like a trend, a really bad trend
Mhm.
of just, and then you got like a couple people just artificially inflating the the price of what it's worth.
Yeah, that's why I think I honestly think the MU games that are free, that's the best way to do it. Because for one,
MU
you're
games,
selling it. Yeah, because for one, if you try to sell the old game, they put the restrictions onto it because it's still technically their property for some time. But it's like if I sold, it comes into the argument like if I sold the actual cartridge to somebody, you can't do anything to me about that because I'm just selling a game I don't want. So people will make that argument, and I get it. But if you're just selling a mass production, it's going to come to the point that as soon as a game comes out, one person's going to buy it, and then they're going to sell all that. Probably instead of trying to sell for a higher price, and they sold for a cheaper price, they could undercut the actual uh, company itself, and they'll get everybody to come to them to buy it from them. I mean, yeah, you could try out buy all the copies, but as soon as you go to the distributor to find out where it's actually coming from, you could ask them to send it to you more direct. So, I mean, people try to scalp and do stuff like that. They could find different ways to sell, but for like a game, if it's old and kind of retro, you can't get it anymore. I don't see the harm in people being able to play it if it's to such a point that the systems don't even really
through
work
emulation.
anymore. Yeah, the systems don't work. You can't really find the system. A lot of people brag about them having the systems, and they don't.
Even companies are like selling their games emulated.
Yeah, most people don't even have the system anymore, and you can't even find it. There's plenty of people out there
They
that
don't
say
mass produce
they
it
have the
like out of
system.
print.
They say they have the system. You can literally just print out a picture of the cartridge and stick it onto a cartridge and say, "Hey, I got it," and it's not real.
Oh,
And then
that's like
play the
false
emulator,
advertising.
and then play the emulator, and nobody knows the wiser. Nobody's gonna know.
Wait, but how would you get?
I mean, I'm just saying. I've seen people like have
I mean, like
a
selling an
camera.
emulated copy of the game?
No, I'm saying if people are streaming something, I've seen it where people are showing their cartridge or they have it in the background or something like that. And that could just be any cartridge with a picture of the game taped onto it, and you wouldn't really know. And all the while, they're actually playing an emulated version of it.
Oh well, yeah.
You know?
I've seen streamers do that because it's like they display their cartridge, but they're playing an emulated copy because just to be able to like to just be able to stream it, show it off the gameplay, right?
Yeah.
Because they don't have a capture card for the system physically.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too. If you don't have a capture card for the system or it doesn't work, you're doing an MU. But also, when you do the MU, it has better picture than a capture card does because the system itself didn't have the kind of quality to display the picture long ago the way it was kind of meant to be in a digital format.
Oh yeah. Emulation has come a long way. It wasn't always the case, but it's definitely better now.
Yeah, because if you see some of these games, even the Brigandine game and some of these other games, when you play it from the disc, something happens with the system where if the eye is trying to read and translate, at some point there's some kind
mean
of
the
loss
reader?
of yeah, the reader. There's some
That
loss
laser that moves back and forth. Bzz, bzz, bzz.
yeah, and there's some loss with quality after some time.
Wear and
And
tear.
the same thing even goes with the like an SNES system where you're snapping the game in. Those connection ports wear out a little bit over time, and then you lose the quality because of that. But with an MU, you can't really lose the quality because it's just directly injecting the code right into a console system that's on a PC that's much better. So
Hey, half
you're just
honest.
gonna
No, half honest just came in. He's another viewer.
Oh.
I haven't seen him in a while. It's going great. I'm fixing my scenes. I still gotta fix my scenes because stuff is still broken. But yeah, something's working. So I got this scene, and I gotta redo the other scenes. All right. Oh, it's not the worst of like. It's not the end of the world. I just gotta like replace my plugins and then recreate the effects. The Mode 7 thing is gonna be tricky though. So I'm just here chatting about like emulation and people that want to like just access these games that they can't.
Yeah.
I think one of my super scopes is just really bad. It just doesn't like the receiver just doesn't pick up on one of them. So I got two of them just in case. And one of them doesn't even have like the scope. But I think I want to make a better one. I used to have like a better attachment for it, right? The stock scope like really gives you like tunnel vision because it's like it's too narrow, the hole that you have to look through. Really? Is that a PlayStation 3 emulator? RP. So it's getting better. See that Veracity?
What?
Emulation's getting better.
Emulation stuff is concept surprising me how good already is already. Yeah. I think it's important, honestly. In the past, I was like one of the if I play online against somebody in the past, or I guess it still happens today. If people are hacking, that's a bad thing because then one person has the unfair advantage. But you're going to play a single player game by yourself, and the companies are making sure that there's no way you can play that game ever again, then these games are just kind of lost to time.
It's not
You know,
that it's not that they're making sure that nobody's able to play it. It's just that at some point they can only support something for so long. They have to cut, you know, they got to cut the cord at some point, right? You can't buy
Yeah,
like
I'm
the
just thinking
Wii
of
shop
like
is just
old.
shut down,
Well,
and then
I don't know I'm trying to think of a good example for it, but it's like let's say you had an old toy from 1950. It's not even a game, you know, and then you try to turn around and sell it, and somebody else is like, "Well, this is trademarked. I made this toy." It's like I, I should be able to sell it. You, your company's been going for so long, and you've got all these new toys. This is an old toy. I should be able to sell it because it's mine. You know,
like are you
or I
talking about
should be
like
able to give.
reselling
I
the
should be able
old?
to give. Well, I'm not saying necessarily to sell, but I'm just saying like it's your thing that you got and it's old. You should be able to do what you want with it. Instead of somebody else saying like you can't like if I bought it from you long ago, I should have the rights to, you know, and because the thing is, if everybody knows it's yours, that's fine. You know, if I tried to sell the thing under my name, then yeah, that's kind of a criminal offense. But if I want to,
Yeah, copyright.
if I wanted to copyright it myself and say this is mine and I'm selling it, and they're like, no, this is ours, and we can prove it, then yeah, that's a court case. But the thing is, those old games, a lot of the time, they will not remake them. They will not do it because they just don't care. They want to make a newer version of it, or the new version that is the remake isn't really much of a remake. You know, it's a little bit different.
I think half honest brings up a good point that needs to be pointed out. Eventually, people just move on when a game isn't getting enough like traction with people. It becomes more of a cost than it is a profit. So it's like, why are you going to have the servers on? It costs money to like have servers for these things, right?
Yeah, and so because it's going to cost them more to support an old game that they don't care about anymore, they shouldn't care about it.
It's not that they
You
don't
know?
care. It's like the thing is with like these companies and publishers, right? They're business first before gamers, right? And so like they need money in order to continue the business.
Yeah, but you can't put a generator on a dead guy and watch him spin around in the grave. You gotta just let him die. You know, however long it takes.
That's exactly the case. You know, freaking Dragon's Dogma Online, they shut it down after 3 years. The devs cried because like they were really passionate about creating content for that, and then it just wasn't, it was not making enough profits despite, you know, people really liking the game. Heck, people even like change their IP addresses just to play that game. But like Capcom, they made the decision to like, you know, cut the power, pull the plug off the life support on that thing. And it had collaborations. But like Capcom decided it was time.
Yeah, I guess my point is that everything somehow can stay there forever to some degree, but games are turning into ghosts, like actual ghosts. No, we got to make sure nobody can ever have this game ever again because we have it trademarked and we can only do it this way, but we're not going to remake it. So they're never going to remake the game, or they probably forget about it, make a new spin-off, which isn't the original game, and then they'll try to force you to never buy the old game. That literally ghosts the material into unexistence. which is, I guess, somewhat my fear, and I think a lot of other people's fears, because then we have to wait until they make the remake, and there has to be somebody to ask for it or say it or get it to move somehow. Somebody has to make a movement, and that's still not even a guarantee that they'll even do anything about it, because you're talking to a big, because now you're basically begging a giant business, please make my old game that I really like again. And a few other of you are doing the same thing too, and they're like, yeah, no.
There's been revivals.
Yeah, I'm just saying, yeah, there's revivals, or there's like spiritual successors of games, like even with Brigandine Legend of Runeterra, nobody wanted a successor. They wanted a sequel. They wanted a prequel. They wanted a third, fourth, fifth. They wanted something else that was like a continuation of the original, that was original to the original. And they didn't get it. They were happy with that. I mean, people play it and they like it, but it was like, I just know that personally for me, I would have wanted number 2. And I know a lot of other people wanted that too. They all thought they were getting number 2. They didn't get number 2. And so if they just go and try to cancel the original, they're like, no, you can't play the emulator. You can't even buy the game anymore. Oh, the game's being sold for $300, $400, $500 online because some, jackhole wants to make sure that he's going to get his money's worth. There's only like 5 games in existence. Nobody can play it anymore. You're kind of like totally restricting people from even having a thing that they grew up with. Whereas in the past, in the 50s and 60s, or even earlier than that, if you wanted to sell the toy maker wanted, it's going out of style, but somebody could recreate it and nobody's going to say anything. Nobody's going to care that much. I mean, the company is defunct, or I'm just saying, like, from what it was throughout however long in time till now, toys or things from the past, you could get again somehow a recreation of the exact same thing, or you could get it, but it wasn't completely a ghost. Now with these games, they'll turn into actual ghosts, where it's just and it almost become like a fable. Like, was that game even real? I don't know.
Was
look
that
at
game even
Polybus.
real? But like what
Polybus
kind of question is that?
An example of that. Like, people would be like, was a game even around? I don't know. I can't find an emulator on it. People said it was real.
And they say don't copy that floppy.
You can't get an emu on it. You can't find the game online. Somebody says they're selling it, but almost nobody even has it anymore, and nobody's restricted to buy it. They're saying
it's funny how emulation just saves what these companies can't like always preserve. I believe Square lost the code to one of their Final Fantasy games, and they had to like remake it from the ground up. I believe, if I'm correct. I don't know the full story of it, but and then another example could be Phantasy Star, where they had to rack their heads in order to like figure out how they're gonna emulate the animation for turning around in a dungeon, because supposedly they couldn't get like the original dev. So they had to figure out his code before, they were able to like resell it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so,
I'm just saying, like, if it turns into a ghosting system, like there was even a story about Polybus.
It's a ghost console.
Was Polybus even real? Because they can't find any arcade games of Polybus.
Wait, you know what's?
Oh
yeah.
Yeah. You've heard of that, right?
Polybius.
Is it a game even real? I don't even know myself.
I mean, it is. I've seen videos of it.
I want to say I played it when I was younger, because I think I might have at an arcade. But now when I see it, it's almost turning into one of those Mandela effects. It's like, is this going to happen in our future, where our kids are going to be like, that game you played never existed. Like, what are you talking about? I played it. They're all gonna look at you like you're crazy because they've made sure that nobody could sell the game ever again. There was no emulation of it. There was no way to know about it, and nobody has the game. And you'd be like, "What the heck?" It's like we're living.
There'll be
in-
somebody like a generation that just forgotten and eroded through time, right? Because a generation is only going to be alive for so long, right? So they would
Yeah.
have to pass on the knowledge, right?
But it would turn into fables. We're literally going to have games that are going to be seen as fables.
I mean, no, not necessarily, because
And
there's
it'd be like,
proof.
if one guy, this one guy
Emulation
has
is proof
it, like,
of something.
he just made some art and stuck it on a cartridge and said it was real. And
Oh,
then he
wait.
made some code up
You-
and then let.
Wait, you really think people are going to make stuff up like that?
I think it will happen like that. Some games will be so forgotten and so restricted to the point that it'll probably turn into a
Like
fantasy
fake
story.
history?
Yeah, it'll turn into a myth. Like a lot of things do when there's not enough of it anymore for anybody to see, and it just you don't even know.
I have this emulated copy of this game that supposedly existed. Ooh.
But if you try to sell it in the future and they put some kind of restriction on code and they look into it, make sure you can't even move it,
A company. What do you mean, like not move it
you won't be able to even transfer the file.
to transfer?
You'd-
Oh, unless you figure
have
out
to-
how to hack it.
You'd have
Hackers
to
always find a way.
You'd have to physically mail it or drive it. It would be like a physical transport thing you'd have to do.
Oh, because the only way to play it is through a console. Because you can't even. Is that what you
A
mean?
console that's not linked to the internet, that whoever has control over what internet server that you're using is so restricted that you can't even play an old game that you grew up playing.
Oh wait, you know what you just remind me of? A couple things you
What?
just remind me of. Do you remember PT?
No.
Okay, so PT, it's not pleasant time. I mean I've joked about it before in the past, but it's a playable teaser, and it was supposed to be like a demo or teaser to like
Mm-hmm.
a Silent Hill game.
Yeah.
And so it's like you can't download it anymore. So the only way to
Mhm.
play it is if you buy a console that has it on its hard drive, because you can't download it anymore, and there's no physical copies of it.
Hmm.
And another thing you just reminded me of is Streets of Rage. No, not Streets of Rage. Final Fight Revenge. I believe it was on the Sega Saturn.
Oh,
I
Final
hear-
Fight.
Yeah, I hear it's so complicated to emulate that you need like a physical copy to play it for some reason. Unless emulation has advanced far enough where now you can play it on emulation. But last I heard, you couldn't emulate it. You needed to find because it was just too complicated for emulation to do the job. So you needed a physical copy to play Final Fight Revenge.
Wow. Yeah, I've heard that about some Sega Saturn stuff. Even my friend wanted to play Shining Force 3, which I ended up getting, the MU of it, or a translated version of the MU of it, because they never brought out the second disc to America, and it was just like, well, we don't
I think
really
it was
want
just the
to.
first one, right?
Yeah, but
That
they
game
never
is
had the second
3
disc.
discs in total.
I think so, yeah. And you can't play it any other way, unless you play the Japanese version or translated version of it. The same with Grand Edition. There is no English Grand Edition. Somebody had to translate it and put it into English for you to be able to play it. So some of these that have a different translation, you can't even play it unless you know the language.
And they did it for free.
Yeah, and somebody has to do it for free. Somebody did it for free. It was a huge project that people had to go through and change it out. Because I could play it because I knew what the cost of the spell was, the power of the spell. So I knew what I was doing moving through the game itself based upon where the text was and which position it was. So I could play the game in Japanese. I just couldn't understand half the language. But I knew where all the things were. It was the same place they would be in the English version game.
Do you
But,
like read Japanese?
No, I.
Okay,
learned
so you
a
just
very
recognize.
I just learn. I recognize certain symbols and I can pick up what they are, but I very crude understanding. I'd need to actually
Like
really
muscle
study and
memory.
learn it.
Oh, I remember this option is here, and that other option
Yeah.
is there.
And I try to remember some of the characters, but
You completely ignore the Niendayo.
I'd have to be immersive in a language. Like I've learned a little German too, and I'd have once I'm immersed into it, it's easier, and the immersion is actually true. It's hard initially, but then after a while, you're just like, oh, okay. It's like my ex and I, we watched a lot of Spanish TV, and after a while, it's like, oh, I kind of know what they're saying. I can't speak it, but I kind of know what they're saying. But it's like that with
Well,
games
that's
too.
interesting. How would you know?
The way they're talking, their emotion, and you learn a word or two, and then you start to pick up on the other things.
Oh, the expression.
Yeah, the
Because
expression.
it's like
the way
if they raise
talk.
their voice, then like that's
Yeah,
a
it's plus
sign of
Spanish
something.
people are very emotional when they do their television, so it's a lot easier to pick
Oh,
up
it's
on.
because in Spanish cultures, right? Like they're all
They're a bit
about the
flamboyant.
drama and violence, right?
Yeah.
For example, anime is just uncensored in like Latin countries, right? So like
Mhm.
an example, Latin version of Saint Seiya, you'll see like every time that the main protagonist gets hit and thrown into a pillar enough times for him to go blind, they'll cut that out in America, right? Because
Mm.
that's too far, right? So they'll censor the violence. But in Latin countries, that's totally okay. They let it fly. Heck, you might even see a boob or two.
Okay.
So it's the differences in cultures and whatnot. What's okay versus not okay in like different countries.
Mm-hmm.
But wait, you know what else you just reminded me of? Do you watch
you know what
Cowboy
wanted-
Bebop?
Oh, yeah.
There was an episode where they got
You're
a
talking about
tape.
the old one, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
there was an episode where they got a tape. They wanted to know what was on the tape, but they didn't have anything to play it on. So they try to like stick it into a VCR. You remember that episode?
Yes, exactly.
And then they found out, oh, it doesn't play Veda. So they went flying around to different places trying to find like a pawn shop that sold the Veda player to play the Veda tape.
They had to go underground in a flooded tower of some sort into the basement where this one guy had all this old stuff.
Yeah.
Old recorders and a beta and when he was trying to get in there, he was just kicking it and breaking it and just smashing the stuff. Like he didn't realize how delicate it was because his new stuff, when he kicks the TV, it just works because it's so so strong in comparison. But you saw in that episode where he's breaking a VCR, he's just kicking it until the buttons are flying off, and he's like, "Come on!" And the guy is just like about to lose his mind because he's
completely unfamiliar.
Spike is just breaking these old relics, old VCR and stuff.
When you're not familiar with technology and whatnot, this is like
he's from the future. It made him look like he was a Neanderthal.
Yeah, that's oh my god, it's funny. Well, one of these
But yeah,
days,
I'm just saying, like in the future, it's gonna be just like that. All this old stuff that you're like, I need all this stuff for, and then everything's restricted. That's the only way you're gonna be able to get it, is searching through some real weird, you know, place that is just a quagmire, and you might find it, you might not, and it'll be like, why didn't they keep this in a digital thing? I guess they didn't think about that. No, they restricted you. They didn't let you have it in any way, and then they took it all away. There was nothing left. There was no proof. It's just a footprint. You don't even know if they made it up. It'll turn into one of those, was this even real? Tale. And it will be like, yes, it was real. And they'll be like, no, it's not. There's no proof. You
no,
have
because
nothing.
people can tell when something was made, right? You're not going to be able to like fabricate oldness.
They're going to have technology so good that you'll be able to make games on the fly in certain ways. It'll be like RPG Maker, but just with, modern survival games and stuff like that.
Like Dreamweaver, you think about it and then it just creates the anything is possible.
And then they'll just say, oh no, that was just somebody's creation. That was never a real game that was coded.
Wait, hold on. We already have AI that's just drawing stuff, right? You can get chat GPT to write you code for or a piece of code for a game.
Yeah. Put all that together. We'll have a whole history that we'll know is real, but our grandchildren will they might not believe us. They might say, that never happened. And I can prove why, because this AI system could do this. And if it can do this, then that never, this AI system created all this stuff, and you're just imagining stuff, Grandpa.
Back in my day, we had to walk 15 miles to the game store. But like, I mean, unless you preserve evidence.
That's my point. How are you going to preserve the evidence if you have nothing to prove? If every digital copy you have is taken away from you, or most people, except for one guy, that guy's like a Merlin.
Emulation is proof of something. I mean, you wouldn't just...
Yeah. I don't know.
Plus,
I guess the proof is in the pudding. You got to be able to
a publisher is going to have record of everything that they own, because let's say
not all the time, because even
really,
yeah, because there was a time I was looking at Atlas on their site, and they took off Brigandine from their roster. So even Brigandine, the game that I played, the LOF version, wasn't even on their roster.
What website?
Atlas, the game company of Atlas,
like Atlas.com, like
Atlas.com. The Atlas,
but what's the purpose? What's the purpose of that website?
Well, they show the games that they distribute. They're distributors of the game in particular. And when I sent them a few messages, and I was trying to find out if they're going to make another game, what they're going to do with it, and they were happy to know that I was asking about it. And then they just didn't have the game on the roster anymore. It was just gone.
Did they lose the license?
They might have lost the license, or maybe they just forgot about it. I don't know what.
Oh wait, you know what you just reminded me of? Activision. They lost the license to Transformers.
Yeah.
So you can't even buy those games. You can't even buy those games on Steam anymore.
Yeah. Stuff goes poof. Technicalities happen. Then it's gone.
You could sell Transformers and not get in trouble for it, because Activision doesn't have I mean, no, there's still always Hasbro.
So
You could still-
what would happen? What
You
would
can still
happen
get in
this
trouble from
scenario?
Hasbro.
What would happen in this scenario where, like Nintendo, let's say it's Nintendo for instance, and
Yeah.
let's just say Mario Brothers, all right? Any Mario Brothers game, maybe Paper Mario. Paper Mario is a good example because it's not as popular. They confiscate or delete any appearance of the game from your hard drive, from anything else that anybody could have, and only like a handful of people have it left, right? Somewhere scattered out, some hard drive left in a corner of their house. They don't even realize anymore. So they confiscate, they get rid of all the games of Paper Mario because they don't want anybody selling it or giving it away for free because they're not monopolizing on their profit that they can't really make any profit off anymore. But because you're playing the old game and not the new game, you're not giving them any more new money. Which I get that. From business perspective, it does kind of make sense. But then again, it's sort of a, kind of a dick move. But then at that point, hardly anybody has the game anymore. And they get to a point where their company goes defunct. But they've confiscated, they destroyed all the old games. Like, they burned all the books. They're all gone. And now that they're underwater and the laws change, the rules change, it's just gone. One person might have it. They might not know where it is. And eventually it just falls into, it becomes a polybius. Nobody
Obscurity.
knows of existence, because the company itself is underwater, or the company itself was dismantled, and everything they had about their past somehow gets destroyed. They wipe all the files. You don't even know. You're
That's
like
quite
scratching
that's quite the scenario.
I'm just saying it could happen, especially with the amount of companies that are out and how many indie games are out. I think it's going to get to a point where we're going to have multiple major companies, especially with Steam getting big, because they have all these indie games in there. Steam's going to get, which probably is at that point, which I haven't really followed.
Well, Steam has like this.
Where they compete so hard that
Steam has this
one
term
company will
of
get eaten up by another company, and then that company will get wiped. Very much like cell phone companies.
it's interesting what Steam does, right? So on their terms of service somewhere, it says that should they ever go down for any reason, we're allowed to keep the games that we buy and download them and keep them.
They say that.
Yeah.
They say that, but if they sell their company to somebody else and then they change the rules, and they could say, well, if you don't like it, leave.
Oh, because it's under different management. That can also happen.
It could happen. I don't know if it will happen. And it's a good thing that they have that clause in there. But if they change their companies, and the owner changes and all that, and then it's under new management, and a new manager's like, you got to rebuy all these old games. You can keep them. We're not going to delete them. We just can't play it unless you rebuy all these old games. That would suck. I'm not saying it's going to happen because that would be a horrible, horrible thing.
Yeah, that would suck. Good thing I bought Transformers Devastation when I did.
Yeah.
Because at least I can still re-download it if I have to.
Mm-hmm.
It's just
I just see
that
the future is a lot more complicated than it was in the past.
I mean, the future's not even written.
I know, but with the way things have gone from when I was younger till now, it is so vastly different than I remember. I kind of grew up in, before the computer age, with that. I got a Mac when I was, I don't know, like 14 or so.
A Macintosh computer?
Macintosh computer.
Was it a G3?
Also, I don't remember, but I remember I got this one game. It was a time game that was on Microsoft. or the Macintosh, which I guess they're probably, maybe they are, I don't know, they're not. Or maybe they are, I don't remember. But I got this one time game that you had to go through time, and you pick up items in different time zones and you bring them back to another. So like a wrench from the present would fix something in the future, and in the future you get this one alien gun that you can kill this dinosaur in the past to get by this area, and you had to keep going back and forth and figuring this out. I'm trying to remember what the name of the game was anymore. I don't even remember. I wanted to play it again. I wanted to find it. I cannot find it. I don't remember the name of the game. I don't remember where to even find it. I don't think anybody has it. I tried looking for videos of it. Nothing. It's gone.
Yeah, you'd have to remember the game, the name of the game.
But I just looked up time traveling games from that. I couldn't even find the game I'm looking for.
You know what the problem is? When you go...
And then I can't even play that game because it has to be run through a Macintosh emulator, which I couldn't even get that to run. I don't know.
I mean, well, with that aside, because the problem with trying to search things on Google, it's just so vague. There's multiple games that involve like time-related traveling and stuff. I mean, there's Time Gal and whatnot.
I want to say it was like Time Split or Time Benders. I don't remember.
Time Splitters. There's 3 of those.
Maybe it was a different game though. It could have been that.
Wait, Time Splitters?
Yeah, I don't.
No, it's
I
not
don't remember
Time
if that was
Splitters.
right.
Because you said G3 computer. So this was before Time Splitters.
This was like the first Macintosh that came out just after the Linux, I think. Yeah, it had color. So it was just right after the, was it the IBM Linux or what? I don't know. I don't remember what kind those old types were, but I think it was the Linux, and they brought out the Macintosh computer, which was Mac. And it had some color to it too. And there was a time game I had a Spider-Man cartoon maker, which I just love that game because you could do all kinds of stuff. Spider-Man Cartoon Maker. I don't know if you ever played it, but you probably love that game. Or it was Story Maker, I think. It's either Cartoon or Story Maker. But they had little GIFs of Spider-Man shooting his web. You can move him through the scene and make a little movie out of it.
I might have played something similar with it, or something similar to that nature. So I remember playing something like Animation Studio on like an old computer at school, and it was supposed to be like interactive, and like, of course, you probably need like a DOS box emulator to play it. But yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's just that's what I keep thinking of. Like, I want to get the game because I have the game. But it's like they want me to rebuy the game, and they don't have the system for me to work it on. I have to get an emulator for that. Figure out how to run that.
They're not going to be able to, like, they're not going to sell you something you can't play, like, because then what would be the point?
That's what I don't want to have happen.
A big company like Capcom or Nintendo, they're not going to do that, because if it's going to be so complicated to run it, that's like an inconvenience. People aren't going to buy into that.
Yeah.
Right? Like, the whole point of buying that stuff now is you have an easy, convenient way of just playing it without having to deal with the hassle of figuring out how how to get it to run and not have to deal with viruses.
Yeah.
To just make it simple. That's the only way they're gonna profit off of like old stuff like that. Otherwise, what would be the point?
Mm.
And they're only gonna be able to like at some point they'll only be able to like profit off of like the newer generation. Maybe some people will like. Some of the old people will probably still buy it, right? Because like I recently bought Capcom Stadium 1 and 2 just to be able to play on my Switch, right? Even though I have those games on my computer, right? But being able to play it on the go, right? That's like a purpose. That's like, okay, like I'll pay for that just to be able to play it on my Switch.
Here's the other point that I want to throw out there too, is that you know how, well, I mean, it's just the simple fact, everybody when they get older, you do play the game that you grew up with the most, and you still like to play that, but you don't end up playing a lot of new games. So when these developers keep making all these new games and they want the old gamers to play their new games, they're kind of like begging you to play a newer game that you're just not familiar with, you're just not into, you like the old stuff. Like I talked to even my neighbor's kid, you know, about like Final Fantasy and stuff, and he's like, "Nah, I don't like that 2D stuff that hurts my eyes." I'm like, "It hurts your eyes? What are you? What are you talking about?"
Wait, who said that?
My neighbor's kid. He was talking about the new Final Fantasies and how his dad was playing them, and I'm like, "Well, you should probably try some of the older stuff." He's like, "Nah, the 2D stuff hurts my." I'm thinking, how in the hell
2D stuff.
can a 2D flat picture hurt your eyes?
Was this a young kid?
Yeah, I think he's about 10 or 12. I don't know, but
Okay, it's possible that because people get like, it's possible that he's just really like photosensitive to like,
I guess, yeah,
light and flashing color, because that's a
honestly,
thing.
No, but the Final Fantasy games don't flash really, unless it's the very basic.
Which Final
original
Fantasy are we
Nintendo
talking?
system. I was talking about Final Fantasy 6 and Final Fantasy 5.
Is that like
The only time Final
That's
Fantasy
2D?
actually flashes sometimes is the first one from the Nintendo system when you're poisoned. And you go, "Brrrr," and it flashes the screen on and off and it makes this loud ass sound. And Final Fantasy 1 does that. But the other ones that are the newer updated PS1 versions, they really don't like, at least I don't remember them flickering like that. But
he's photosensitive?
I guess.
Because that's an actual thing. People are just sensitive to like flashing colors and lights, right? Like
Yeah. I know that too. Like strobe lights and stuff. Sometimes I'm just, you know, if there's a party or there's something like that, I'm not into that myself.
in Donkey Kong Country 1, there's a level where I forgot the name. There's a parrot. Forgot his name. Parrot holds a flashlight, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so when he turns around, it plays the animation of the bird, turning around like 180 degrees, right? But
Okay.
the flashlight swings towards, like, in relation to where the player is.
I remember this part.
So every time that happens, there's like a white flash, but it's very quick, and the screen is just complete white. Now the problem is how quick it does it, and it's like super bright.
Yeah.
And that bothers, like, that's like, ow, for a split second.
Well, that's actually supposed to bother you, actually. Like, you know, those tactical flashlights that'll flash at you? You know, turn them on, they'll flicker.
Yeah, but it's a bad game design.
I know they shouldn't be doing that, because you shouldn't do that in a game. I mean, I know they do that in horror games now, but
I think
I'm just saying
it's
for, like,
worse when you emulate it.
oh yeah, because it's even brighter. 'Cause it's more clear.
I mean, not necessarily. It's just that emulation just does frames differently from like original consoles, right? When it's running a game at 60 frames per second,
Oh yeah, because it
versus
can. The console can't
or,
keep up with the code.
original consoles. They don't even they're not always running their games at 60 frames per second, right? And so also it
No.
could be the difference between a CRT monitor versus the LED monitors that we have now. You get what I
That's
mean?
true. Yeah. Yeah.
So it might
I
have
think
been
the
less severe on a
CRT
CRT because
I
the
think the
CRT has like
CRT
scan lines
yeah,
and
it had
whatnot.
to do smaller blocks that actually had some um it was like tiny little TVs within a TV, you know? Um and how they had it set up.
Another example is Earthbound. When you get poisoned and you have to walk around with poison, the screen flashes red.
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah.
then like on a CRT that might not be no big deal, but when you
Yeah,
emulate it,
I could see where you're coming from with that. I've just seen like some new games I played, even if it was like yeah, like something like Noble Fates or something like that, where it's
it's
more
just too
like
much for the
cartoony
brain to
characters.
process, like
Yeah, it's a lot of big cartoony characters. They're not 2D, but the way that it's just this giant amount of different saturation colors that are always there. They don't move. You know it's not real. I think maybe it's just hard for the brain to process, but I would say some of the newer games that have a lot of big bright saturated colors are kind of harder to watch sometimes than the older games, because like even when I played a lot of mobile games, when I played, well, not a lot, but I played some mobile games, and on the screen of my phone, um I think it was just the saturation of the colors, but it was hurting my eyes after a while, and I just stopped playing mobile games. It was too. I don't know if there was. I don't remember there being a lot of flashes
just mobile
from some of
games
the.
like in general.
Yeah, I played Clash of Clans. I played a few other games.
The flashes are
Um,
either too bright or they're too quick.
I don't even. But I'm saying like some of them didn't have a whole lot of flashes. It was just the little characters running around, but the characters aren't like drawn in real sense. Just like everybody looks like Bart Simpson, or they look like a purple monster, or they're all blue and they got a little,
Oh,
it seems
Veracity.
like,
Half
yeah,
Honest is asking if you were talking about Journeyman Project for the time traveling game.
that might be it. I wonder if that's it, but it sounds familiar.
Because the only other game I can think of was the one with the hologram, and it was like 3D projected on arcade.
I'll have to look at that, and that could be it, because you have to
That's
fight
something
an
completely
alien.
different.
You have to fight an alien monster. You go back to the. I think you go back. I want to say you go back to the Jurassic Park era, and then there's a
Let
modern
me.
time era, and you got to pick up different things from different places, take them at different times, because it's the only way you can get through the game.
He said he saw it back, and he went.
It went back to prehistoric times. I think it does. But that was a really, really hard game to beat. And I don't know if I just was not smart enough to play the game at the time and I didn't really understand it.
Did it play like Dragon's
But
Lair?
it was you're just looking straight forward, and you turn in a cross. So northwest or north, south, east, west. And you just turn left and right, and you go forward and you go back, and you bring like a key, or you bring something to open a door from the past to the future, and then you're able to move forward with it.
First
And
person?
sometimes yeah, it's very first person, but it doesn't allow you to move in every which way. I think you can only turn exactly forward and back and left and right.
Classic Mac OS, and Windows.
I want to
Sanctuary
say that's how it
Woods.
was, because that's what I remember. But I was a kid at the time, and I don't know if I'm remembering it perfectly
Oh, this is
right
on
now.
Mac. Okay, it's not too old, but old enough to like, we don't even see graphics like this anymore.
Yeah, it's not. I don't think it's. I think it had decent graphics for the time, but
I'll send it to you via Discord.
I'll have to look at that. Journeyman project. That could be it.
That's a Google search. So yeah, in the case of like flashing stuff, right? Because we're talking about a light that's being presented to like a group of eyes that have to like adjust to light and dark, right? And you know what you know how that works, right?
Yeah.
So, but if it happens too fast, it's too much for the eyes to handle. That's why it might hurt, or people might like steer away from it because it's happening too fast. If it was more gradual, then that's at least easier on the eyes because the eyes are given time to like adjust to the brightness or the darkness, right? So the eye is trying to like limit the amount of light that's entering it. But because it's happening too fast, it's being overwhelmed. So there's a part, I think within the coronas, there's a part of your eye that just like expands or contracts or dilates because it's in response to light and dark. So it needs to happen. Otherwise, severe light is just too much for the eyes. Kind of like how you could go blind if you're looking at the sun.
Yeah.
Because it's just too bright and it's just too fast.
Yeah, I hear you with that.
But like on a CRT screen, it's not like, because it's a projection being like, it's a projection like through glass. So already the glass is like limiting some of the light, the brightness of the light, right? Plus you got like those scan lines, right? With LEDs, the refresh rate is like a lot faster, more or less. Even though there's a bit of processing that's going on. So looking at LEDs isn't the same as looking at like CRTs. Because we're talking about like a light emitting diode versus something that's being projected.
Okay. I wonder
like,
if it's going to be better in the future when we do holograms.
Holograms?
I want to say it might, but that's going to be interesting. I think that'll probably be what it'll be.
As long as you're not looking directly into the source and origin of the projection, it shouldn't be a problem.
Because honestly, what else can you do?
You never
everything gets
know.
smaller, everything gets lighter, everything gets more invisible. I think holograms will be the near future of pretty much everything we do for picture.
I mean, as long as you're able to like adjust the brightness of the hologram, then you should be fine. And don't look directly into the origin of where the projection is coming from.
But yeah, thanks, Saphonis, for looking into that. I think Journeyman Project was the game I played. It kind of does look like that. I think you had to fight a robot, an alien.
I mean, I see a robot
fight an alien
on one of these images.
Well, actually, I think I had to run away from the robot. Yeah, thanks a lot for that. I kept wondering about that for a long time, and I had no idea what it was. I forgot.
So is this like a horror survival point and click?
It's sort of a survival, but it's kind of like a figure it out. It's like a survival game.
Well, quote survival, unquote, because like there's different kinds of survival.
Yeah, you can't fight some of the enemies in there. You have to find a way to get past them to get to the next area. And if that is the game, then that would be the game. Which it does. One of the pictures does look like I think it is, because I think that is the game, because it was like 93. You know, it was way back when.
It
When I was
looks
a
like a
kid.
93.
I don't know if I had all of the games, but I think I had one of them, and I think it was just the first one.
So there's no way to defend yourself other than to just get out of the
You're
way.
just you take a key card from one place, you take it to another, you take a wrench from one place, you use it in another area in time. And you're just kind of taking it back and forth. You're trying to figure out what to use in what area. Because if you don't do it right, you get attacked and killed or captured or pretty much anything.
You know what else did that? It played. This was a different game though. Let me see if I can. It did it using 3D projection. If I can find it. Ah, I found it. Time Traveler. It was a 3D arcade. You can still find those too, but they're rare and expensive. I'll slap it into your Discord.
Cool. Yeah, I guess for me personally, it's like that nostalgia. If it goes away and we weren't here to think about it, who would? You know? And it's just lost the time.
Are you like afraid that we might not be able to play games like Time Traveler?
No, I'm just saying, like, you get older, and if things get so restricted to the point that you just can't find it anymore, and you know, like the scenario I said, like the developers made sure nobody could have it, and they looked for code, they made sure nobody could, you know, find a way to give it away or anything, and then they go defunct, and then it's gone, and then you're like, where do I go to get it? I can't play that game I liked anymore. It's just gone. You know, it's like a toy in the past. If someone made a Nutcracker toy or a toy soldier or a doll or something like that, somebody could just recreate
You have to
it.
get it in the museum. Ugh.
Yeah, but why? Do you want to go to a museum to get your? No, you're not gonna want to do that. You're gonna.
I mean, there's reprints. I see reprints of Ninja Turtles, and you know,
Yeah,
they're still making them.
but it's like what happened in the past with your grandpa giving you a toy that he had when he was little, and then now for us having video games, wanting to give our video game to our grandchildren, great grandchildren, and we can't. Well, I'm just saying, if it turned into that where we couldn't, give it, that would be
Not being able to Steam allows you to like gives you the option. They call it family share, where you could share your games with a limited amount of accounts.
yeah.
And this was it's for the purpose of sharing your games with your family members. That's why they call it family share.
Yeah.
At least, Steam's got that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know. I guess I don't really have to fear that in a sense, but it's kind of like a worry. Like, what if they make it so that, the only way, because they're trying to draw in everybody to the past, but when you get older, you might not want to play any of the newer games. You might not like any of the newer games. You just want to play the older game, and if you're so restricted to the point that they won't let you.
Depends.
You know?
Depends on how you feel about
I'm
it.
just saying, like, how far would they twist reality to the point that they would, heavy hand the whole thing, and then you're just kind of stuck.
I mean, you don't gotta
it's like,
twist reality. Like,
well, I'm just saying, how far would people go?
We need to get
know
these
what I'm
older dudes to play our newer games. Like,
Yeah, because they just think it's just a game. But I mean, look, my other friend who plays Brigandine with me, he will not play almost any of the new games that I have. He only likes his old games. He likes his old console. He still has his own console, which
how
now is
old is he?
broken. He's he just turned 40.
Okay.
So he won't play any of the newer games. He likes his
Nostalgia.
older console. Yeah, but his
Old.
console broke.
I mean,
He
it
had to get
comes
an
with
MU
like.
console of the older one, but he still doesn't have the old games that he could play from the MU console because the MU console doesn't have all the games that he had. It has different ones. Some of the ones he has, but not all of the ones he had. So he doesn't even get to play uh, X-Men with the Apocalypse in there, where you have to actually reset
Yo, an
the console.
Apocalypse on Super
He
Nintendo.
doesn't. Yeah, he does. He has that cartridge game, but he cannot play it on the MU system because the MU system doesn't have it loaded into the file.
MU. Are we talking to like a Retron 5?
Yeah, it's a retro emulated console system that his brother got him for a Christmas present, which has
I believe
Streets of Rage on
it tries to like copy
and-
the ROM and then try to load it, but then when you turn it off, the ROM is gone. So it's like
Mhm.
technically
you
it's
gotta-
emulation, even though it deletes the ROM when you shut it off.
Yeah, but you can get like I think a little flash drive to create some save files on it, I believe.
So he doesn't have like a clone console or a Super Nintendo to play it.
His old games for the old system, because he has a Sega that I don't think it's working anymore because he like plays Sega all the time. His old system just not working, and he doesn't really know where to get it fixed. He doesn't think about getting it fixed, so he doesn't even get to enjoy the old games he grew up with anymore. His brother gave him an emulated system that is an actual cartridge, or not a cartridge, but it is. I don't think it's really a cartridge system.
And
I think it's just
it doesn't work.
It's a box. It has the emulations in it.
But like the
and,
cartridge won't work
you
on
can
that
plug
system.
a USB. No. Well, you can get some cartridge things for it.
It might
I
be a
believe-
compatibility issue, or they might have to update the firmware.
I think. Well, the thing is, you can get some cartridge systems for it, but it has a pack of games, and it doesn't have all the games that he had. You know, he had all the Shining Force, or he had 1 and 2 Shining Forces on there, and Streets of Rage, and I think a couple other ones, but he can't get those. The ones that he had, and so he can't play it anymore because his original Sega system, which was the good kind, you know, the really, I forgot the name of that too, but it was
the good kind Sega Master System.
Sega I don't know what it was.
Sega Master, Sega Genesis,
there-
Sega Saturn.
Yeah, there was.
And then there was
slightly
a
upgraded version of the
Neptune. I think.
There wasn't a Neptune.
You sure?
No.
Sega Saturn. Or it might have been that. I might have been thinking something else.
You're thinking of Dreamcast.
But Dreamcast is real.
Well, yeah, I know that.
No, I mean, I know there's a Sega Saturn, but I think there wasn't a console after Saturn, but before Dreamcast.
I think they wanted to do something, but I don't know if that was just an experimental thing. I never saw anything. What you're
Sega
trying to
Neptune
describe.
prototype. 32X.
You'd have to show me that.
I'm just glancing at it. I know very little of it. I can copy. It looks like a car. Like the front of a car.
another good
I'll inject it into your Discord.
all right. Another thing too, did you ever see Cutthroat Island?
Nope.
The movie? It was an old movie. It had
Wait, let me take a look at it before I automatically say no.
look up Cutthroat Island. It was a movie they turned into a game that was for the Super Nintendo, and I still
Like a
have that game.
movie-based game.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
a
this looks like
movie-based game.
Hook.
Yeah, but it's better. Well, I don't know if it's better than Hook, but it plays. It's a hard game. It's a very hard game to play.
Wait, is this the movie where two swordsmen were talking to each other like they were friends, but they were fighting each other because they had to?
I think so.
I might have seen this movie back like when I was in elementary school, but and then
It
I
has,
probably completely forgot about it.
It has what's her name? Davis? I don't know. She was really hot at the time, and she's the main. I think she's Morgan or Morrigan, and she's the main protagonist. And then they're trying to get the treasure, and I think she has to get the treasure before the bad guys do. But they're all trying to go to this island, which I believe is called Cutthroat Island, to get the treasure. They made a game on it, but the game was a promotional game for the movie. So if you actually find the treasure, you find all the secrets, you could send a letter in the mail to the company, and I think you get some promotional thing from it. That game, even though it's just like a pre-game to a movie or a game to be about the movie and it has some promotional stuff in there, it's a fun game. It's a really tough game because there's certain points where you're jumping off a ledge and you got to get really, really close to the edge to the point
Like
that you're
Prince of
sometimes
Persia?
fall off. Yeah, kind of.
Is the gravity a cruel mistress in the game?
Kind of. Yeah. You're like so far off the ledge that your back heel is just touching the ledge, and your full front leg is just floating in air.
Super
Just do
Nintendo
some
and Mega
stuff.
Drive.
You know, like some of those old games like that, they're so fun, but is there going to be an MU of that, or is it just going to fall into nothingness? You know, and just be like,
You
this
really
game
think
existed?
Cutthroat Island is going to fall into obscurity?
Absolutely.
How many people do you
the
think have already
movie-
downloaded this game?
The movie itself, not many, I don't think.
What
But
do
the
you mean, not
movie
many?
itself, I highly doubt it.
you-
It's a difficult game. Back in the day, we didn't really want to play a whole lot of really difficult games. We wanted to play games that were fun and we could beat. Had some difficult spikes to it, but not a
Sometimes
lot,
we
a
had
lot
to.
of difficult spikes to it.
Remember how difficult Streets of Rage 3 was? Just, you know,
That's why not a lot of people liked it. Not a lot of people played it. Not a lot of people liked it. At least not a lot of people I knew.
I feel like they
I'm just saying, it here in the Midwest, it was more like that. We wanted stuff that was fun and a little easier, and wasn't extremely complicated.
it was fun. If it's fun, it's fun.
I'm just saying, when you're a kid and everybody's throwing their controllers because they don't like the fact that like you don't know the code, or you know you didn't do the move just right, or you like Streets of Rage 3, you know, the end boss.
Wait, I've seen this game before.
Depending upon who you fight or who you fight as, it could almost be impossible to kill the main boss. Even my friend got
Because they
super
don't make
pissed.
they
He
don't
always
make any
played Shiva.
sense on like what the game wants you to do, and you gotta like figure it out or whatnot. And like a lot less people
and
read
then-
like instruction manuals.
But then again, you got to go through almost the entire game again just to get to the boss and fight him again and try to figure it out. And the only way you knew anything at the time is you had to figure it out yourself. You had to wait for a game guide to come out. And not everybody on the forums at the time even had the answer. Nowadays, it's lickety split, boom.
You
One
need this
person goes to the dungeon, they do it a few times, and
Nintendo Power.
everybody knows. Yeah, Nintendo Power. I bought those magazines. I wanted to have, you know,
I still have
I
those
just
magazines lying around.
I liked reading that stuff. It was at a time where everything was exploration.
Oh
You
my
had to
God.
figure it out for
Reading
yourself.
those magazines
Nowadays,
was the best.
if you don't have somebody like telling you what to do as soon as you're playing a game, it's like, what are you doing with your life? You know, nowadays it's a complete flip of the script.
You
You
just
know?
look it up on the internet. Video.
Yeah.
walkthroughs, not even walkthroughs, just long plays, and like, oh, that's how this guy did it.
Mhm.
I need to reproduce what this guy did.
Yeah,
Right?
you just copy paste everything now. Back in the day, no, you had to
Oh my
figure
god!
it
You
out
know
for
what
yourself.
you just
And not
reminded me.
everybody wanted to do that. Most people did not want to do that. They that's why there was such the description for a nerd or a dork at the time, and it was kind of derogatory because if you were a nerd or a dork, you could figure this shit out. If
But
you
they made
weren't,
fun of you. I think out of
you,
jealousy or
you
some
weren't.
mess.
You know, it was kind of like that.
Oh, of
You know,
course,
nowadays.
only a nerd would know how to figure out how to get the key to the dungeon and the whatever you call this.
Yeah, exactly, man. It's like a badge of honor now, but back in the day, it wasn't. You know.
Oh man,
but you were.
this guy knows how to get the key to the dungeon and the whatever it is. This guy's a master, a freaking wizard.
And they made a movie just like that to showcase guys like us that could figure some of that stuff out.
The wizard? Are you talking about the
The
wizard?
wizard.
With
Yeah,
the
that
power
kid.
glove?
Yeah.
It's so bad. That's because it was bad.
I know, but they still made it. It was still. Oh, man.
Dude, it's so funny how.
But it was just a stereotype of kind of
Yeah.
how things were at the time, you know?
You had the
When you're a
cool kid with the sunglasses and the hair. He had like that volume and he was holding the power glove and he was all like, the power glove, it's so bad. And then you wanted the power glove. And then when you tried the power glove, it was so bad. You hated it because it was so bad.
That's reality, man. That stereotype was true. Like, you know, you had to be a little nerdy to play the game for a while.
I got so sick of Judge Dredd, right? Trying to figure out like what the main objective was on the first like level, and my brother from the Navy just figures it out. Oh, it's these things, and he just haphazardly pops up a grenade. I was like, huh? And that's how he figured out how to beat the, because like objectives like that don't even make sense, like unless you show us a picture, right? When we're young, we have a lot of definitions missing because our vocabulary isn't like developed. And so when your only like direction is a text that says destroy all munition supplies, you don't know what that looks like. And so it's like you're going all over the place and you're missing the objective without even realizing it. And it's the blue crates. But how would you figure out that the blue crates was what you were supposed to go after?
Yeah.
Unless you had like a photo to show you what your objective was. And that's how Judge Dredd failed me on.
Yeah. You know, I kind of miss that though, being able to figure it out on your own. I kind of hope in the future they kind of go back to the premise of that. I mean, it's honestly gonna make people nowadays rage like we did as kids.
This game is so cryptic. It makes no sense.
Kind of hilarious. Like the game changes so much that you have to figure out this little.
Actually, there's pretty
puzzle.
games like that today that do that.
I gotta look up some of that because I wanna.
But Judge
have
Dredd?
No, not just like the newer games that have something where maybe the stage changes a little bit and it's like go find this thing and blow it up, or go find this thing and find the key. Well, what does the key look like?
Exactly.
There's no description of what the key even looks like, and then you're just bumbling around. You know, you're like, I don't know what I'm doing.
You know what else? You might find the key only to find out that isn't the key. It's just a generic key that goes to somewhere else. So now you have a bunch of keys, and none of them open the door that you need.
You reset the game, and
because
then
they all look the same.
The key is totally different. It's not even. It wasn't even what it was before. You know.
Have you played Eye of the Beholder?
I think I've heard of it, but I don't know.
It's a dungeon crawler that was on the DOS.
I might have.
It might have been on a Macintosh computer, but
I might have. Yeah,
that game can be a
I played
mystery.
a lot of games. I'd have to have a description of it to see if I have or not.
The worst
know
part is when you soft lock yourself because you didn't get what you were supposed to get, or you accidentally dropped it and there's no way to get it back. So now you have to start over from the beginning.
I know that's how they made games long ago. That's why the Angry Gamer Nerd became such a popular channel, because it's kind of true for a lot of kids that get angry because you spend hours trying to do the one thing, and at the very end you lose. You got to do it all over again.
He got popular because he was bringing back like past stuff that people forgot or remembered, right? But like mainly he was the nostalgia guy. And then like his ragey anger, which totally makes sense. You totally relate to the guy because you've been at where this guy was talking about and you know exactly how it feels.
He's just stereotyping the fact of how it was with kids. And,
I wouldn't say stereotyping. I'd say he's telling it like,
yeah, that's probably the wrong word, but he's reliving those past moments that you can relate to very well. You know, because there was definitely there were some games that I got when I was a kid. I got so angry, I smashed a controller in the ground to the point that the vibrator broke off of it. It was just hanging by the string. It was just
Donkey Kong Country had me frustrated because I wasn't at the level that I am now to have like the patience and whatnot.
Yeah. I played I didn't play Donkey Kong as much. I played Mario Kart and I played Twisted Metal. And
I still have Mario Kart. It just doesn't I think the battery's dead.
Didn't make me upset, but Twisted Metal in certain parts, yeah.
Mario Kart had me frustrated because in the Special Cup, I didn't learn how to power slide, and so I would just pick Koopa, and then that was the only way.
That's what my friend did too. He picked Koopa all the time because he could just turn and not even have to do that.
Koopa and Toad had like the best handling, even though they didn't go as fast. So it's like I was able to get away with beating Special Cup without power sliding too much because of like the control, especially on the Rainbow Road where there's no rails and you could just fall off wherever.
Yeah. I had to race that against my my cousin who got pretty good, and he got really good at the game. He was kind of a match for me. When I played Mario Kart when I was younger, like, you know, I'm not making up. I was extremely good at the game. It was hard to beat me. But he and we got really good at Rainbow Road because he would play Mario and I'd play as Princess on Rainbow Road. And I think,
Princess Peach.
Yeah, Princess Peach, and I got used to playing Princess Peach almost all the time. Like
that's another one that has really good handling.
But you had to power slide so well as Princess Peach because she didn't have top speed.
Yeah.
You know, so the thing is, you're getting hit a lot, but you have to keep it consistent. You know, but that wasn't the hard board. The hardest board in the game was, I think, the Ghost board number 2. Or it was number 3, but you have to come around the corner, and you're making a power slide to your
haunted
left, and then you have to
some
use
mess.
The haunted, the ghost board with the wooden planks that you're driving over.
Oh
and
yeah,
you had
there's
to use
holes.
a mushroom, or you had to use a feather. But if you use a mushroom, you can power slide, use a mushroom, fly down the little board secret, and then jump across just at the right time, and then still continue the power slide into the finish, making a whole 2 different turns with a mushroom or with a leaf. And that is the hardest move to do in that game. And I got good at doing that multiple times. So I had to play it against my cousin, and he was also really good at that too. And just trying to perfect that, like just perfecting racing like that was such a feeling of accomplishment. It's like, I don't know. I just don't. I liked a lot of new games, but I don't feel that same sense of accomplishment that I put all that time and effort into getting
You feel
really,
like they're
really
too
good.
easy?
Yeah, I feel like sort of everything, and I know things do get easier, but it felt like I got such a good skill at something that's not replicated anymore. Nobody really wants to do that. They don't want to put the time and effort into making a challenging thing
My
that you
favorite
can do, but it
m-
just takes so much skill to learn, you know?
my favorite thing about Helldivers is that you can choose your own difficulty and not feel terrible about it. It just does it right. And there's like 15 levels of difficulty, right? Like if you want to have a dive in the park, it has that. Or if you feel like you want a greater challenge, it has that without going too far over the bar. You can find like the right difficulty for you because it's got like 15 levels of difficulty.
Hmm.
And it's
Yeah,
like
that's
you
fun.
can choose whatever you feel like doing.
That's fun. That's why you even like you came by my front mission stream and you're like, why are you making it so hard? Because I want a challenge. I know it's going to be challenging either way, but I want to
Well,
I want
in
to
the
see
case of
if
front
there's
mission, you are a masochist.
I want to see it be a little bit challenging because sometimes I
Yeah,
play
but you
like
weren't. Here's the problem, though. You weren't expecting it to be that hard, were you?
no, but I'm kind of happy it threw a curveball and a knuckleball at me at the same time,
Because
and
the
it's
problem
like
is hard, right? Or
yeah,
whatever the difficulty was
it
that
was
was
just three
worded in the
difficulty
game.
settings. So,
It was a rank, right? It's
but it didn't even spell anything correctly. It was like commander or
it's the
conan.
game's like it's the game standard of commander, right? And so you have
Yeah.
no idea how hard it's going to be. Even if like, okay, so if we were to talk about easy, normal, and hard, right?
Mhm.
You're most likely going to pick normal because you don't want to feel bad about picking easy. And you don't want to pick hard because, that just intimidates you, right? But even normal can kick your ass.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Because normal is based on the game standard or the dev standard of what they believe is normal or, in between like easy and hard.
Hmm.
And so it's kind of pretty funny, right? So when
Yeah.
you have games like that, you're going to have a lot of cases of people having a hard time, but they'll never turn down the difficulty because of their
Yeah.
pride or just their pride in general. It's not even about being a gamer.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. I think the thing is after playing. Well, I think I played all of them. I don't think I missed any. Well, yeah, I did play the online a bit. There wasn't a lot of people online when I was playing.
Front Mission Online?
Yeah. Um,
That was like an
but
MMO, right? Or, yeah.
that was a while ago.
You had like your own pilot, your own Wanzer, you customized it, and it was like a third-person shooter or some mess?
Yeah, it was third person. You're just flying around and doing stuff.
You
It
flew
was
in a
kind of like,
Wanzer?
well, I mean, you move around. I don't know if they had jetpacks, but I know you dash around and stuff. Um, but it felt kind of like Final Fantasy 11 in a way, because you can play with a team, but I think you can kind of
The
solo too. I don't remember if it was done very well. I
Final
don't
Fantasy
I don't
11.
remember
The
playing it.
MMO? Final Fantasy 11?
Yeah. Final Fantasy 11 is very hard if you're a tank.
Really?
Unless you have a lot of friends playing with you. And at the
I
time
thought
when I
I
played,
thought
I
being
didn't.
a tank would be like simplified because you get a lot of defense and HP,
No,
right?
because in Final Fantasy 11, if you die, you lose experience. So if you just leveled, you will de-level, which means if you got to go to an area that you need level 40 at, and you're 39, you have to run all the way back to a new area, and now you're a level lower. And if enemies catch you and kill you again, you lose even more experience.
What?
It was
Wow, that's
they
hard.
yeah, they punish you if you die, and the people that play tanks die the most. So good luck.
I don't
You
know
know,
how I feel about that.
it was I mean, it was another masochist system that they had in the game. But I wanted to play tank because, I just wanted to try it out. And then I
So
liked it at
what
first.
class is easier to play with then if tank is so hard?
DPS. Because the
DPS?
DPS, yeah, DPS, they'll take the aggression,
Are we
but
talking
then when
like
the
poison or just like damage dealing?
damage guys. So you got the tank, the DPS, and the healer.
Like an assassin?
No. That's the damage dealers that are the DPS, damage per second, are just like there's two damage dealers typically for a 4-man party, and then there's a healer, and then there's a tank. So the DPS do the damage. They might get killed too, but if the tank goes down, the DPS has to take over. But if the healer starts healing the DPS too much and the tank's not there, then the enemy, instead of going for the DPS, goes for the healer.
Don't
And at
tanks
that
have
point,
their own DPS though?
no, the healer, he's outproducing so much heal spells. That's why you need the tank to stop the monster from going after the healer or going after the DPS. But if
So
the
tank
DPS
takes the aggression.
yeah, but you would think that the DPS would stay to take the aggression, so the healer would
Get
heal.
out of here. If the tank doesn't have
But-
DPS, he's there for like all day.
Yeah, he has to face tank everything all day, no matter what. That's what
But-
the tanks do in all the games, typically. I mean, you're supposed to
What?
just
They
stay
just made
there
it
and hold the enemy
complicated to
aggression
play
off.
solo.
You can play solo as a DPS. You just have to be very, very careful. You
But
can also play as a
if you
tank
wanna-
too, but it
if
takes
you-
a long time.
Because the
'Cause you're not doing as much
DPS of a
damage.
tank isn't as high as the DPS of a DPS.
Exactly.
It's not
So-
it's not a damage dealer. It's just they're holding a shield.
Yeah.
That's
So it's
dumb.
real-
I feel like that's unbalanced.
It is very unbalanced, and they made it so that you would have to play as a team. You can play solo for a while up until level 10, maybe close to 15, but then it gets really hairy and you just need a party and you need to work with other people.
Wow,
Um,
I've never played a game like that.
Yeah,
Where
that's how it goes. But in the older system, what would happen is that the healer would try to heal the DPS, right? But then the DPS is taking so much damage so rapidly, and the DPS's guys are so afraid to die that they'll back off the engagement a little bit and let the healer.
but a tank is
because
supposed to have
he's-
defense, right?
No, but I'm saying if the tank goes down in the fight, right? In a up against a monster. Now there's 3 guys there. It could be more than that, but there's typically about 3 guys. There's 2 DPSs and then there's a healer. And what happened at the time for the American players is that the DPS would start to freak out because he's about to die because the tank died, and the healer's healing him up, and they're blaming the healer because he's not healing him up fast enough, but he's a DPS, he's not a tank. He can't handle the damage that a tank can. And so he's getting close to dying, so he backs off the engagement, right? Thinking the other DPS might take over a little bit. But the monster doesn't care about that. So if he runs far enough and fast enough away, he can get away. But at that point, either he's going to die, and at that point, if he dies, it goes after the healer. If he doesn't die, it'll go back after the healer. Tank's already dead. So then when the tank dies, most of the time, the DPSs would run away, and then the healer would die, or the healer might get away. But 90% of the time, the tank's dying, and 80% of the time, the white mage or the healer's dying, and less than half the time, the DPS is dying
That's a
because
paper
they're just running
tank.
away. Yeah, pretty much. So, in an
You got a
MMO
tank
game,
made out of paper, buddy.
especially back in the day, and still kind of today. I don't know if it's, they do different updates and
That's
patches. I don't even know
wild.
about WoW
What's
as far as
what is killing the
But I-
tank so much?
just not getting healed in time. The
Okay.
healer's not doing a whole lot. And what happened back in the day too was that sometime what the DPS would do is they would go out and get the monster and draw them in. And you would think the tank would do that, right? But no, they want the tank to sit in one position all the time to make sure the tank is ready. So the tank has all his cooldowns ready and he's not doing anything crazy. And then the white mage is sitting right behind him, and one DPS is going out and drawing the monster initially, and then the tank has to provoke it to pull it off the DPS to get it into the fight and to get it killed. But half the time, the DPS are drawing 1 or 2 or 3 incredible monsters, and then you can't even handle all that, and then they just expect you as a tank to provoke all of them and just die while everybody else runs away.
A tank for like 3?
Yeah, to tank 3 of them, and they know that you can't handle it, but they don't want to die.
It
So
sounds
they hope that
unbalanced
you'll-
as
So they hope that you'll aggro the thing and die for them. So basically, you're kind of being a Jesus Christ for everybody anytime they do something stupid, and then you pay the price. And it got annoying after a while. And like about a year and a half, I'm just like, I'm done. The only people I could play with were the Japanese players that kind of knew how to do it right. One incredible monster at a time instead of 2 or 3, and then trying to grind it out as fast as you could. Because there were times that you could, if you chain it right, you can get an incredible you can get multiple incredible monsters to fight against. But just the way people play, it didn't always work out.
I wonder
And,
how much damage does a DPS take?
A lot.
A lot more than
not
the
as much
tank.
as yeah, but not as much as the white mage would. But still, if the incredible monster is doing like a big attack, and the healer doesn't heal him in time, he could just
That sounds like an
die in
assassin
2
to me.
hits. Yeah, it's kind of like that. It just
Like a
depends on what
character
kind of
that's
role
just
you're doing.
light on his movement, but then does like not like a glass cannon, but almost like a glass cannon,
Yeah, some of them were glass cannons,
like a different
the
kind of glass cannon. You know,
the
like
mages
a glass
were definitely
blade.
glass cannons. Yeah, like what I'm trying to say is that with the game as a whole, the way they created it, it's not made right. Like to punish the person that dies ends up just punishing the tank most of the time. So if you're just playing one role and it's just tank, you can't go and level and go to the higher boards. Like everybody else is probably 60, 100 by now, and you're sitting at 40 because you don't have a party to play with. You don't have the time or know where to go to make friends at the time.
I don't know. I feel
So
like
you're
when I used to play MMOs, I had to be solo until until like I found like a guild or legion to like take me in.
Mhm. Yeah, it's, and then you had to, you had to find that kind of stuff too. It, it was hard. I mean, I know that, they've got communities now and you join them, they got all these rules set and all that, but at the time they didn't really have a whole lot of rules. You join a group and it's either you gel with them or you don't. They can kick you if they want to. They can still do that now. People are a little more polite now. Well, I
Wait,
don't know
what
if
do you
that's
mean?
100% true, but I'm just saying, like, comparatively.
I still
It was
no. There's
was
probably
rough.
like toxic elitist players that like they want to kick you out for like no reason or like for the wrong reasons, reasons that don't even
Yeah.
make sense.
Yeah. Well, maybe that hasn't changed that much, but with the communication style that we had back in the day where the internet wasn't as readily like you didn't know everything right away, and some people they didn't even want to tell you. Like they had forums or something, but you had to find out and some people didn't want to share the information because they wanted it all to themselves.
Oh, there's kind of like that in fighting games back in the day. In tournaments, they knew how to do certain things that a lot of players didn't, and they didn't want to share it. Or if they did, they kept it extremely vague, right? But regardless, you had to practice it. It wasn't enough to be told. But there were players that didn't want to reveal like exploits that they found out because they wanted to maintain the competitive edge.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. That makes sense.
But then eventually with the internet, now anybody can like well, most people can find out how the player reproduced it,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because also there's cases of making combos easier or harder, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
Street Fighter 4 had one frame links, so you had to get the timing on like 1/60th of a second in order to like combo into things. But
Mm-hmm.
in Street Fighter 5 and 6, they give you like a couple more frames of, buffer, right? So the timing window is a little bit like wider. So that makes it easier to do combos. Now more people can do the combos. Before, you had to practice like crazy if you wanted to do combos.
Yeah, that's true. Ah,
But then that also
yeah.
presents its own problem, right? If you make it easier to do combos, you make it easier to get your ass kicked.
Yeah,
Because
yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
the players that have been playing the game, you're not making it easier for the newcomers. You're also making it easier for like the pros that have been playing the game to like, because then it affects everybody.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, something to think about.
Yeah. I
And
always had a
also
lot of
people are just like lazy. They don't want to like, they don't feel like I feel like sometimes they're just kind of too lazy to share anything.
yeah. I always had respect for players in fighter games that just knew how to win based on skill. They didn't do the same move over and over again. They could figure out how to play a little bit differently. They might
Like
lose the first fight, but they might.
I think I believe they call it FOOS, first order optimal strategy.
Hmm.
Whereas, I mean, but when you're in like in a tournament, when players like play competitively, they can be like not nasty, but they're gonna keep using what works, right? And so, if they notice there's something you can't handle, they're gonna keep spamming it because they know, oh, he doesn't know about this, he doesn't know how to get out of this, so I'm gonna keep doing it because that's what's working.
Yeah.
In the match. And so they'll continue to use that until you figure out how to counter that, and then they'll change their tactics, right? So pretty much the whole idea is if it works, don't change it mentality.
Yeah, I'm a more of when it comes to strategy, like even with placement games like Burgundy or some kind of chess-like game, there's always a counter. You know, unless this one monster or something just has absolutely no value whatsoever. There's always a counter to something. There's always a way to think your way through it. I've always looked at that as a value to a player that plays the game. If they can come up with a completely different strategy that you just never thought of before, and it beats this main strategy, it's impressive. But that's why, like, even when I played Call of Duties for some time, and people would complain and they're like, "Oh, we need to nerf this gun; it's too good," and so they didn't figure out the other way to play it. Maybe you need to do some sniping. If you've got a lot of running gunners, get your sniper. Go find an area to snipe from. Instead of complaining about it, because that's what it kind of was when I was younger. It's like you had to figure it out. Versus just complaining and somebody did something you don't like it. Well, every time somebody does something you don't like it, you got to change the whole rules for the one person that doesn't like it. Uh,
There's casual players that are just looking to have fun and they're not looking to like learn something or get better at it.
There's casual games to play for those type of
And
players.
then there's, it's called matchmaking, but sometimes matchmaking can be a little bit funny, right?
That's what I'm saying. The whole matchmaking thing just got out of control. It's like, well, it's
Like
not
you just
suiting my
reminded me.
needs.
A lot of people complained about Jago's healing, right?
Yeah.
In Killer Instinct. I'm not sure if you're familiar. Not old Killer Instinct, modern Killer Instinct. And so they thought his healing was like a bit OP. And so everybody was saying they need to nerf his healing. And then so the devs went back and like they noticed he has no bad matchups, right? Like you can still beat Jago, but players will have like trouble with it. So what they did was they didn't listen to what players were saying. Instead, they nerfed one of his kicks. And so the players got mad because the devs didn't do what they asked them to do. And then a month later, they shut the hell up. So the devs did exactly what needed to be done. They knew what they were doing. They figured it out. And so they eventually, everybody shut up and, they stopped complaining.
Yeah.
So sometimes the solution isn't what like people say. It's, the devs knew what they were doing. Pretty much. That's the whole point. You don't want to listen to what players say necessarily.
Yeah, that's what happened in the new Brigandine as well. With the newer Brigandine that I play, everybody voiced their opinion. They wanted this, they wanted that, they wanted everything. They got everything. They wanted magic to be nerfed so hard. Magic is nerfed so hard that it just kind of tickles. It barely does any damage. They complained so much it did so much damage the previous one, but it really doesn't. Like it does about the same amount of damage you do with physical fights.
Really?
Yeah, except for some characters like Kai. Oh, Kai is overpowered because he's got all the magic spells and got like 500 MP to do it. He's a ruler. He doesn't even have all the magic spells, but he is super squishy. You hit him a few times, he goes down. 3 hits from any leader in succession and he's down. He can't even cast a protect spell on himself. Like he cast a heal up spell on himself, but like none of them were really overpowered with magic. It just depended upon how you ended up playing the battle, and where you positioned yourself. It was based upon position. In a new game, they literally nerfed the magic. They made it cost more by 15 to 20 points more in some spells, and they nerfed the power of the spell 10 to 20 to 30 points less. It is such a horrendous
What?
look at how you even use magic. It's almost like you don't even need to bring a mage with you.
So it's more expensive, but it's weaker at the same time?
It's weaker and more expensive. So their only offset that they could do was raise the intelligence of some of the casters so they could be a little bit higher so it didn't feel too bad. But it makes magic almost like it makes the game more of a brawler than a magic game. The magic just kind of sucks.
Wait,
You
I
don't
thought this
really
was a
bring-
turn-based strategy game.
It is a turn-based strategy game.
So it's not a
But
brawler.
They
It's-
made the magic so bad that you don't really care to bring a lot of magic users with you anymore.
So it's
you don't
just
really
no
even want
point
to.
to bring in the magic user.
No, there's not much point. So you just don't. You bring
They
in a lot
went
of heavy
too
fighters
far with the nerfing.
because they listened to everybody. But that's the thing. You're not supposed to listen to everybody. You're supposed to go with the formula that works.
No, I mean, there's a
And-
necessity to listen, but they don't always have the right answers, right? So
Yeah, that's my point. Like, just listen to the whole crowd. They all have the answer. No, they don't. They don't. The person building the game that has the idea as to how it's going to work, they're probably onto something. So when I play the Grand Edition version, it is very balanced. I have no real problems with a lot of what they've done, and I was extremely happy with that. When they went to the Verracitytrigger version, too many imbalances to the point that they even forgot to do things. Like in the Grand Edition version, if you want to do a breath
like
attack,
they
with
just
dragon,
forgot how to make a game.
yeah, like if you want to do a dragon breath attack in Grand Edition, it will not allow you to do a dragon breath attack if you don't have an enemy that's targetable. So if there's nobody within target range, you cannot pull this attack off and accidentally burn up your own guys or purposely burn up your own monsters or teams. Or
Is Dragon Breath physical or magic damage?
it's a physical attack.
Okay.
It's based on a little bit of, I want to say it's based on some magic ability, but I think it's mostly based upon your orb element. But in a new game, they forgot to change that. So as soon as you start the game, you can go and do a breath attack from the first turn before you even move to the enemy castle and breath attack your own guys. And if they're low enough, you could kill them. And so they didn't even, I don't know, they got to the point that they even forgot to put in the safety measures because they were just looking to what people wanted to do. And I can't believe this is like one of those glitches. You know how like the newer games that have the glitches in them that you have to buy the game, play the game, and if you find a glitch, report it and they'll fix it.
The
But right
newer
off the
games.
get-go, you are the beta tester. I don't want to be a beta tester. I mean, I don't mind if a game's like, hey, we're going to give you a free copy and you can be a beta tester, but I don't want to buy a fresh new game and then find out I get to this point and it's glitched like No Man's Sky or something like that.
I think that's fair. You just
yeah.
gotta you just gotta be more educated about what you're getting yourself into. Because I've heard of cases where people they got into testing for video games like way back when, before they could be updated via internets after release date, and then they wanted nothing to do with video games after that.
I know, because it's like it's the same thing. Well, it's not the exact same thing, but it's kind of like if you buy a car and they mass produced it.
They just got sick of testing for video games and looking for bugs and
But then
playing
in
the
the
same
car with
thing
the
over and over.
GPS, yeah, the car with the GPS that you have a self-driving car for with its own GPS, you find out it's going to send you to the wrong place or send you into the wrong side of the road and be like, oh, well, we found a glitch. We'll do an update. My car's crashed. I lost a foot. How are you gonna comp me for this? Oh, well, we're sorry. Like you can. I know that you can like sue them and all that for something like that, but
Yeah, that would be grounds for a lawsuit, right?
I'm just saying, like, are we getting to the point of being so lazy that we don't have a finished product anytime we buy it, and we've just come to such a compliant way of life that we're just so complicit with it?
This is why I don't buy a wheel when it's first like out. I wait for like a year or two, let them discover the bugs, firmware updates, patches, and then I can ride a wheel, peace of mind, without it turning into a dragon.
Yeah. I just I would like for
Let them
to
deal with
put
the fire.
Yeah, I would just like for them to put in more effort into this instead of being like, "Hey, do you think we did a good job? What should we do? What do we do?" I'm not the one making the game. You come up with the idea. You come up with how it's going to work. And if once you're finished, I'll make that determination. If I have to decide what you're going to make, then it's not just me. It's Phil, it's Bob, it's Steve, it's everybody else, and everybody's confused because everybody has a different opinion.
You don't want to be an influencer?
I don't mind being the influencer, but I want to be the only one if I am the influencer. I don't want to have everybody else contesting me on the idea that I think is better because maybe I have more experience. Maybe they have more experience. You know, it shouldn't come down to like everybody making a game. It should come down to somebody that actually has a good idea. They develop it, they put it together, and then they make sure it works exactly like they said it was going to work. For
I
good
feel
or
like
for
that
bad.
sounds like
For
you,
better or
you
for
just
worse.
you just don't want to
Yeah.
deal with like unexpected things.
Yeah, all these
You
different
you want the
that's why
product
I
to
get
just work.
I want the product. I want the item in the box to be what the picture on the box says it's going to be. Instead of like opening it and be like, what the hell is this? This is nothing what you promised. You know, it's not a finished game. All these new games that are coming out, like Call of Duty, they are not a finished game. And you're paying full value for a not finished game.
Don't get me started on Call of Duty. Oh my god.
It's a absolute ripoff. I love playing Call of Duty with my friends,
Really?
but I haven't played it in a while because
I never touched it. And it's
I
like
just get-
sitting in my computer taking up 100 gigabytes.
I know
I'm
it
like,
gets.
Why
it
is
gets
this
to the
game
point
so
it's like,
thick?
I-
Wha-
I want to play a finished game. If I'm paying you this much money, it better damn well be a finished game. Because what's the point of paying top dollar for something where they're just gonna wait 2, 3, 4 months to fix the glitches,
God,
and then
$60.
once they fix it, and once they nerf it, and once they do this, and once they do that, you're like, oh my gosh, just don't even.
$60. Oh
For
my
what?
god. To buy a game like that and then
Yeah,
have
now
it
they're
be
going up to
broken for like
80.
various reasons.
Most of them are going up to like $80, and they're
Oh yeah,
100
Starfield
gigabytes.
$69.99.
Yeah,
And they want to nominate it for an award and it's got bugs.
dude, I'm just saying the way that they're doing games is just ludicrous. It's just
Why?
it's like we're gonna pat ourselves on the back for making a half-ass game. I'd rather a no-ass game or a full-ass game, but no half-ass game. I'm tired of that.
Let's just go back to what works. Good old games.
Yeah.
Like,
I think that's what we have to do, man. We have to make this happen.
that's just the nature of it. I mean, actually, there's also problems with like games in the past where you couldn't just update it. Right? There was no internet connection for it. And these guys had a deadline and they had to make the best game they could with the time they were allowed to have.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You just reminded me of a case where Ark Survival Ascended got released into early access because the publisher didn't want to wait for the devs to like spend months fixing its bugs without making any money.
Yeah.
And so because of that, people are disappointed in it. And so they just review bomb this game, but the devs are still trying to fix its bugs.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the original went through the same thing, but now it's got like very positive reviews because they've already fixed the bugs. But it
Yeah,
wasn't initially like that.
I have to say, some of these games, like what you could read about with No Man's Sky, and some people are trying to ask me about it. I'm like, I don't know. And then just it didn't come out, or it didn't have everything fixed, and it just was a bad game. the people that promote this stuff, yeah, they're trying to promote it, but the fan base that sticks behind them to promote it when it doesn't have hardly any of the things that they're trying to talk about is delusional.
Case
They've
of
gone so
Rise
far
of the Robots, I believe.
that they've
Well,
actually become delusional within their own imaginative state of nothingness, and they get people to go on this hype train of delusion, and there's nothing
you mean
there.
like these echo chambers that like
Yeah,
they review bomb the game, but it has nothing to do with its gameplay?
yeah, that can happen too. And
I
just
think in the case of No Man's Sky, though, it's just it's a situation of broken promises.
yeah, yeah, I'm just saying they've gone to the point of broken promises that they become delusional.
But you got to remember what early access means, right? So if a game's in early access, they have like, I think they have less of an obligation to provide like, but once it's outside of early access, well then now you need to like, the game needs to actually deliver what it promises.
Yeah, but sometimes the early access doesn't seem like early access.
That's the
It
thing.
seems like
Early
delayed.
access,
Is
you
early
never know
access
what's
early
going to
access, or
happen.
is just a delayed future? You don't know. I mean, some games might say early access, and like 2 years later, it's still out, but there's no updates, and it's like, is this early access or is this all there is? Like,
It's
you
still
have
in early
no
access even after you. Here's the thing about early access. Nothing is promised. That's the whole point of early access.
But then it's just like a trick. You don't know if they're going to bring out anything more. They could bring
It
out a
can be.
skeleton game, call it early access, and never bring anything else out. And everybody's like, what are they doing and stuff? Oh, we'll get there. You hear a few words from the developers that say, oh, we're behind the scenes working on it. Nothing happens. And
I
you
was
get this
waiting.
sometimes. You see some of these developer scripts or a little picture here and there, giving you a smiley face, showing them like, hey, they're not doing anything.
I was waiting
It's
for
just-
2 games to get local co-op and it never happened.
Yeah,
And one of those games I paid for.
I know. Even Bloodstained was supposed to have a co-op to it. I don't think it even does. They were going to do that. Bloodstained was a really fun game.
It was like on the roadmap and then they took it out or some mess.
Yeah, they put in an option to play as Zangetsu, who's
Oh
another
well,
character.
I got another
But-
Metroidvania that actually has local co-op, so
Yeah. And that's the thing. That's what ends up happening sometimes is some of these people that do, they rewrite the code in emulators, the hackers or whatever. They take the game, retranslate it, change a few things, turn it into a soft server system where you can play with other people because the developers never do anything else with it. It falls to the wayside and never gets done. So you could have some fan base coders go and actually kind of fix it to some degree just to let you be able to do something because of all these empty promises.
I believe Heavy Gear was abandoned during development, and now you could still buy it, but it's got like mostly negative reviews.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Like when things started, and it's not to say that I don't like the digital copies of stuff, but when things kind of went that way without the physical hard copy and the deadlines, people got lazy. Developers got lazy. That's what I'm trying to say. And oh, it's a beta. Brigandine, the original Legend of Forcina, is technically a beta because they had some code in there, they had some script for a boss fight that everybody wondered about that never happened. They have the code for the music for the fight that you can actually play as a CD. You can play the music for the Bull Noil fight, but you can never fight Bull Noil, the end boss. You can never fight him. The only way to play it is to buy the next game, which is a finished product of the same exact game with different orbs, different nerfs and buffs with some of the characters, only 2 characters are actually changed a little bit, Dinadan and Iria, and there's a boss fight and there's a multiplayer. It's the exact same game, but with an added multiplayer and an actual boss to fight versus the original, no boss to fight and just animated scenes. It's just
So
an
he's
updated
on the
version of
disc,
the
but
game.
he's just like inaccessible.
It's a music score on a disc. There's a couple music scores on a disc that let you hear a really spooky sounding castle scene, which you can imagine is the Bull Noil fight. And I'm pretty sure they had the intention of putting it on the disc. And whether they did or they didn't because they had space or they didn't have space for the disc, they just didn't do it. And so the Grand Edition version has all the new stuff on it with the entire old game. Nothing is different with the coding from Legend of Forcina to Grand Edition, except for the fact that there's an actual boss fight. And they added a multiplayer to it. So Legend of Forcina is technically like a beta game that they sold because America was not going to get the Japanese version. They either didn't have the funds to send it out or whatever. But yeah,
Or unless something got canceled.
I'm guessing it was money. They didn't have a lot of money to put it out, to send it out to the States at the time. They didn't. I don't think they made a lot of money initially off the game. It was one of those underrated games at the time. It was a strategy game. Everybody was buying Final Fantasy because it was popular, and not a lot of people were even really buying games that at the time too. But at the same time, I bought Final Fantasy Tactics. I think it was Final Fantasy Tactics and Brigandine the same exact day when I went out to buy a couple games. And not many people knew about Brigandine, and they didn't even know strategy game. They just didn't know. And it didn't. I don't think it did very well, and so I don't think they decided to sell it outside of Japan when it came to the Grand Edition version because they probably didn't get to their deadline and finish it in time, and they just. But yeah, my point is, if we went back to a hardline system where we had to actually sell the game at a deadline and sell it somewhat in time, I don't think we'd have all these problems.
I mean, even games back then had issues. Like, remember,
Yeah, but at least you got something that
soft
you
lock
believed
issues that
was-
they didn't think was there, you know? Like, even though there was a
Yeah.
deadline, how did they miss this bug? How did they miss this possibility that the player would get himself soft lock?
Yeah, you could save the game. There were some games where you could save it in an area that you could never get out of. You know.
I think regardless, these games are, even with or without an internet connection, they're gonna have a problem or two, right? Take a look at Skyward Sword. That needed an update. Otherwise, you couldn't even progress in the game. Now, imagine not having an internet connection. You bought the game unpatched, first version. You're gonna get stuck no matter what until you connect to the internet and download the necessary patch to fix the game. Now, the HD version doesn't have that problem. Hopefully.
Yeah, I'm just saying if they took the time to actually play the game themselves, just like that's what they had to do. They had to bake the game, then they had to actually play it themselves, see if it was right, because that's why I like the Brigandine game.
I mean, of course they're playing them.
It feels like one of the most balanced games I've ever played. And I play a lot of new games, and I keep wondering if it's balanced because they build it, they have a concept, and they make their game based upon conceptual ideas. And at that point, they never really play the game to see how it goes. They just hire a bunch of random dudes. But the random dude isn't the guy that's making a game. The guy that's making a game should have the idea as to whether it is balanced or not, and have some foresight to play it, to know it, test it, play it through himself. And once he's done that, he's really satisfied with his work, then get some alpha testers, get some beta testers to go through and reconfirm his point. That's the level of professionalism that I actually expect from these games that are coming out. That's why I usually look at some games and there's a lot of games I would get, but I don't get a lot of new games because I just see the level of professionalism is
Hey,
in the tank,
Vesper.
you know. Yeah, because it's kind of true. Their level of professionalism for building these games is so in the tank that they don't know where they start and where they end.
I bet you Vesper can get in on this conversation because he does original hardware. He can tell you.
He's got these could balance a game now, even with the ability patch. Yeah, so they said that they have a marketing problem. No, they have an idiot problem. They have an INT problem. If I'm talking about Brigandine, if I say INT, it means intelligence, and they have an INT problem. They need
They have a
to
mediocre game problem.
Yeah, they need to actually play the game themselves from the actual creator's perspective, and he has to look at it, he has to figure this out, and then the team has to work on it and make sure that it all comes together and plays well. And at that point, they don't really need a whole bunch of alpha and beta testers to reconfirm and pat themselves on the back and slap each other in the face. They don't need all that. What they need is to have their own team be smart about what they're doing. And if they're not, they're just not successful.
Vesper used to play Shining Force 3.
Yeah.
He had the original hardware. That guy's a veteran. He could tell you. I followed him when he was playing Shining Force 3. And he can tell. He's got I think he's got all 3 discs, right? Right, Vesper? Including the fan patched one, fan translation patch.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. Well, the first Brigandine, which was the beta, got changed a little bit with the power ratios and the orbs because they went with a Fire Emblem system of red, green, blue. So
having 3 elements, the Trinity.
Yeah, 3 elements. Yeah, the Trinity elements. One beats the other, beats the other, beats the other. But then if you attack one of them that doesn't beat it, you're just neutral or you're defended against, And so the second game, which was Grand Edition, which is basically a prototype copy of the exact first one with the same hit points and magic and, characters and almost everything is exactly the same. It's just that they actually balanced it because they were going to put a multiplayer into it. And by putting a multiplayer into it, you can't just have one team suck all the time and one team's awesome. Every team had something different. One team had more knights. One team had more balanced knights. One team had more monsters. One team had more magic. One team had more attackers. They all had something that had something over somebody else, but it was pretty well balanced as far as being able to fight.
Vesper's asking if he should play the original or the Grand Edition of Brigandine.
Well, from a balance perspective, play Grand Edition. If you want to test the original, go for it. But I think that's where they actually came up with the overpowered understanding, or at least that was just kind of a concept of the game. Because if you do a power spell on a monster, then attack something else, your attack value goes up almost 50%.
So original is where you want to have a mage army, right?
No. Original, it's all brawlers. That's it. The Grand Edition.
Wait, I thought they nerfed. I thought they nerfed the version after original. Isn't that what you told?
There's 3 games.
Yeah.
But the original is Legend of Forcina. The patched version of it is Grand Edition, and the new spiritual successor is the Legend of Runerzia, which has nothing to do with any of the characters. It still has the red, green, blue to it, and a lot of similar monsters and all that, but it's not the same Brigandine as the first two. It's kind of like playing a Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy 2, different world, different characters than Final Fantasy 1. So there's LOF, the first one that was English, Grand Edition, which was just Japanese, and then there's LOR, which is the newer version that came out 2020. First one was a brawler. Second one, the Grand Edition, which is just a rehash of the exact same first one. That one, Magic does very well, but also physicals do very well. It's fairly balanced, but Magic does do sometimes a little bit more. But the downside to Magic is that your mages are extremely squishy, and a few hits does kill them. So it's kind of like a glass cannon. But then when they brought out LOR, they decided Magic was too powerful. So let's make it cost 20 to 30 points more, and let's lower the power value of it so it sucks. And so with the new game, if you go with a paladin or some, strong
Let's make
tank,
an option that sucks. That'll.
yeah. So you don't even really want to do Magic. You're mostly running in with physical fighters all the time, and you bring.
I don't think that's what they intentionally wanted, but it's so dumb.
I know, but they just listen to most of the players constantly say the Magic was OP, and I'm like, no, it's not. Where are you going with? Don't do that. And then they did that. Because they just listen to everybody. Even I made a suggestion that the mandrakes in the game should be tanky, and they made mandrakes the green tank for the green element, because the red element for the tank is a dragon. The blue element for the tank is a hydra, a water creature. The green element is a mandrake, which is a giant plant, like
Earth.
Audrey plant from Little Shop of Horrors.
Let our powers combine.
And so, like, they listened to me on that, which I stated in multiple videos that's what they should do, and they listened to me on that.
So the one
And
after Grand Edition is where they fix the problems.
No, the one after Grand Edition is where they made the new game, the successor game, and they just listened to everybody to try to fix what they thought were problems. But they just made a new game, and they just made a lot of new stuff. But they tried to work with everybody's idea, but it went too far.
Damn it.
Because they gave everybody everything. Some people said they didn't want to see the quests when they quested. So you don't see any quests. They just go out and bring stuff back. There's nothing really intimate about the newer game. Like, the characters feel sort of bland. It's like, I'm going to fight for justice. What justice? I'm fighting for freedom. What freedom? I don't even know why you care. Like the stories are a little not that great, not as great as the original. And it's not even about nostalgia. It's just the story isn't written all that well. Trying to give everybody everything all the time is never a good outcome for a game. Because I played it so much to try to get all the items to make a guide for it. It took me a week and a half just to grind all the items, and I got every single item in the game. All the gold, all the purple, all the normal color items. Got everything.
Cases of not everyone knows how to make a game.
And that's the thing. Like, if you hacked a game just to get everything, just to beat it, you would do it and you would be done with it. And I've known some friends in the past that were like, hey, I've got all the codes to do all this stuff and get all this stuff. It's like, haven't you tried this? Haven't you tried? No, I'm just playing it to enjoy it. You can be that if you want, but personally for me, I want to take the time to enjoy the game. And for better or for worse, if I got to struggle a bit to get through it, at least I feel like, it's a sense of accomplishment. But if I just get everything right away, it's all thrown in my face, like, here you have it.
That's a little bit overwhelming.
Okay. I'm done. I was literally done with the game. I had nothing left to do. But when you have a game where it makes you take time to get the thing, where like a little bit of a struggle was have a feeling of a reward.
You're saying it's too
That's-
fast, too easy to.
Yes, it was too fat. The new version of the game, the 2020, is so fast, so easy to get every single item, get every single night, get every single monster. You got everything handed to you on a silver platter, and it's not difficult. Even on the difficult setting, it's not difficult. To the point that
Wow,
other people
really?
that played with me, they're like, yeah, this one other person I've talked to for quite some time, he did some streams with me. He's like, yeah, I beat it within a week and a half, and I played it. I was done. I never went back to it.
Hard mode, not hard enough. The
No,
rumor
it's
come
not.
out.
No, I'm just saying for developers to just listen to everybody instead of people that have the experience to say what was good and what was bad about the past game.
Vesper, that's
just do it-
the case with PS4 games, right? Sony PS4 games.
Oh, your game and tuck you in with vets. I'm sorry. Now that is the perfect. That should be made. I'll make that a bumper for my truck. That's gonna be a bumper sticker on my truck. I don't think it's. People are gonna be like, "What are you talking about?" Okay, it doesn't have any relevance there, but I could make a sticker for that for my loadout screen somewhere. But that's the truth.
I think
It's so easy.
I think
It's
some
so
of these
easy.
modern games are just not made for us.
Yeah, they're made to be so easy. It's like
They're made
don't
for the
learn
newer
anything.
generation, or not necessarily a newer generation, right? But maybe you just want to play a game, but you don't want to struggle, right? You came back from like work, and the
Yeah,
last thing you want to
Zelda?
do is just more work.
Yeah, I kind of struggled at Link or Zelda. I think it was the one where you're looking top down. That was a hard game to play when I was younger.
I mean, the challenge needs to make sense, though. I don't want to be like confused.
and I liked it too. But sometimes, even when I was younger, I liked to watch that game. I'd like to watch a friend of mine play the game because he was good at it. And I would just, there's some friends I had, or cousins, or family members I had that, like Ghosts and Goblins. That's a perfect example. I had a cousin that could beat that game, but he would struggle playing the game. And it was so hard at the time. Remember Ghouls and Goblins or Ghosts and Goblins?
Yeah,
It was
that's a
fun to
really
watch
hard
him
game.
play. It was fun to watch him play it and beat it. He actually beat it a few times.
because
There were some times that he didn't.
his
beat
skill
it, but
created the spectacle of like
yeah,
what you couldn't do at the time, but he had the talent, or it looked like a
Exactly.
talent, right?
hmm
I feel like that's kind of like how I felt when I was playing F-Zero Maximum Velocity at my elementary school. I brought in my Game Boy Advance. Nobody could get the turns right, and only I was able to get the turns right because I understood like how cornering worked at the time.
F-Zero?
F-Zero Maximum Velocity on the Game Boy
I don't know if I
Advance.
played that. I remember playing it as a kid with my my
But
dad. We had a lot of
it's-
fun playing it.
I think they sort of overcomplicated turning in Maximum Velocity because you play original F-Zero and you didn't need to deal with that many times of igniting the engine as you cornered around the curve. I think they just made it more complicated than what it needs to be, right?
Yeah.
Turning shouldn't be that complicated. Even though
No.
I was able to do it, I was able to figure it out.
hmm
Plus, you needed to have original Game Boy Advance to play Maximum Velocity. It's just a little bit uncomfortable when you do it on like a Game Boy Advance SP, depending on like how big or small your hands were.
hmm
Game Boy Advance SP was like a step forward, but also a step backwards, in my opinion. Game Boy Micro, I think that was better. To be honest, I mean, I never had a Micro myself, but
Mhm.
it's backlidded, and I think it's shaped better. And as a portable, I think it does a better job of like just being really easy to carry and put in your pocket. Even though I prefer to have my screens a little bit larger than that, but I think the Micro was like a good idea.
Hmm.
Even though I would rather SP and original Game Boy Advance. Even though original Game Boy Advance, it lacked the backlit, it was the most comfortable for like my index fingers to like rest behind or on the side of the shoulder buttons.
Hmm.
Yep.
Yeah. Did you ever play Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles?
Yes, on the GameCube. And
I played it with the link up of the DS with some other friends.
the DS. You mean the Game Boy Advance?
I think it was. Yeah. I
Yeah,
think
it
you
was
needed
it was a Game Boy Advance. You needed a cable. You plugged it in
Uh-huh.
from the
Yeah.
Game Boy Advance to the GameCube.
Yes.
I feel like
That was kind of fun because you had to kind of have one guy bring the crystal with you at different times, and then it could kind of go
yes
around.
and no. That's more of a game that requires the necessity of communication, and that can work, right?
Well, when
you
you got
decide to
two other
rotate who gets
people
to
in a room
carry
with you,
the
you know,
crystal thing, right? That might be a
yeah,
little bit
well,
like cumbersome. Not everyone wants to deal with that, right? It's an interesting
well,
mechanic, but there's a reason why they never brought it back again.
yeah, it did. It was a little.
That's why I say
I
yes
get
and
it.
no, because it's an interesting idea, right?
I just I think a mechanic like that would be fun for a group instead of just always.
I
Because
mean, if
I
you're playing
like.
solo, I think there's an NPC that carries it for you.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But
But it's not as fun to play solo for something like that.
my
But I'm just
issue
saying,
is
like that kind of mechanic where you have to do something other than just your main role to do it with a group to have fun, and it's a little complicated. That kind of thing for a group project, I think that's worthwhile because then it adds a different layer of complexity that's not very complex, but it is in such a case that you can get people to have something fun to talk about, that isn't it's not overbalanced, it's not underbalanced, it just adds some extra layer of complexity to it because you didn't have to have crystal. You could just have everybody just one guy hold the crystal. It doesn't matter. It's just
but
it's
then
in
he
your
gets tired of holding the
inventory.
crystal, and it's like, hey, can someone else hold the crystal so I can play this game like a normal person?
Or the crystal weighs you down and then you're going slower and you got to find a way to pass the crystal to the next guy so that that person can keep up, the other person can keep up, or he can't cast his magic as fast as he can, or he can't, defend as well as he can. Like some extra kind of mechanic to throw into the game to add a little layer of complexity that changes the dynamic of the game instead of it just being like Final Fantasy 14 after a while. I did so much tanking with it that after a while it just felt like it was a dance. It was literally like a dance. I had to stand in this one place. I had to stand this way. I had to turn this way. I had to, flip around, do this thing, do that thing. But I'm just like standing in one position. I didn't have to like run around or pass the tankage off to somebody else or do anything intricate. It was just mostly the same type of thing. I got bored with it after a year or two.
Really?
After a couple of years, yeah, I just got bored. They kept throwing more content at me, but the extra content actually made more frustrating because I couldn't complete everything. That like all the crafting, all
Wait,
of
hold
the
on a sec. Vesper, do you mean like in terms of using a GameCube controller for playing the original? Because if so,
that's what controls, yeah.
I'm gonna say yes for the sake of muscle memory. I know the GameCube controller is not for everybody. But I think I can agree
The
with.
N64 was the most odd controller ever.
You think so?
Yeah, it only really worked for GoldenEye.
Like I didn't think so back then, but like looking at it now, it feels like it was designed for an alien.
I know it is designed for an alien, and it's frightful to actually use initially. But then after a while, you're playing it on GoldenEye, you're like, "Oh my gosh, this just feels right."
I mean, if it
I
works,
don't
it
know
works.
why, but it took me like a few months to get used to it, and I was really good at GoldenEye. I didn't
My
realize it.
issue with GoldenEye is inverted controls. I don't like them for first-person shooting, but my issue with Crystal Chronicles was a mage is useless without a ring or a magical item.
Wait a second. You play all these fire games and you don't like inverted controls?
I like inverted controls for like if I'm flying two airplanes, but it took me a bit for me to get used to it, right? Because I used to use arcade controls and then I switched over to like the inverted simulated controls, right? And then, for flying an airplane, it makes sense, but for a first person shooter, it doesn't like it conflicts with my muscle memory.
Yeah, I hear you. I guess I just played a lot of flight games
But a lot of
before.
people would disagree with me because they grew up playing GoldenEye and then they'll tell you otherwise. But few people will explain it in a way that makes sense, whereas somebody made sense of it for inverted controls where he said it's like you're pulling down on a stick and like you're tilting the eye upward by pulling
Well,
on a stick
it's like
backwards.
it's like feeling the gun. That's why they did the same thing with the Wii, where you point the Wii remote up if you're using the Wii control to
Wii
shoot.
controls made more sense to me.
But it's kind of like that with the Wii. Like you pull back on a stick, you're pulling back on the Wii remote to point up. You know, I guess it was where they were trying to get to as far as the
Kinda
thought
yes and
process.
no, because with the Wii you can aim it like a gun and it'll work that way, right?
Yeah.
Whereas you're tilting a stick down to look up, that's a little bit backwards.
Who else to let you think the stick is like a part of a gun? I guess
That's what I'm
that's where they were
saying.
coming from.
Like, what part of a stick? You're not moving it with your hand, you're tilting it with your thumb. It's
But
not the
it's the
same as
muscle
aiming with a
memory.
gun.
It's the muscle memory of pointing the gun up. You're pulling the gun back towards you to point it up, and then you're pushing it forward and down to shoot down. I guess it's where they're coming from.
That's the reason why motion controls made more
really-
sense. Because like
Yeah.
you point the Wii remote, it's not a gun, but it's closer to aiming a gun, right? Especially when you get the attachment
hmm
that holds it, and it's got like that handle on the bottom, right?
Do you think we should go back to like Duck Hunt, like how it was long ago, where the dog just keeps laughing at you if you lose?
Nintendo,
Like-
you can still get Duck Hunt on like I think Nintendo still
No,
sells Duck.
I'm saying like new games being like ha 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 ha, you're losing and they got a dog laughing at you.
I mean, why
'cause you
not?
can't-
Nintendo
can't get
solved the
past-
problem. They solved the issue with light gun games on modern LED screens.
Mhm.
Just have like a sensor, or or heck, you don't even need a sensor anymore. I have a light gun game you could play on the Switch, and you can play it like a light gun. I play it with 4 Joy-Cons.
Yeah, well, actually, I found out you can just use a little.
You tilt the
with
Joy-Cons,
Wii
you aim
remote,
the gun.
You could use a little T light and just
Because
set
like
it up. And you've got
they got accelerometers in there. So
Hmm.
can we go back to blasting our CRTs with the bazooka?
I don't know. Got to have a bazooka first. You could do that.
Just load it up with the 6 batteries.
Oh man.
No, but I
remember
think
how
a
heavy those things
bazooka's
were.
it's a bit far fetched. Like Nintendo's crazy sometimes. They went from a light gun, and then we need to sell them another light gun. I know. Let's make a light bazooka.
Yeah. I got that extension rifle thing too for the Wii. And then I played it for a bit, and then I put it down, and I forgot to put it back up. And I'm like, why the hell did I buy this thing? I just didn't use it. What was your best controller that you ever got? Your favorite controller? It could be normal, it could be awkward.
Honestly, I think the PS4 controller has been the best thing I've ever held in my hands.
Really.
And sure, I'll go back to battle tanks with like original N64 and original hardware.
Mhm.
But like PS4 controller, the best thing I've ever had, because it's symmetrical, and like I press the, it just feels good and comfortable to press the buttons, pull the trigger, and I guess you can add a motion thingy and hold it like a gun on one
Yeah.
side. But I don't like the PS5 controllers. I think they're bulky. The handles are bulky. They're heavy. Heavier, not the heaviest, but like maybe my hands are too small. But like everything else about it is fine. I don't like the touch. I don't like how it's like it's an edge on top. But you know, I guess they're trying to make it.
I haven't even touched a PS5 controller. I've been waiting for a PS6. I played so much PS4, and I'm seeing PS5 come out. I'm like, well, what new games they have? No, nothing really that different. So I kind of didn't get it.
I think Sony needs to come up with like a slim PS5 controller, a DualShock 5S,
they'll come out with that. That's for sure.
DS5S.
What is that? What is
Because
that?
I love the shoulder buttons, and the buttons are okay. I just the handles are too thick, and the weight of the controller.
Yeah, that makes sense. What is the do you remember the name of the original Super Nintendo joystick controller that was really big with the two big buttons for Nintendo with the big red stick? Was it the
Oh
Super
man,
joystick?
was it possibly? Because Super Nintendo was all about adding super to everything they sold.
Yes. But that controller,
Super
just it
scope,
being
super
like
mouse.
the super joystick with the giant buttons that were like the size of your finger, or half the size of your finger, two big A/B buttons with the big arcade stick there. I love that so much because it just made me feel like I was playing in an arcade. You know, because the buttons are so big, you can't go wrong. You can't like miss the button; it's right there. I wonder if they'll do that again. They'll bring out just one gigantic,
The Super Advantage.
the Super Advantage. Yeah,
And it had like, I'm not sure if that's originally from Nintendo, but like,
that might.
yeah,
have
it
been
had
an
those
extra.
big buttons color. I'd rather have those buttons than like hold a PS5 controller.
Yeah, because at least you're not. You know,
Big buttons are okay.
It sits on the ground. You know, you're
It's
not
on your
trying to
lap.
hold this thing in the air.
And like,
You put it on a table, and your hands are comfortably rested, where you can actually just press the buttons and not have to hold a giant brick in your hand. You know, because that's what's
wait,
going to be in the future.
you know
You're
what was
holding-
huge? The
holding
SNES
a giant
controllers
brick.
on the Super System Arcade. Those were huge. I remember playing
Yeah.
F-Zero with those. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I have one of those controllers still. It's got the 6 buttons with a couple extra turbo switches on it.
Let me
I
see
think
if
it's
I
the same
can.
thing you're talking about.
I'm gonna slap it into your Discord.
All right.
Let me. Vesper, you know what I'm talking about, right? That arcade, Nintendo arcade, with the huge controllers, the bulky buttons, and the bulky D-pad. Even the start buttons were bulky, huge. Everything on that controller was like thick. You couldn't even. You needed
Yeah.
You needed the hands of a football player. See, let's see how that.
Maybe that's what they were trying to
Okay,
sell
there
it
we
to.
go.
Maybe that was the case. They sold it to too many nerds. They wanted to sell it to football players because
Maybe I'll slap it into chat if anyone's actually there.
There's probably a few people here still. Let's see, we're in Nintendo Super System Arcade. Let me see if that's what I want to say it is. Oh no, that is not what. I have a different one.
I played F-Zero
Yeah,
on
that's
that
big.
thing before I owned F-Zero. That's what I played F-Zero on,
That
and
is
it
big,
was in
though.
a mall. They don't have it anymore, but I would like
I
put in
love
50
how they
cents just to
put a
play it for
picture
like
over.
60 seconds, and then you needed to add another 50 cents to play it another 50 seconds more. It was like having a demo for like SNES games.
Isn't it kind of funny they just didn't put a new picture on her? They just put a little, one of those little, those little paper cards.
Game
Super
select,
Mario World.
reset.
It just wrote Super Mario World game card.
Oh, I see what you're looking at now.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they changed it, but they didn't replace the marquee display or whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
The one I played had F-Zero, Super Mario World, and a tennis game I forgot the name of. And of course, this was like Nintendo's way of selling games,
Mm-hmm.
Advertising.
Yeah, but look at how we had things back then. We could rent the game from a public area. Now, with the emulators, there's no way to even rent the game. It's just not there.
I mean, Blockbuster, there's only one Blockbuster left. And I don't
That's
even know if they're
dead,
still...
dude.
I don't know if they still, like, allow you to rent games.
Nobody allows you to rent games anymore. Not that I know of. But yeah, what if that's the case? What if that's the only way in the future they try to...
Nintendo hated renting. They were like, they're gonna rent this game and then beat it. We're not gonna make any money off of it.
Yeah, but some people couldn't buy it. Like,
And
a lot of people couldn't buy it. There was a lot of people that had a lot of...
That's why
money
games were
was so
made
tight.
so difficult, so they didn't want you to beat it when you rented it at Blockbuster.
Yeah. Yeah, they had different pricings on that.
No, but you think games back then weren't even expensive as they are now, or as they're
No.
getting? Because we're talking like $50, right?
Yeah, it's
for
weird.
like a new game.
It's weird. Like the games back then weren't as much,
And then
but
like
had way more
$30 for a Game Boy game.
but had way more replayability and were finished games versus now being more expensive. Not much replayability because there's too many to play, and
Now games
not
are
even a
$60 to
finished game.
$80, $70, $69.99.
$60-$80 for an unfinished game now versus back in the day when the most expensive I remember when I was younger was like, you know, $40, $50, maybe, but mostly it was like $30 to $40 if it was a quality game. Just a normal average cheap game was about 10 to 15.
I'm going to say yes and no, because even games back then had their problems because there were bugs and glitches that they missed, right? Majora's Mask.
Yeah.
Majora's Mask had a lot of like bugs and glitches that it was never meant to have, but because they only had
some
1
games
year to
have-
make it,
Yeah.
they had to stay there, right?
Mhm.
Those bugs survived, and you play the original, they're still there, which ended up to the benefit of speedrunners.
Okay.
There's a glitch where you can backflip to the moon if you had enough bombs. I kid you not. It's an actual. And you could do it on the 3DS version. They left the bug in there. Like they took away the game breaking bugs, but they left the fun bugs in there. You know, it's like, oh hey, this is fun to do, and like they just decided to leave it in there, right? But how this works is you do a backflip, and if there was an explosion, it would cancel out the falling animation. And because your falling animation would be canceled before you touch the ground, you'd be standing on thin air. And for every time you did that, it was a step up higher of you, and then you'd just be standing on the air. Because in the game's code, you're no longer falling. And so that gets canceled, and you're standing on the air. And so for every time you do that, you go higher. And then you were able to reach the moon before it crashed.
You know what? As much as sometimes I got annoyed with people doing glitching and stuff like that at a time, I
Glitches
actually
annoyed you?
appreciate that. No, well, there were times in some games if somebody would say, I'm glitching out or I'm glitching this, and it was kind of annoying. But at least you know that somebody's purposefully doing that, you know? And then if you're going to play the game and you don't want to play with the glitches, people know you're not going to play with the glitches because they see you're not glitching it. You know, you're not glitching the thing. But if you just want to glitch it just to speed run or something like that,
there's different categories of speed running, which I think is great. Glitchless run, and then speed running with glitches.
That's another challenging thing, you know, that they did, that they made it into a challenge to be able to do that versus other people not. You know, so that sort of, in a way, with some of the unfinished things, it made it a challenge for some games that people actually appreciated. Not everybody, but definitely there was, you know, a group of people that appreciate it.
I'm gonna practice my exploding backflips for the triathlon Olympics.
just to say you can do it, you know?
I did it. I reached to the moon. I'm on top of the moon. I'm on top of the moon.
We landed on the moon.
Oh my god. It's like also it had slowdowns, like, because there's only like 64 bits, and if too many things were happening all at once, it would slow down the game. Even with even with the expansion pack. Like, it was still playable, though, at least.
Yeah. Oh. Well, man, I think I'm going to call it here.
Yeah? I thought you were going to call it 4 hours ago.
Well, I was, but then you kept talking, so I had to keep talking.
What? No, don't blame your insomnia on me.
This is all your fault, Plasticator. You invited me here and did all this to me.
No, I didn't
have to suffer the consequences.
This was your idea.
This was not my idea. It was your idea.
Yeah, you asked me. You messaged me. Hey, you wanna play some Streets of Rage 4?
That was years ago, man.
No, that was freaking
years.
Saturday.
Saturday, 20 years ago.
Saturday was not. Okay. No, that's 48 hours ago. Okay, you're not gonna. Roughly 48 hours ago.
Yeah.
It was your idea. Oh, hey, you want to play Streets of Rage 4 Monday night, 7 CST?
Yeah, we never did.
You mean we never did?
No, we played at 8 or 9. It was not on time. That was not the schedule I asked. So, never happened, man. Never happened.
That was okay. I was waiting for you. You said you were gonna let me know. Okay.
I did. It was like right on the money.
I was I was not. I was there. Okay, I got to you on time. I actually messaged you an hour before.
No, it was 2 hours before.
Yes,
And
2
then you
hours
were
before.
late.
How was I late?
Because I messaged you at 7. And then you messaged me at 7:05. So you were late.
You're gonna.
Late is late, and that's
But-
all I know.
Okay, that makes no sense because there's no how are you gonna like expect me to get with you like in an instant, okay? For 5 and you're gonna josh me for 5 minutes?
Hey, I make sure the guys that come to play Brigandine are on time every time. Otherwise,
That's
we
such a
have talking.
toxic pet peeve sort of thing. You're 5 minutes late.
you gotta be on time. On time.
Now we're starting the game 5 minutes late because
You know what happened? You know what happened with some of the players is initially, after some time, they were kind of late by like 5-10 minutes, and then it turned into 20 minutes, and then it turned into half an hour, and then it could be 45 minutes, and I had to reel it in and be like, dude, we're gonna do this every Friday at the same time, or we're not. And there were some nights I just had to call it because, it came to the point that if
20
they're
minutes
not
is
gonna
a
show
lot.
up- yeah, but sometimes it turned into a half an hour or 45 minutes. And I'm like, I could
Even 20 minutes, that's a lot. Like, you got to message a dude, hey, I'm going to be late.
Yeah, and sometimes they weren't even there. And it came to the point that's like, dude, I wasted my whole Friday
For a
waiting
session?
for you to show up because we're gonna do it for 2 or 3 hours. So it's a whole entire night.
I think that's like the issue with D&D. Like, you really got to like, be there on time because, it's a session meant to be for a group and stuff.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, that sucks because
No, man, I'm just kidding with you. I am joshing you
Veracity, I'm
pretty
gonna
hard.
take this empty bottle of pure, I can do the upside down thing now, of this pure leaf, extra sweet. I'm gonna throw it at you.
Okay. Make sure you fill it up next time because I like
I'm gonna-
when they're actually filled with.
Yeah, I'm gonna fill it up with rocks. I'm gonna like throw it into this computer screen, and it's gonna come out the other end through your screen. It's like,
I'd rather it be the pure leaf because that stuff's pretty good.
pure leaf.
Yeah.
I'm gonna teleport this pure leaf plastic full speed.
Full speed ahead.
Shoo.
Ah.
Yeah, it does suck though when people like are just irresponsible, right? And then it gets like so late. They don't even say anything about it.
Yeah, we had one guy leave because
Or like
I
they don't
know.
even want to, right? Like, do I or don't I? It's so late. They don't want to like they don't want to get caught in like red-handed, right? They're just
I know.
afraid. But like it's bad on them either way because when you're late, they know you're late.
Exactly.
You can't hide it even when you try. Right?
Yeah, we had one guy leave because he complained about it happening, but then he ended up doing it at the end to the point that it was like an hour and 40 minutes later. And he's telling us like, oh, go ahead and do your battle. By the time you're done, I'll get there. Kind of like we just play slow. We don't play as fast as this person does. But then
that's
he
like
just
that
didn't give
defeats
us
the
any
purpose
indicators. He was
of
being rude about the thing, and he ended up leaving later on. So, yeah.
Look, I
you
used
can
to pathfind with like a buddy of mine, and like
Mhm.
at some point I even said, "Hey, look, I can't do this anymore because something stupid is always happening like every time we do this." And like because I felt bad, right?
Yeah.
And it's not his fault, nor is it mine, but like I felt like that needed to be said.
Yeah. Well, I'm not talking about like not figuring something out. I'm talking about like a slow play strategy game.
No, I mean,
It's like well, because in a sense we're playing chess, but we're not playing speed chess, because if we're playing speed chess, then I'd have a timer on, which nobody wants to do a timer for. So we never got to do that.
in
So
in my case,
you know,
right? It wasn't that I
You're-
was late. It was just that something was always interrupting the session, and I had to be AFK because
Oh.
something needed my attention.
yeah,
And then like I just couldn't do it anymore, and I let the guy know, hey, it's been cool, but like I can't do this anymore because something stupid always happens when, you know, during your sessions, and like I
Yeah.
can't always be there because
that
it
makes
needed
sense.
my attention.
hmm Yeah, that's another thing too. But that's the thing. I didn't really get that with some of the players. They wouldn't say, "Oh,
Yeah,
hey, I've
your
got a
case is just
kid."
different. They're just not there and late,
They're
or
just
they-
lazy.
or they
Yeah.
didn't show up.
They're just lazy. They don't have a kid. They don't have other responsibilities going on. We talk about all these things.
Wow,
and
really?
They have nothing else going on. If they had like a girlfriend, say, "Oh, hey, I got a girlfriend. I got a wife. They want me to come out and do this thing." You know, it's sort of last minute, but could we do it? I'd understand. Like I go through an insane process of conversation to figure out what everybody's doing or what they can do. If they can do it, you know, just tell me. I'm totally cool. If you got something else going on, we can reschedule for a different day. That's fine. Totally fine with me. But sometimes it was just, oh, I'm here now. You know, well, what happened? Oh, I just, you know, no answer. Just like,
Oh yeah, because they know what they did. You know, hands in the cookie jar, and they're caught
Mhm.
red-handed. They just don't know what to tell you at the
Yeah.
spot, right?
yeah.
Where it's like they have no excuse and they're trying to make one up at the last possible minute.
Yeah. So my sessions are a lot like D&D in that sense. Where
Even though it's for
you just-
brigandine, right?
Yeah, because you just have to be there on time so we can play the game, because everybody's taking time out of their day to be there at a certain time, and we just keep doing it. It's been going on for about since 16,
It's all about
17.
being punctual and like seeing to your end.
Yeah, because it's just being polite. If you can't make it, let us know the day before. If it's an emergency, let us know the day of. If you just show up late, these people don't even have an excuse. They don't even have anything to say. Because they, you know,
It's like, oh snap, or you know, maybe they forgot. That's also another thing.
you can't forget if it's a constantly scheduled thing every Friday.
Pal
Unless we
World
say we're
Str-
off, we're always on. We are always on unless we say we're off. So unless they
Everyone-
completely forget what day it is, you only really do that if when
That's also
like,
a
for
thing.
me, when I didn't have a job.
If you say you're gonna be there, right? Like, because otherwise, what's the
Then you
point?
could forget the days, but yeah. But yeah, if they tell me they're going to be there and they're just constantly late, it does annoy some of the players, and that's kind of where I have some problems, because I'd like to keep playing the game with the multiplayer version, but if people are just going to be inconsistent all the time or rude or
You gotta communicate.
attack other players and stuff like this, and I'm trying to hold it together.
It's a communication thing. You gotta take the
Yeah.
time to like.
And I'm being
Everyone
as
and their
diplomatic as I
grandma is
can.
playing Pal World.
What?
Everybody and their
Pal World?
grandma is playing Pal World.
I haven't played that.
Do you know what it is?
No.
It is Pokemon with guns.
Oh yeah, I think did you tell me that?
No, I'm just mentioning it right now. Vesper was the first person to like ask me if I was gonna become a Pal World streamer.
I want to say you told me that, but no. It was Durkin that told me about that.
Yeah,
But I thought he
I-
said something else. But I
I
remember
wasn't-
Pokemon with guns.
I wasn't there in that episode that you had with him.
Yeah. Nope, never played it. And people wanted me to play Pokemon. I've never played Pokemon.
Never.
Nope. That was
Pal-
that was at the time when I was becoming after into my adult years, and I was in the military at the time, so I didn't really get
Maybe
to
it was
do.
too late for you to like.
It was kind of too late. I was becoming an adult at the time, and I wasn't playing as many games
The
as
things
I
you
did.
play at a certain age matter because then
Yeah,
years later, it's like in your brain, and then years later you're gonna want to come back to it, and then
yeah, and
you'll put it on a formative years. I think that's what they
mhm,
call it, and then you'll put it on a pedestal because you played it during your formative years,
exactly. Like
and then
every game that was
it
before
becomes a
Pokemon.
bias.
Exactly. Every game was before Pokemon. I was playing, or I played the racing games, the strategy games, the action games, the fighter games. I played all those games before that, and then when I became an adult, then I put all that away for a while, and then I
It's
just
just the way you feel when you hold it again, feel it again, you hear it
Mhm.
again, see it again. It's like it's a
and
brain thing that happens
yeah,
inside your
and
brain.
the thing is, I probably would like to play Pokemon, but I have all these other nostalgia games that I play that I like. And so I just don't find the time to think about it like other people do when they play Pokemon. That's why some people come by and they ask me about it. And then I got nothing to say about Pokemon and they're like,
You never
"Oh,
grew up with it.
he doesn't like Pokemon?" No, I never grew up with Pokemon. So that was Yu-Gi-Oh cards and Magic the Gathering cards. That was just right after I was done, or yeah, that was after I was done playing a lot of games and starting to do a whole lot of work and trying to be more doing more adulting things. I didn't grow up with that.
Vesper, I played X and I had a hard time staying with it. I played it
Mm,
I played it for a while. I don't hate it. It's not a bad game. It's just that um I can't stay playing with it long enough for me to go all the way to the end. And I don't play it the same way, right?
mhm.
Remember back then when you had to like catch them all? That was the slogan. Now I don't even care about catching them all. I only care about specific Pokemon. Like if I like it, or if I think it looks cool, or if it just plays in with my strategy, right? I'll only
Mhm.
catch specific ones on based on if I really like it or if it'll like fit with my strategy with a purpose.
Yeah, that makes sense too. The
You
same with
think so?
Brigandine. There was, just Brigandine as an example, because it's one of my favorite games. Is uh, everybody had certain things they always wanted to get Hayud or not Hayud, but this one girl who brings a Fafnir with her. Uh, no, not Alicia. It's oh, I'm tired. I can't think of the name right now, but she brings a gold dragon, but it's such a small chance to get her that I looked it up online and they said it's a 1 in 250 percent, one out of 256 percentile to get this girl who's a questing knight, to get this dragon that comes with her. And I'm like, I don't have the patience for that. Like, if I get her, I get her. I don't care to play the game over and over again to get her. And I've only got her like 3 times in my life.
Okay, Vesper, good night.
You
Thanks for
know,
showing up, man.
I, I've only gotten it like 3 times in my life. So I was like, no, I'm not going to try that hard. I tried hard for some things, but in like that game, trying to get some equipment and stuff, it is so hard to get. Sometimes you just never get the gear or the equipment. And I try for certain things, but yeah, I didn't. I don't know. I didn't put that much time and effort into chancy stuff.
Well, back then you would have spent more time for the grind, wouldn't you?
For the grind, for getting everybody at their level and figuring out the levels and how they worked as a particular knight or a character, yes. But for all the treasures, no. I wanted to, but there were other games I could play, and I just I never really cared if I got the complete set or if I got every item. It was more of like, hey, I got the item, that's awesome. Like, and I was happy to get it, but I never really cared to grind for every item to get it. I would grind to make sure my team was strong, more naturally, and if I found some gear, then I'd throw it on them. But like, I never needed to go into a fight to have this particular kind of gear. I liked the I liked the option to figure out, well, if I don't have this, what can I supplement for it? What other knight would work for it? So I'd always try to figure out a different way if a knight just wasn't the right kind of knight for that battle. I would take a different knight with a different piece of gear, or just take a different knight and try to figure it out. It was just more fun, for me to get that. Nowadays, I try to be more of a completionist, but back then I kind of wasn't. I just wanted to do well at the game and beat it. It didn't matter what my grading score was. And I don't know. I don't know what changed. But now, like, I want to, you know, I don't know. I like the challenge now with some of those games like Front Mission 2, trying to beat it on the hard mode, even though I haven't even played the game before. Just to be like,
I would
yeah, be
not.
on hard mode. I have no idea.
I
what
tried
I'm
that with
doing.
Fire Emblem and like never again. Do not play a hard mode of anything you never played before.
I don't know. I just felt like, it's time to really just put myself on a limb.
Because there's like
See if
no
my years
telling.
of front mission experience will kick in, and I'll get it. It'll all come to be, and I'll know the right way. Nope. It's just like, some stuff, but it's so different. You know.
Grinding
that
is
you're
like
just-
the last thing on my priority when I try to get through a game. I only grind or see how can I grind if I hit a wall. Where it's like if I don't see any progress, then I'm gonna have to change something. But otherwise, I try to see how far I can get without changing anything. How far can I push this team?
Yeah, I totally agree. So, all right, man. I'm gonna head out, but it was good playing games with you, man.
Likewise, we gotta try Helldivers.
Yeah, we'll have to do that next, I guess. And yeah. So, we'll see how I do, since I have no idea what the control scheme is going to be like.
You never played a twin stick shooter before?
Twin stick shooter. If it's anything like a rail shooter, I played Resident Evil on the Wii. It was a rail
No, it's not a rail shooter. And
Um,
it's a top downer, remember.
oh, I played a couple of tank games that might be similar, where you move with one stick and then you turn a turret with the other.
Yeah, that's the whole idea. You're moving with one stick, and then the other stick is dedicated to aiming. Although you can do both with one stick. If you leave the stick alone. That's how I do it.
Oh, okay.
I only use the other stick if I have to aim precisely in a stationary position. Like if I have to hold the line, that's when I go into turret mode.
Okay. Ah. All right. Well, I'll have to get to that, So,
Yeah, you gotta. We'll figure out. We gotta know what time is good for you and whatnot.
yeah, we'll come up with a good time. So, well, thanks everybody, and thanks Blasticator. We'll get back to this next time.
It was a good time.
Yeah. All right. Have a good night, buddy.
Good night.